Even if they were the elite disciples of their respective great forces and could grow to become extremely powerful figures in the future, they would still be helpless in front of somebody like Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul could not escape from this palace. Otherwise, he would not survive for long. If he wanted to live, then he could only continue with his attempt to possess somebody. And they were the only ones in the Grand Hall at the moment. Who else could he possess aside from them? Among these people, there was no doubt that Chu Huashang was safe. That was because she was a woman. If Yang Kai were in Black Crow Divine Monarch's shoes, he would never choose to possess a woman's body, as it was extremely likely his soul and her body would be incompatible, leading to all sorts of negative consequences in the future. Another important reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch placed great importance on the Bloodlight scriptures. As a woman, Chu Huashang's body was inherently yin-aligned and unsuited to cultivating the Bloodlight scripture. This could be seen from her previous performances. Although she and Pei Wenxian had started comprehending the Bloodlight scripture at the same time, Pei Wenxian would finish faster than her every time. It was out of this consideration that Yang Kai immediately rescued Chu Huashang from her predicament. As for the others, he warily swept his gaze over the rest, feeling troubled. There was no way to determine who had been possessed from their outward appearances. Among them, Xueqi of Great Thousand Bloodland was undoubtedly the biggest suspect. Black Crow Divine Monarch himself mentioned before that he originally had his eye on the person with a foundation in the Tao of Blood. It was only because Yang Kai's vitality was so abundant that he gave up on his original idea of possessing Xueqi. Is it Xueqi? Yang Kai fixed his gaze intently upon Xueqi's face. Just as he was about to attack Xueqi as a test, a roar came from nearby. Immediately after that, Pei Wenxian abruptly jerked his eyes open. His eyes trembled violently and the demon qi in his body churned vigorously. While roaring loudly, he punched himself hard in the chest. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth and his aura weakened significantly as a result. He then immediately got to his feet and glared at the skeleton in front of him furiously while swearing and cursing. What the hell? This shitty Bloodlight scripture nearly destroyed me. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. I can't believe Pei Wenxian actually freed himself from that state of cultivation dissonance with his own strength. Is it because he is just that talented? Or is it because he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch? If he was possessed, then this performance is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Pei Wenxian's expression was resentful, mixed with a hint of lingering fear. There were no flaws in his performance. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's gaze, he turned to look in this direction and exclaimed in amazement, "Oh, that's impressive. Did you break free too? Looks like I underestimated you." "It's you. Old dog, die." Yang Kai shouted as he lunged forward at the same time and viciously slammed his fist out at Pei Wenxian, leaving his back wide open. Pei Wenxian's eyes widened. He had not expected Yang Kai to attack him at such a time. Although he had provoked Yang Kai earlier, the situation then and now was completely different. Yang Kai appeared completely unharmed right now while he had only just broken free from cultivation dissonance. He had damaged his foundation as a result, so his strength had been greatly reduced. Even so, Pei Wenxian was still a disciple of Myriad Demon's Heaven and had his own pride to uphold. Thus, he laughed fearlessly instead of becoming furious. "Since you're begging for death, this Pei will grant your wish. I'll bring your head back as proof that I completed my mission." Forcefully enduring the pain coming from his body, he pushed his palms forward with great vigor. The demon qi in his body surged like the waves in the sea, suppressing Yang Kai with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's fist turned into a barrage of fist shadows, slamming into the demon qi with little effect. He only managed to resist for a few moments before the demon qi slammed into him, sending his body flying through the air like a paper kite before falling backward. At that moment, Chu Huashang suddenly screamed, "Junior brother, watch out!" Pei Wenxian couldn't help feeling stunned. That was because he saw Xueqi, who had been sitting cross-legged all this time while suffering from signs of cultivation dissonance, opening his eyes abruptly. Then, Xueqi's figure drifted towards Yang Kai's back like a ghost, his hand stretched out like a claw, aiming straight for Yang Kai's heart. Not far away, Chu Huashang tried her best to rush forward to provide support. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was falling in the direction of Xueqi, so there was no way she could reach him in time. By the time she arrived, he would already be a corpse. Why did Xueqi launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai? The sudden turn of events left Pei Wenxian feeling confused. Be that as it may, he could not be happier. He was severely injured at the moment, so it was inconvenient for him to engage in protracted battle. If Yang Kai was killed by Xueqi, then it would save him a lot of trouble. While watching coldly from the sidelines, he suddenly felt that something did not add up. That was because Yang Kai's expression was so calm that it was terrifying. Besides, this guy isn't that weak, right? It was rumored that Yang Kai had defeated Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azura arena. Even if the rumors had exaggerated the truth, it made no sense for him to be sent flying with a single blow, much less from a hasty attack made by him right after having suffered from cultivation dissonance and receiving heavy damage as a result. This bastard is up to something. A thought crossed Pei Wenxian's mind as he knit his brow. At this moment, a harsh and ear-splitting sound of metal rubbing against each out rang out. Sparks flew all over the place. Yang Kai spat out fresh blood as though he were struck by lightning and was sent flying back towards Pei Wenxian again. Spinning his body around, he turned and landed not far from him. Pei Wenxian did not make another move. How could he attack again when he could tell that something was wrong? Raising his eyes, he saw that the clothes covering Yang Kai's back were in tatters, but a layer of golden scales that looked like dragon scales had appeared in their place. It was just that most of the dragon scales had been blown away at this moment, leaving a bloody wound that stretched across Yang Kai's entire back. It was a horrifying sight, and under his gaze, he saw the dragon scales slowly fade and vanish out of sight. Only the bloody wound remained. Not far away, Xueqi looked down at his hand with a slightly puzzled look. He seemed surprised that Yang Kai had survived his sneak attack. When they came into contact earlier, he distinctly sensed a powerful layer of defense covering Yang Kai's body. It was that layer of defense that caused all his previous efforts to come to naught. In the end, he failed to crush Yang Kai's heart with his claw hand as a result. Pui Yang Kai turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lifting his chin, he looked down on Xueqi with a condescending expression. Fooled you, old dog. Attacking Pei Wenxian was a feint. Luring Black Crow Divine Monarch into action was his real aim. In the situation just now, Yang Kai had no way of knowing who Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed. There was no way for him to rescue the others under those circumstances. He might not be able to defend himself if Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him while he was busy trying to rescue the others. If Pei Wenxian had really been possessed, then it would be perfect. He could take the opportunity to kill him. Fortunately, Black Crow Divine Monarch failed to hold back and leaped out first. Even though Yang Kai had already prepared himself in advance, he still nearly died at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch. If he had not used his dragon transformation secret art to form dragon scales on his back at the critical moment, he would not have gotten off with such light injuries. What are you talking about? Xueqi looked at Yang Kai calmly. Are you still going to pretend? Yang Kai looked at Xueqi contemptuously. Does a noble divine monarch really need to act so cautiously in front of a mere junior like me? Divine monarch? Pei Wenxian was dumbfounded by those words. He was also very tempted to ask Yang Kai. What in the world are you talking about? How could a disciple of Thousand Great Bloodland be a divine monarch? That was a title only high-rank open heaven realm masters could possess. Brother Pei, open your eyes wide and look carefully. Yang Kai pointed at Xueqi. The person in front of you is not Brother Zhou from Great Thousand Bloodland. He has been possessed by an old ghost by the name of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was imprisoned in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Monster Divine Monarch. After Blood Monster Divine Monarch died, he stole Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance and moved it to this place. It was all to lure us here so that he could find a suitable candidate to possess. Pei Wenxian frowned. How do you know all that? Yang Kai replied, because he tried to possess me just now but he failed. That's why he changed targets and possessed Zhou Wu instead. Pei Wenxian turned to glance at Yang Kai. He instinctively felt reluctant to believe his words, choosing instead to believe that Yang Kai was up to something nefarious. After all, who in this place could escape if a divine monarch tried to possess them? But Yang Kai claimed that the other party had failed to possess him. Martial Peak. Chapter 4256. Diversion. Xueqi said, Senior brother, you must be joking. This Zhou Wu is true and genuine. How could I have been possessed? On the other hand, you are so wantonly slandering me, senior brother. What tricks are you up to? Are you trying to sow discord among us in order to enjoy all the benefits in this place yourself? Pei Wenxian, who had been staring at Yang Kai suspiciously, immediately turned to look in that direction after hearing those words as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai burst into uncontrollable laughter. How dare you say that you have not been possessed? Let's see how you plan to talk your way out of this now. Xueqi frowned slightly. Glancing at Yang Kai, he then turned to look at Pei Wenxian and quickly came to a realization. Where did this monarch slip up? From the look on Pei Wenxian's face, he could tell that his lies had been exposed. Therefore, he did not bother to pretend any longer. Pei Wenxian clicked his tongue and replied, "The owner of your body is called Xueqi, not Zhou Wu." Xueqi immediately understood and nodded lightly in response. Turning to look at Yang Kai approvingly, he said, "Junior, you are cunning and quick-witted indeed. There truly are talented people all over the world." This brat's speech just now revealed nothing suspicious. He even revealed the name Zhou Wu at the end, misleading me into believing that the person I possessed was named Zhou Wu. I simply followed his lead and answered accordingly. Who could have known that this brat's words were meant to mislead and test me? It looks like he was not too sure of his judgment even after I attacked him. That's why he came up with a test like that. Although it is just a simple sentence, it requires extremely quick thinking. This brat has very strong spiritual energy, as well as a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. At this rate, he will surely become extremely powerful once he matures. If I want to kill him, I have to do so now. Or else, I might not be able to in the future. Your affairs have nothing to do with this Pei. This Pei has more important things to do, so I will take my leave first. While saying that, Pei Wenxian turned and rushed out of the grand hall in a flash. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who popped out of nowhere, gave him an extremely bad feeling. Even though the other party was nothing more than a remnant soul that had just taken over another person's body, it was unknown how much power the enemy could exert. Nevertheless, the other party was a divine monarch. Nothing good would come from remaining in this place, so he decisively made the decision to withdraw. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. This bastard from Myriad Demons Heaven is far too unreliable. How can he avoid taking personal responsibility at a time like this? Hence, he hurriedly said, "Brother Pei, do you really think you can remain uninvolved now that things have reached this point? If I were Black Crow Divine Monarch, I would make sure that nobody walks out of this place alive. How else would I keep my secret hidden?" "You understand me well, Junior." The man who used to be Xueqi but was now Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded in approval. His expression seemed to say that their thoughts were in sync. With a gentle wave of his hand, the entire grand hall suddenly rumbled and all the entrances shut tight. Pei Wenxian paused mid-step. His expression was slightly ugly as he tilted his head to look at Black Crow Divine Monarch. "Old thing, you should have rejoiced when I left you alone. I'm afraid things will now end tragically for you because of your mistake." Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled. "Are all the juniors of the current generation this arrogant? Very good. Very good. The world is more interesting this way. This old master will not be bored." While speaking, his body suddenly shuddered slightly. An inexplicable pulling force surged out of his figure. Immediately after that, several groans rang out. The blood mist surrounding those people sitting cross-legged around the skeleton churned violently and transformed into numerous blood-chi dragons that rushed towards him and poured into his body. It was as though his body had turned into a bottomless pit that devoured the blood-chi completely. Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help revealing an ecstatic expression, as though he was enjoying the most pleasant experience in the world. Following his actions, the vitality of those people dropped swiftly and their bodies withered away. They were experiencing cultivation dissonance already, so they were completely unable to fight back. Moreover, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using one of the Bloodlight Scripture secret techniques which was compatible with their cultivation dissonance. How could they resist? Both Yang Kai and Chu Huashang felt their scalps tingling in horror at the sight. Although they had comprehended the first part of the Bloodlight Scripture previously, that was just the Bloodlight Scripture secret art. It did not contain any secret techniques. It was not until they saw what Black Crow Divine Monarch did that they realized how cruel the Bloodlight Scripture really was. This was definitely an evil art. However, it was not difficult to understand. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a kind and benevolent man. It stood to reason that the blood light scripture he cultivated was not a peaceful secret art either. What made Xueqi even more uneasy was that the aura around Black Crow Divine Monarch's body was climbing steadily with his actions. Although Xueqi was originally an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, he was not that strong. On the other hand, Xueqi could feel a sense of oppression coming from him after he was possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarchs. A person who could cultivate to the realm of a divine monarch could not be a soft-hearted weakling. In addition, Black Crow obtained an inheritance like the Bloodlight Scripture. The various unimaginable methods made him even more powerful than before. We can't let him continue any longer. This is definitely the best time to attack. He has only just taken over Xueqi, so his soul and his body may not have fully integrated yet. Combined with the fact that Xueqi's heritage is limited, it can be said that he is currently at his weakest. He will definitely become much stronger once he completely devours the vitality of those people. Attack! A shout entered Xueqi's ears as Pei Wenxian was the first to take action. He evidently came to the same conclusion as Xueqi. While shouting, he pushed his hands forward. A large pitch-black cone sliced through the air and swiftly shot towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The pitch-black cone was formed from pure demon chi and rotated rapidly, almost like it could even rip through space. Pei Wenxian was not finished yet. Immediately following behind the cone, he lunged forward like a panther. His hands were clawed, stretching towards Black Crow Divine Monarch through the air. All 5 of his fingers contained metal, wood, water, fire, and earth element powers, forming a cycle of the 5 elements which mutually reinforced each other. His power increased significantly as a result. Likewise, Xueqi's reaction was very fast. In other words, he would have attacked even if Pei Wenxian had not. Black Crow Divine Monarch had invaded his knowledge sea and learned about many of his secrets. Not to mention the soul-warming lotus had also been exposed. Black Crow Divine Monarch would never let Xueqi go. He would definitely target the soul-warming lotus. As a wounded remnant soul, this supreme treasure was exactly what he needed to recover it. Xueqi made a wide sweep with his arm, condensing a large moon blade that slashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Meanwhile, Chu Huashang flicked her head back, unraveling the long red ribbon tying her hair up and shooting it towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's chest. Be it Xueqi, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all 3 of them were not ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators. The latter 2 were core disciples of the 36 Cave Heavens, so it could be said that they stood at the very peak of the Emperor Realm. There were few beneath the Open Heaven Realm who could be their opponents, and even less need be said about Xueqi. He had already killed several low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, so his strength could not be measured by common sense. The power unleashed by the combined attacks of these 3 was something even Black Crow Divine Monarch could not help but acknowledge. He nodded repeatedly in approval. Good. Good. You 3 little ones are very impressive. You will definitely have grand accomplishments in the future. Words of praise came out of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with contempt. Despite facing their combined attacks, he did not step aside nor dodge. On the contrary, he stepped forward all of a sudden. He looked at Xueqi and shouted, "But you are too arrogant, Junior. Did you think this is still within your knowledge sea?" He had suffered a terrible defeat within Xueqi's knowledge sea. He was originally no more than a remnant soul after all. In the end, he was forced to use a sacrificial diversion in order to escape. In contrast, he currently possessed a physical body. With his previous heritage of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he fear 3 measly Emperor Realm Juniors even if his strength was not at his peak anymore? When he took that step forward, a dense blood chi permeated the entire Grand Hall as though mountains of corpses and seas of blood were going to come crashing down on the 3 of them. Be it Xueqi, Pei Wenxian, or Chu Huashang, all 3 of them couldn't help stiffening slightly as an overwhelming sense of helplessness involuntarily flooded their minds. Hong. The demon chi cone slammed into Black Crow Divine Monarch but was rendered useless. The attack was stopped by the dense layer of blood chi more than meter away from its target. On the other hand, Xueqi's moon blade tore apart Black Crow Divine Monarch's defenses. Unfortunately, its speed dropped sharply after it sank into the blood chi, allowing the latter to easily sidestep the attack. Chu Huashang's hair ribbon had even less to show for her efforts. After sinking into the blood chi, its halo immediately began flickering violently. It lost so much spirituality in an instant that she hurriedly withdrew the ribbon in shock. Even low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not dare to take the combined attacks of these three lightly. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch blocked them all with little effort. At the same time, he finished devouring all the blood chi of the other cultivators within the room. Their bodies shriveled up like mummified corpses. Up until their deaths, those people had been clueless about what was going on. It could be said to be extremely tragic. Those who could reach this palace were the best among their respective great forces. They were the strongest among their peers, so their vitality was incredibly robust. Having received nourishment from them, Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura soared madly and reached a level that terrified the three of them. Although he did not have the aura of the Open Heaven Realm, his momentum at this moment was almost as imposing as that of a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, he was a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who could not exert the signature power of the Open Heaven Realm. The three of them felt their hearts sinking. If that really were the case, then there was no way for them to win. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch was unable to utilize World Force due to Xueqi's lacking heritage, he still had the foundation of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. There was no saying just how much strength he could display. The blood chi around him churned violently, making him look like he was covered in a mist of blood. He stared fixedly at Xueqi and sneered, "Junior, how dare you act so presumptuous before this monarch? I will start with you." While saying that, he suddenly waved his large hand. A rain of blood suddenly fell on Xueqi from above. The blood rain did not look special in any way, but it obviously contained great powers. Xueqi's figure flickered repeatedly to avoid the blood rain, but contrary to expectations, his perception told him that Black Crow Divine Monarch was ignoring him after the initial move. A hand suddenly reached out from within the blood mist and clawed at Pei Wenxian across the barriers of space. This old dog was truly cunning and insidious. Even when facing these three youngsters, he did not hesitate to use feints and diversions. Thinking about it again, it made sense. Black Crow Divine Monarch coveted Xueqi's soul-warming lotus, so how could he kill him so easily? He most likely planned to capture Xueqi alive in order to claim the soul-warming lotus as his own. If he could not kill Xueqi, then he could only attack Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian had taken the lead to attack him earlier, so he probably held some grudges for that. Xueqi had not expected Black Crow Divine Monarch to take such actions, and neither did Pei Wenxian. Therefore, the large hand immediately wrapped around Pei Wenxian's neck tightly as a layer of red blood chi swiftly seeped and enveloped the latter. Martial Peak. Chapter 4257, Try If You Dare. Pei Wenxian had lunged at Black Crow Divine Monarch after unleashing his previous attack, but at this moment, it seemed like he walked straight into his death instead. He was caught off guard and captured almost instantly. Wrapped by the blood chi, Pei Wenxian felt as though something was suppressing the power in his body and blocking his meridians so that his strength could not flow out. He was absolutely horrified. Is this really the power that an Emperor Realm cultivator can exert? Xueqi was no more than a disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland. His aptitude and comprehension abilities were incomparable to those of Pei Wenxian. If it were before he was possessed, then Pei Wenxian alone would have been able to defeat 3 to 5 of him without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, he became capable of subduing Pei Wenxian in a single move after being possessed by Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was not until this moment that Pei Wenxian finally understood one thing. This might be Xueqi's body, but the Xueqi that stood in front of him could no longer be viewed as the same person at all. Die, Junior! Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned, exerting a sudden burst of force in his hand in order to kill Pei Wenxian on the spot. However, his brow twitched at that moment and a huge sense of crisis enveloped him as the aura of death loomed over him. Pei Wenxian's identity token that had been hanging at his waist suddenly burst out with dazzling white light. It was extremely blinding, so blinding that it breached the blood-colored sea even through the thick blood mist. The white light leaped out from the identity token like a bolt of candlelight. It was not very conspicuous at first, but the light exploded in an instant to transform into a blade of overwhelming demon chi. Then, the blade came slashing down on Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch was shocked. How could he dare to remain standing in place after sensing the terrifying power contained in this strike? Releasing his grip on Pei Wenxian, he turned into a ray of bloodlight and quickly retreated. However, He could not escape the power of this blade no matter how he tried to dodge. The blade slashed down and a scream rang out. The bloodlight was split into two, revealing two bloody halves of a body. Pei Wenxian landed heavily, coughing hard with his hands clutching at his neck. He glared fiercely at Zhou Yi's corpse that had been sliced in half and ground his teeth. "How dare you mess with me, old dog? How dare you attack me? Serves you right for ending up dead." He let out a gloomy laughter that sounded quite ghastly. While he was speaking, the identity token hanging around his waist cracked and shattered before turning into dust. Yang Kai was amazed by the sight. He had long known about the identity tokens carried by the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. These identity tokens not only symbolized their personal status but also contained a divine ability granted by their elders to protect them. It would automatically be activated in the event that their lives were in danger. Although it could only be used once, it could save their lives at a critical moment. Just like what happened here. Yang Kai suspected that even a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master might not have been able to withstand that attack if taken head-on. Pei Wenxian's honored master was definitely a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed Xueqi, and while he had the heritage of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, he was limited by Zhou Yi's body. Combined with the fact that he was a wounded remnant soul, the strength that he could exert at this moment was far from his peak. How could he come out unscathed after being hit by a divine ability like that? This old guy has been plotting for countless years only to suffer such a tragic ending when he finally succeeded in possessing somebody. I'm sure that he himself never anticipated such an outcome. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Zhou Yi's body had been sliced into two, but Black Crow Divine Monarch's remnant soul remained nowhere to be seen. Hence, Yang Kai did not let down his guard and instead released his divine sense to guard against anything that might happen. Under his close watch, Yang Kai was surprised to discover something strange about the crimson blood flowing out of the corpse that had been sliced in two. The blood seemed to be guided by some sort of pulling force, gathering together from all directions and quickly merging back into one. In the next moment, the two halves of the corpse suddenly joined down the middle and were patched together once more. The tightly closed eyes of Black Crow Divine Monarch reopened at this moment and he slowly climbed up from the floors. Inside the Grand Hall, Yang Kai and the two others were dumbfounded by the sight. The Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture really does live up to its reputation. Ha 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 ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch cackled uncontrollably. When he first stood up, there remained a wound that resembled an obvious bloodline extending from the middle of his forehead down to his neck and further down his body where his skin was exposed. However, this wound quickly disappeared while he was laughing. His outward appearance at this moment seemed completely intact. Only his aura was significantly lower than before. Pei Wenxian was shocked and terrified. "I can't believe that this old dog is still alive. I saw him being sliced in half with my own eyes just now. How is he still perfectly fine?" Even Yang Kai found the sight in front of him difficult to believe, but he then remembered what Black Crow Divine Monarch told him before. Supposedly, if one were to cultivate the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture to its limits, they could even be reborn from a single drop of blood. One would be practically immortal and indestructible as a result. Those words were certainly an exaggeration. Nevertheless, the current situation indicated that the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was indeed an extraordinary secret art. The Bloodlight scripture was definitely the reason why Black Crow Divine Monarch could come back to life. Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had just gotten back to his feet, cracked his neck and coldly said, "Junior, stop resisting. You will not be able to defeat this monarch with your abilities. Why bother wasting your energy and suffering in vain? You must be joking, Divine Monarch. Even ants fight to survive, much less cultivators like us." Yang Kai shouted. Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered and turned around to look at Yang Kai. "Do you think this monarch is reluctant to kill you? If you think so, you are very wrong. I will definitely get what I want even after killing you." He gently nodded while speaking. "I've decided. I'll start with you." The words had just left Black Crow Divine Monarch's mouth when Yang Kai immediately took out a wooden token from his space ring and hung it around his waist. He then grinned at Black Crow Divine Monarch with a smug look. "Go ahead, try if you dare." Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced at the wooden token fearfully, his face twitching at the sight. The incident earlier had traumatized him as he had been ignorant of the situation. Just as he was prepared to kill Pei Wenxian, he was cut down by the divine ability sealed within the identity token that hung from Pei Wenxian's waist. If not for the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture, he would have died from that attack. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy. He now felt very troubled whenever he saw such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Kai's wooden token and Pei Wenxian's identity token were completely different items. This wooden token was given to him by the proprietress previously. It was engraved with an inexplicable pattern of a totem. She had claimed that it was a favor. Therefore, there was no divine ability sealed within. On the other hand, he also held a divine ability bead that was given to him by the proprietress. That was his greatest trump card. Black Crow Divine Monarch gave Yang Kai a hateful look. Then, he turned to look at Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was no fool either, so she gently reached out and tapped the identity token hanging at her waist. These juniors are too much. Black Crow Divine Monarch felt a great sense of hatred. Divine Monarch, if you wish to kill somebody, then there's a good candidate right there. Yang Kai pointed in Pei Wenxian's direction. You died at his hands just now. It's a good opportunity for you to take revenge for what happened. Pei Wenxian was already coughing, but he nearly spat blood at those words. He gritted his teeth and snarled, Yang Kai, this Pei will never forgive you if I die in this place, not even if I turn into a ghost. Yang Kai replied scornfully, what has that got to do with me? Pei Wenxian was so filled with hatred that his teeth hurt, but there was nothing he could say or do. His identity token had been destroyed, so he no longer had a deterrent. If Black Crow Divine Monarch really attacked him, then he could only fight to the death. I'll do as you wish then. Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded. His body suddenly transformed into a blood ray that charged towards Pei Wenxian. He had been killed by the Sword Light Divine ability earlier and severely damaged his foundation as a result. At this moment, he desperately needed to replenish his strength. Since he did not dare to touch Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he could only target easy prey like Pei Wenxian. After he slaughtered Pei Wenxian, it would not be too late for him to slowly torture the other two to death. In any case, the Grand Hall had been completely sealed shut, so there was no fear that they might escape. When Pei Wenxian saw that Black Crow Divine Monarch was charging towards him again, he felt a mixture of fear and rage. He let out a fierce roar and his demon chi churned violently. Raising his hand, he summoned his coiling dragon shears and sliced through the bloodlight with them. The coiling dragon shears was a powerful artifact, and the energy fluctuations that it emitted were by no means weak. Even so, the light flickered erratically when it sank into the bloodlight and its spirituality dropped sharply. Chu Huashang had encountered the exact same situation just now. The bloodlight seemed to be extremely damaging and resistant towards artifacts. Pei Wenxian turned pale in shock and involuntarily backed away while hastily forming a set of hand seals with both hands. One after another, a barrage of fierce attacks rained down on the bloodlight without any restraint. The explosions rang out endlessly as each of these attacks were defeated. The bloodlight flashed towards him like lightning, continuously shooting out blood-colored blasts from within the bloodlight. The attacks were so oppressive that he was forced to retreat in a miserable fashion. Even if Black Crow Divine Monarch had been cut down once and suffered heavy damage to his foundation as a result, Pei Wenxian was still not capable of being his opponent. Rather, it could even be said that how long Pei Wenxian could last under those attacks was a problem in and of itself. In just a few breaths of time, Pei Wenxian could feel that he had reached his limits. At this moment, he felt the pressure lightening all of a sudden as Black Crow Divine Monarch's evil laugh entered his ears. Junior, you truly are insidious and cunning. Did you think this monarch would not be wary of you? The bloodlight that was approaching him halted without warning, and Pei Wenxian looked up to see that Black Crow Divine Monarch had revealed his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch had one hand blocking an attack to his side. Amidst the dense blood chi, Yang Kai had arrived with a spear in his hands at some point in time. It was just that he was trapped in the blood chi. It was like being stuck in a quagmire, making his movements extremely sluggish. That was not all. Sizzling sounds were coming from his body, and it was obvious that the blood chi was corroding away at him. Pei Wenxian immediately understood the situation. Yang Kai's sneak attack caused Black Crow Divine Monarch to have no choice but to focus on dealing with him. That was definitely the reason why the pressure had suddenly eased off him just now. It could even be said that it was Yang Kai who rescued Pei Wenxian at the critical moment. Even so, Pei Wenxian was not grateful. This bastard sent Black Crow Divine Monarch after me. How abominable. Taking advantage of Black Crow Divine Monarch's distraction, Pei Wenxian's figure flashed consecutively, finally putting some distance between him and the other party, which gave him some breathing space. As one of myriad demons Heaven's core disciples, he was practically an invincible existence among those beneath the open heaven realm. The fact that he could be defeated in such a short span of time only served to show just how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was. Moreover, this was after Black Crow Divine Monarch had been killed already. If this were before he had suffered death once, how much strength could he have exerted? For a moment, Pei Wenxian was both thankful and frustrated. He was thankful that Black Crow Divine Monarch was heavily injured at the moment but frustrated that his identity token was gone as a result. Inside the blood chi that resembled a quagmire, Yang Kai's movements were sluggish but his expression was calm as he roared, "Break!" A small pitch-black light appeared at the top of the Azure Dragon's spear. When this pitch-black dot appeared, it was only the size of a pea. However, it immediately expanded wildly and turned into a massive black hole. Everything instantly collapsed. Rupture. Martial Peak. Chapter 4258. Joining forces to battle a divine monarch. Blood chi poured into the black hole that appeared and vanished into nothingness, allowing Yang Kai to break free of its restraints and thrust his spear straight at Black Crow Divine Monarch. This attack was made in a direct, seemingly straightforward, simple, and ordinary manner. However, it contained intense murderous intent, perfectly demonstrating the strength of Yang Kai's personal spear technique. The Tao of Space. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes. He distinctly felt the fluctuation of the space principles at that moment. Moreover, he could infer from those fluctuations that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were superb. As those words left his mouth, the spear sliced through the air towards him. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to avoid the attack but was surprised to find that it had sealed off all his paths of retreat. There was no way to dodge. The spear pierced through his head and came out through the back. If it were a normal cultivator, they would not have survived after receiving such heavy injuries. But the person who received this wound was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarch, who even revived after being sliced clean in half. Yang Kai did not reveal the slightest hint of joy at succeeding. The truth was that this attack had not affected Black Crow Divine Monarch in any significant way. Although the Azure Dragon Spear had pierced Black Crow Divine Monarch's head, Yang Kai had not felt the sense of having stabbed anything. It was as though Black Crow Divine Monarch's head did not contain any resistance whatsoever at that moment. "Boy, where did you get this spear?" Black Crow Divine Monarch asked in surprise. He had a good eye, so he instantly noticed just how extraordinary the Azure Dragon Spear was. This brat is not only proficient in the Tao of Space but also in possession of such an astounding treasure. He probably comes from quite a prominent background. Why are you spouting such nonsense? Just die, old dog. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The spear trembled slightly and a jet-black flame suddenly spread out across its length, igniting Black Crow Divine Monarch's head. Ah! Black Crow Divine Monarch screamed loudly and his body abruptly retreated backward. The hole in the middle of his forehead swiftly sealed up, leaving him uninjured. Be that as it may, the pitch-black flames continued to burn him, causing him to suffer excruciating pain as he screamed in horror, "Golden Crow's true fire! You condensed the Golden Crow's true fire?" While screaming, his heart flooded with a deep sense of regret. He had tried to possess Yang Kai earlier, but in the end, he suffered miserably inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea and severely damaged his foundation in the process. He had been forced to separate out a thread of his consciousness in order to create a diversion to escape. When he finally possessed Xueqi and obtained a physical body, he thought that it would be easy for him to get rid of the juniors around him. But how could he have known that Yang Kai would wield a high-rank element power? Not to mention, this was the Golden Crow's true fire that was said to be able to burn everything in existence. Didn't that mean this boy condensed high-rank open heaven elements? If Yang Kai could even condense the Golden Crow's true fire, then condensing the other high-rank elements clearly would not be a problem. In other words, this boy had the qualifications to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. What terrifying aptitude! How many people throughout the ages have been capable of breaking through directly to the high-rank open heaven realm? It was impossible to imagine what kind of achievements Xueqi would have in the future with such a high starting point. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch was wallowing in regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have given up on trying to possess Xueqi no matter what. He would have fought to the death in order to possess Xueqi. Who could say for sure? He might have stood a chance to succeed. It was unfortunate if he lost, but what if he won? Then, he would have obtained an extremely high starting point and his future achievements would be many times higher than that of the past. Unfortunately, he had already possessed Xueqi and nothing would change even if he felt regret. He was originally just a remnant soul. In addition, he had been heavily injured. He no longer had the strength to possess anybody else at the moment. While screaming, his blood chi surged violently to force out the Golden Crow's true fire inside his body. The flames of the Golden Crow's true fire continued to rage without fuel even after falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Xueqi attacked again with his spear. His expression was as calm as jade, but his attacks were as fierce as a dragon's. His spear formed shadows that filled the sky, and every blow landed on Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points. At the same time, Pei Wenxian attacked from the side with his coiling dragon shears. The coiling dragon shears made a clicking noise every time it opened and closed, constantly cutting away at the blood chi surrounding Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Likewise, Chu Huashang was not idle. She held a lute in her hands, strumming the strings lightly. Plucking sounds that resembled the sound of beads clattering onto a jade plate rang out. These sounds transformed into invisible attacks that disturbed Black Crow Divine Monarch's concentration. She also set up countless crimson silk threads that crisscrossed all over the Grand Hall to form a network that hampered Black Crow Divine Monarch's movements. At this moment, Black Crow Divine Monarch was facing 3 enemies at once. Thus, his situation was disadvantageous for a while. Among the 3 of them, what caused him the greatest headache was not Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears nor Chu Huashang's lute, but Xueqi's azure dragon spear. Each attack from the spear displayed a refinement that was beyond anything he had ever encountered in his life. He simply could not imagine how a cultivator could execute such exquisite spear techniques. It was like watching a famous grandmaster crafting a masterpiece. Each attack from the spear was a work of art. He could understand if it were a cultivator with low strength who wholeheartedly cultivated the spear Dao. Since they lacked strength, they could only make up for their shortcomings with technique. However, skill did not determine victory or defeat in the Emperor realm. What really decided everything was strength. No matter how skilled a person was, it was useless if their strength was inferior to their opponent. It would be one thing if Xueqi's spear technique was simply amazing, but the critical point was that the spear itself was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the spear was also covered in the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. It truly made Black Crow Divine Monarch suffer greatly as a result. Due to a momentary lapse of concentration, Black Crow Divine Monarch was consecutively stabbed several times by Xueqi. He screamed in pain and had no choice but to force out more blood chi to purge the Golden Crow's true fire that was burning his body. Pei Wenxian's coiling dragon shears played a huge role in this situation. With every cut he made, he shaved off some of Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality and caused the latter to weaken steadily. Enough! Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously. With a wave of his hand, 2 spots of bloodlight suddenly flew out from the skeleton on the round platform. They transformed into a pair of butterfly daggers, one for each hand. This artifact was clearly one he used in the past. Furthermore, it was an artifact used by a high-rank open heaven realm master. It would surely be of high quality. With the twin butterfly daggers in hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakening momentum suddenly soared again. He crossed the twin daggers and brought them down on the azure dragon spear. A mighty force spread out and sent Xueqi flying backwards. The twin daggers in his hands trembled slightly as he turned the 2 blades into a stream of light that shot towards Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. Pei Wenxian was shocked and immediately used the coiling dragon shears to defend himself. Contrary to his expectations, the coiling dragon shears had only just come into contact with the blade light when they shattered into pieces with a loud explosion. His artifact was unable to stop the blade light, and the strength of the light blade did not weaken as it slashed down on him. How could he afford to care about his pride at such a dangerous moment? He threw himself on the ground like a dog lunging for food, and a large piece of flesh was sliced off his back. Also, most of the silk thread network that Chu Huashang spent so much effort to arrange was sliced apart and destroyed by the blade light, which did not stop and slashed down at her lute. The sound of strings snapping rang out as they were all cut apart. Chu Huashang spurted out blood and was thrown backwards. Even so, the blade light continued to chase after her, threatening her life. All of a sudden, Yang Kai appeared with a flash. His spear swept across the blade light and sent it flying as he turned to look at her and asked, "Senior Sister Chu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." She slowly shook her head. Yang Kai immediately spun around and leapt forward. Arriving in front of Black Crow Divine Monarch in the blink of an eye, he stabbed out. Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Yang Kai coldly, neither blocking nor dodging. More importantly, a slightly mocking smile crept onto the corner of his lips. Yang Kai immediately sensed that something was wrong as a huge sense of crisis befell him. At the same time, he saw a blade light coming towards him from the left. It was the blade light that slashed down on Pei Wenxian earlier. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He immediately drew upon the powers within his Dao seal and formed a dragon shield around his body to protect himself. The khaki's yellow dragon shield had only just formed when the blade light came slashing down. The sound of something shattering rang out and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Yang Kai retreated by several tens of meters with a new wound at his waist, one so deep that bone was showing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's gaze was scorching, a high-rank earth element power. The Dragon Shield secret technique was obviously formed from a high-rank earth element power. Combined with the Golden Crow's true fire that Yang Kai displayed earlier, Black Crow Divine Monarch became more and more convinced that Yang Kai was aiming to become a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master directly. This brat is definitely a rare genius. Yang Kai lowered his head to gaze at the wound on his waist. The spear in his hand trembled slightly as he lifted it with one hand and stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch mockingly. "Seems a Divine Monarch is nothing much." Black Crow Divine Monarch snorted. "What an arrogant mouth you have, boy. I will make you beg for mercy on your knees soon enough." While saying so, his body jerked slightly and took the initiative to fall apart of his own volition. He transformed into hundreds of thousands of blood crows that cawed loudly. They covered the sky as they threw themselves at Yang Kai. Yang Kai kicked off against the ground and backed away but kept his eyes forward. He realized that his enemy feared his Golden Crow's true fire. That was why he created hundreds of thousands of blood crows to confuse him. He did not know what kind of secret technique it was that could produce such shocking effects, and it did not look like part of the orthodox bloodlight scripture. It was most likely Black Crow Divine Monarch's own divine ability. Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out from all around. "Boy, this monarch believes that you have a bright future ahead of you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can spare your life." Possessing Yang Kai was no longer an option, but subduing and taking Yang Kai under him could also be considered a kind of compensation. The brat was a genius who could probably advance into the high-rank Open Heaven realm in the future, so accepting Yang Kai as his subordinate was not a bad idea. His voice floated around, giving no hint of his true location. There was no way for anybody to figure out which blood crow his soul was hiding in. If it were anybody else, they would have no means of attacking in this situation. However, Yang Kai put the Azure Dragon Spear away and summoned a bottle gourd instead. He pointed the mouth of the gourd forward and grinned wickedly. "This junior is honored by your offer and would like to offer a gift to show his thanks, Divine Monarch. Please accept it." While saying so, he activated the power of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Bottle Gourd, sending a blinding light pouring out of it to sweep across the flock of blood crows. The Yuan Magnetic Divine Light was a 6th-order metal element power, and even a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would need to use their world force to block it. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch withstand this attack? Countless blood crows were struck by the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light and instantly riddled with holes, dropping to the ground while cawing loudly before turning into puddles of blood. In just a few breaths of time, 20% of the blood crows were destroyed while the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light poured out strongly and continuously. Although those blood crows were numerous, they could not penetrate the defenses of the Yuan Magnetic Divine Light, much less approach Yang Kai. Chu Huashang hurriedly came to stand behind Yang Kai, lest Black Crow Divine Monarch attack her. On the other hand, Pei Wenxian also scrambled on all fours and ran over. Yang Kai turned to faintly glance at him, causing the former's face to twitch slightly, but he did not know what to say. Martial Peak. Chapter 4259. Do you dare to fight me? Pei Wenxian was feeling very complicated. It was not as if he had never heard about how Yang Kai defeated Yu Luosha in one move in the Azura arena. The truth was that this information had quickly spread far and wide after the incident. So many people knew about it. However, he had not believed those rumors. That was because he knew how capable Yu Luosha was. She might not be as strong as him, but she was not much weaker either. Core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like themselves were capable of fighting to a certain extent, even if they encountered a low-rank open heaven realm master. Therefore, the reason Yang Kai defeated Yu Luosha in one move when they were in the same realm was either a sneak attack or Yu Luosha had greatly underestimated her opponent. When Pei Wenxian met Yang Kai at the Blood Lake, he wanted to test his ability. It was just that Chu Huashang had stepped in to stop him at the time, so he could only give up. He had been feeling extremely unconvinced as a result. But by the looks of things, it was fortunate that Chu Huashang had intervened back then. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself instead. He was practically helpless against Black Crow Divine Monarch's attacks, and it had taken all his strength just to fight back just a few times. Even his coiling dragon shears were destroyed in the process. On the other hand, Yang Kai was able to hold his ground against the enemy with confidence. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Such talent was completely unheard of, and his ability to defeat Yu Luosha in one move no longer seemed like an exaggeration now. Pei Wenxian had always thought highly of himself, so he couldn't help feeling rather deflated at the moment. Blood crows flew about within the spacious grand hall, cawing loudly. It was very distracting. The Yuan magnetic divine light flashed brightly. Thanks to the sixth order metal element power, the countless blood crows could not approach them. Once in a while, the occasional blood crow would manage to penetrate the defenses, but they were killed by Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian in short order. Every single blood crow they killed would transform into a strand of crimson blood qi that dissipated in the grand halls. All of a sudden, the hundreds of thousands of blood crows gathered and merged together once more to return to their original appearance. It was just that Black Crow Divine Monarch's complexion was slightly paler compared to before. His aura was also no longer at its peak, and it was obvious that he was heavily injured. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. Kill! Yang Kai turned the mouth of the gourd around, and the Yuan magnetic divine light immediately gushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. At the same time, he reached out his free hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. With a flash of his body, Yang Kai charged towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian immediately followed suit. They were both well versed in grasping the flow of the battle. Black Crow Divine Monarch's aura was obviously at an all-time low, so with the opportunity to defeat him right in front of their eyes, how could they not act? Three figures attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch, surrounding him from three different directions. Yang Kai took the lead while Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang supported him from the side. They did not engage Black Crow Divine Monarch too much and only attacked whenever the opportunity arose. With the combined forces of these three, the battle with Black Crow Divine Monarch instantly became extremely heated. However, the three of them became increasingly frightened the longer they fought. At this moment, it was clear that Black Crow Divine Monarch's strength had dropped sharply. Even so, he continued to fight them on equal footing. It just went to show how powerful he used to be. Luckily, the three of them had whittled down a considerable amount of his blood qi earlier. Otherwise, it would have been an extremely dangerous battle for them. Inside the tightly shut grand hall, the lights of various secret techniques and artifacts flared blindingly. At the same time, these lights were accompanied by several groans and grunts. It didn't matter whether it was Black Crow Divine Monarch or Yang Kai's party. Both sides were covered in wounds in just a short period. Black Crow Divine Monarch's blood light scripture was extremely troublesome. All the injuries to his body would only cause his vitality to drop by a small margin, while even the most lethal and fatal injuries could not kill him. That was in stark contrast to the situation when Yang Kai and the two others were injured. The blood from their wounds seemed to be guided by some kind of invisible force, transforming it into blood mist that gathered around Black Crow Divine Monarch and poured into his body, vanishing from sight to become part of his strength. Yang Kai had the wood element power stemming from the essence of the immortal tree, as well as a very pure Dragon Clan bloodline flowing in his body. Therefore, his regenerative abilities were incredible and his wounds healed very quickly. For this reason, the bloodlight scripture affected him the least. Unfortunately, The same could not be said for Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang. It was hard to say exactly how much vitality they lost in such a short period, but their complexions were now extremely pale. Nevertheless, nobody retreated after things had come this far. That was because all three of them knew that only one side would survive the battle today. The slightest negligence or sign of weakness could bring about an irreversible and catastrophic outcome. Kill! Yang Kai's roar reverberated throughout the Grand Hall as his spear stabbed forward and space principles fluctuated wildly. The spear disregarded the barriers of space and stabbed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch's head even though he was standing 1,000 meters away. Black Crow Divine Monarch narrowed his eyes and lifted his hands to push out a wall of blood cheap. There was a loud explosion and Yang Kai was sent flying by the impact. Similarly, Black Crow Divine Monarch was also thrown backwards. He spun lightly in mid-air and landed on the ground, glaring at Yang Kai with deep hatred as he viciously snarled. Just you wait, Junior. Once this monarch replenishes his strength, he will return to fight you again. After saying that, he turned around and shot a blast of light behind him. Yang Kai felt his heart jump in horror as he witnessed this. He hurriedly stopped his body from flying backward any further and shouted, "Stop him! He's trying to escape!" How could Pei Wenxian and Chu Huashang dare to hold back upon hearing those words? They quickly unleashed their secret techniques at Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply ignored them. He forcefully took on the brunt of their divine abilities, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood while his back was turned into a bloody mess. In the meantime, there was a loud rumbling sound and the gates that had been closed all this while opened all of a sudden. Before the gates even finished opening, Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and rushed out. Yang Kai and the two others felt their hearts freezing in fear at the sight. It had to be said that hundreds or even thousands of cultivators were gathered on the three islands, the Blood Lake, and the lake shore outside the Grand Hall. With a heaven-defying evil art like the Bloodlight scripture, Black Crow Divine Monarch would only need to kill a few people and devour their vitality to recover completely. How were the three of them supposed to fight him if that happened? The gates have opened. An exclamation suddenly sounded from outside the Grand Hall. It was obvious that more people had arrived at the palace in the middle of the lake while the three of them had been battling Black Crow Divine Monarch inside. It was just that the gates had been firmly shut, so they could not enter. Now that the gates had opened so suddenly, it was only natural for them to be pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Yang Kai quickly gave chase with his spear in hand. He had only taken a few steps when he heard several short screams coming from outside the palace. By the time he rushed out of the Grand Hall, 3 corpses were lying at the entrance of the Grand Hall. They had died a miserable death and all the vitality from their bodies had been sucked out, leaving them as little more than withered husks. The cultivators who could arrive at the palace in the middle of the lake were the elite amongst the elite. However, who among them could withstand the assault of Black Crow Divine Monarch, especially when he was essentially launching a sneak attack? They were immediately killed on the spot. Yang Kai suddenly felt as though his eyes were about to pop. An intense feeling of danger enveloped him. He looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch running across the Blood Lake. There were several cultivators cautiously making their way across the Blood Lake. They seemed to be heading towards the palace in the middle of the lake. Upon sensing the commotion in front, they looked up and saw Black Crow Divine Monarch traveling towards them in the opposite direction. All of them were shocked. After all, the Blood Lake only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. Somebody had tried to retreat earlier only to end up dying on the spot. So, why was this person completely unscathed? Just as they were puzzling over this question, Black Crow Divine Monarch lifted his hand and shot out several rays of bloodlight. These cultivators were already walking on thin ice in the first place, and most of their concentration was used to maintain the circulation of the Bloodlight scripture. Thus, they were completely powerless to resist these attacks. The bloodlight reached them in an instant and enveloped them completely. A dense blood mist leaked out of the bodies of those cultivators, who were enveloped by the bloodlight at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. All the blood essence in their bodies flowed out quickly, and when the bloodlight returned to Black Crow Divine Monarch, those cultivators who had been turned into mummified corpses fell into the blood lake. Xueqi, how dare you steal the blood essence of others? You will definitely suffer the heaven's wrath for committing such evil and despicable acts. Somebody who probably knew Xueqi roared furiously. Black Crow Divine Monarch was naturally unmoved. He simply waved a hand in that direction, shooting a ray of bloodlight at that person, who in turn roared furiously and summoned his artifact to fight back. Run! That isn't Xueqi. It's a divine monarch who seized his body to revive himself. He's not an enemy you can fight. Yang Kai circulated his strength to his throat and shouted so that his voice was transmitted clearly across the entire surroundings. Everybody was shocked and horrified. At that moment, several others fell to the attacks of Black Crow Divine Monarch. They lost all the vitality in their bodies and perished. The rest of the cultivators became terrified upon witnessing that sight. The cultivators on the third island hurriedly got up and rushed towards the shore when they saw Black Crow Divine Monarch heading straight towards them. There had been a restriction placed on the Blood Lake that only allowed a person to move forward but not retreat. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch was currently safe and sound while running in the opposite direction. It gave them a glimmer of hope, and sure enough, they discovered that the restriction had lost effect at some point in time when they tried to retreat to the shore. It was most likely because the palace in the middle of the lake had been opened. For a time, all the cultivators on the first and second islands all turned around and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, the people who were gathered on the shore scattered far away, keeping a distance that could ensure their absolute safety. Black Crow Divine Monarch stopped in the middle of the Blood Lake and turned around to glare at Yang Kai hatefully. Junior, I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces for ruining my good deed. If possible, he would not have exposed his identity. He would have preferred to silently possess and replace a person, so that he could slowly take his time to cultivate and reach the heights he once achieved in his past life. Unfortunately, his attempt at possession had failed. Moreover, he was forced by Yang Kai and the others to reveal himself in order to replenish his strength. His secret could no longer be kept hidden at this point. It was conceivable that countless masters would hunt him down as soon as he left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Black Crow Divine Monarch, do you dare to fight me? Yang Kai lifted his spear and pointed forward, shouting with his arms raised. If I leave this old dog alone, he will only become stronger and stronger in the future. If I want to kill him, I have to do it now. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. Why do I have to fear? Junior, just stay there obediently. This monarch will deal with you later. After saying that, he suddenly raised both his arms. The gigantic blood lake seemed to be lifted by some kind of force, and the surface of the lake that had remained calm all this while suddenly began to churn violently, gurgling and bubbling as though it was boiling. When the bubbles burst open, they released dense blood chi. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss that continuously devoured the blood chi. Yang Kai felt his entire body going cold with fear. The Blood Lake was definitely something Blood Monster Divine Monarch prepared for his inheritance disciple. After all, there was no point in inheriting his Blood Dao inheritance and cultivating the Bloodlight Scripture if one did not have enough vitality. That was why he prepared this Blood Lake in advance. Yang Kai had not given much thought to this matter before, so it was not until this moment that he understood. All the water in the Blood Lake was formed from genuine fresh blood. Just how many people were sacrificed to fill such a large blood lake? As expected, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good or kind man either. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4260, Fleeing. Black Crow Divine Monarch was unstoppable now. Having devoured all the vitality contained within the Blood Lake, his aura increased to new heights. Not only were his injuries from before completely healed, but he also experienced a huge boost in strength. His strength had reached a level where it was simply impossible to resist. Let's meet again in the future. Pei Wenxian immediately shouted at the sight. Turning around, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke and fled in a certain direction. He traveled across several dozen kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that he was very clever indeed. He knew that nobody here was Black Crow Divine Monarch's equal in terms of strength. Furthermore, the first thing Black Crow Divine Monarch would do once he finished devouring the Blood Lake was to come after Yang Kai. The old fart had suffered so badly at Yang Kai's hands after all. It was only natural for him to take his revenge against him. Knowing all of this, why would Pei Wenxian continue to stick around with Yang Kai? Yang Kai was so vexed that his teeth nearly cracked from grinding together. However, he did not dare to delay either. He grabbed Chu Huashang by the arm and shouted, "Let's go!" With a flicker of his figure, He chased after Pei Wenxian, and it didn't take long before the cloud of black smoke appeared in his field of vision. Pei Wenxian turned around and nearly spat blood at the sight. "You bastard! Why are you chasing after me? We are unrelated to each other. Mind your own business and go your own separate ways." Yang Kai did not stop moving. Space principles fluctuated and he arrived in front of Pei Wenxian with Chu Huashang in tow. "Brother Pei, you and I have faced life and death together. We wouldn't have gotten to know each other otherwise. I admire your abilities greatly, Brother Pei. Senior sister Chu is currently in poor condition, so I need to bring her somewhere to treat her injuries first. I'll have to trouble you to delay Black Crow Divine Monarch for a little while." After having said his piece, space principles fluctuated in consecutive motions and Yang Kai vanished out of Pei Wenxian's field of vision. Pei Wenxian couldn't help cursing out loud. He had also attacked Black Crow Divine Monarch back at the Grand Hall, and although his attacks were not as damaging as Yang Kai's due to his lack of strength, there was no denying that he had participated. If Black Crow Divine Monarch came chasing in this direction and caught sight of him, the former would not go easy on him. Hence, he had been counting on Yang Kai to buy him some time to escape. Who could have known that Yang Kai would have the same idea? It truly was a case of karmic consequences. He reaped what he sowed. The black smoke halted abruptly, revealing Pei Wenxian's figure. He did not dare to flee in the same direction as Yang Kai. Therefore, he could only turn and flee in a different direction. At the same time, he fervently prayed in his heart that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not come and cause trouble for him. His identity token had been destroyed, and although he did not fear encountering anybody else, Black Crow Divine Monarch was not somebody he could contend against with his strength alone. He had not escaped far when he detected a bloody stench in the wind coming from behind him. Turning back to look behind him, Pei Wenxian was instantly stricken with terror. In the direction of the blood lake, he could see a blood cloud flying close to the ground and heading in this direction at a high speed. Moreover, there was a large face within the blood cloud. It looked so ferocious that it was absolutely horrifying. The mouth that was opened wide roared continuously, as though intending to devour the world itself. The blood cloud traveled extremely quickly and arrived within several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. That face was glaring intently in the direction that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had fled just now. Thus Pei Wenxian secretly rejoiced. The thought had only just crossed his mind when the face suddenly turned to glance in this direction. It was just a passing glance, but Pei Wenxian immediately felt the sense of crisis looming over him. The face opened its mouth and a blood arrow shot out, slicing through the void and arriving in front of Pei Wenxian in an instant. The blood light immediately filled his vision, so he did not hesitate to bite his tongue and spray out a mouthful of blood essence. The demon qi in his body simultaneously surged violently. He had only just finished this when the blood arrow enveloped him. There was a huge explosion and the entire world seemed to shatter from the impact. An enormous pit in the ground appeared out of nowhere and dust flew everywhere. It was not until half a day later that a subtle movement stirred the dirt inside the deep pit in the ground. A large hand dug out of the earth and immediately after that, a bloody figure climbed out of the pit. He lay weakly on the ground, facing the sky without moving, his aura extremely weak. Who else could it be but Pei Wenxian? If an ordinary cultivator were in his shoes, they would not have any chance of surviving the attack. The only ending waiting for them was a death so tragic that not even their bones would be left. It was fortunate that he was a core disciple of Myriad Demons Heaven and his heritage was extremely rich, so he managed to survive after exhausting all his methods and strength. Although he managed to survive, he was heavily injured as a result. It was impossible for him to fight anybody else with these injuries, not unless he recuperated for a month or two first. However, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was filled with dangers, so where would he find a safe place to recuperate from his injuries? There was a high chance that he would be eaten by the monster beasts here before he could recover. Thus he cursed in his heart, "Yang Kai, you bastard! If I survive this ordeal, I will definitely get my revenge on you one day." On the other side, Yang Kai was busy fleeing for his life. At some point, he had placed Chu Huashang into the small sealed world so she could treat her injuries. It was not the seductress' first time entering the small sealed world anyway, as she had entered it once before when leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. With the help of space principles, Yang Kai was second to none when it came to escaping. He even managed to escape from a sixth-order open heaven realm master like the proprietress for a time in the past. What was Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had only just possessed Xueqi, in comparison. No matter how powerful Black Crow Divine Monarch was, he was limited by Xueqi's physical body. Hence, the strength that he could exert was also limited. Half a day later, Xueqi fled so far that Black Crow Divine Monarch was nowhere to be seen. He hid inside a cave in one of the mountains, sitting cross-legged to rest. At the same time, he used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world to check on Chu Huashang's condition. Chu Huashang was quite badly injured. First, she was affected by dissonance in her cultivation from cultivating the false bloodlight scripture. Then, she was wounded countless times and had most of her vitality devoured by Black Crow Divine Monarch. For that reason, her aura was currently very weak. It was fortunate that her life was not in danger and she only needed to recuperate for several days to recover fully. After confirming that Chu Huashang was all right, Xueqi withdrew his mind from the small sealed world. The fact that there was another divine monarch inside the blood monster cave heaven was probably something nobody had ever expected. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life by possessing another. The various cave heavens and paradises would not ignore this situation once the information spread to the outside. Black Crow Divine Monarch was bound to face all sorts of troubles when the blood monster cave heaven closed. In the worst case, he might even be hunted down by numerous masters. Whether or not he could keep himself safe at the time was an unknown variable. It stood to reason that he would not have the excess energy to deal with Xueqi at that time. In other words, Xueqi had to make sure that he could safely escape from the blood monster cave heaven. Fortunately, the blood monster cave heaven was very large, so as long as he remained careful, it would not be difficult to avoid meeting Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Just as that thought came to mind though, Xueqi felt his heart jump in fright. An inexplicable chill suddenly flooded his body, and he did not hesitate to push his space principles and vanish from the spot. At the same moment that his figure vanished out of sight, two blood snakes suddenly lunged out from their hiding places. These two blood snakes were very well hidden, and it was not until they made their move that they revealed a trace of their aura. If Xueqi had not reacted so swiftly, he would have fallen prey to the attack just now. Consequently, the blood snakes bit into nothing but air. Following that, they transformed into blood and the cave was instantly filled with an extremely unpleasant stench. Even the ground was corroded into a deep pit. Xueqi turned around to look behind him and gave a horrified exclamation, "Black Crow Divine Monarch." Somewhere no more than 30 kilometers away, a blood cloud entered his vision. Moreover, there was a lifelike face in the middle of the blood cloud. It was none other than Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Sensing the space principle's fluctuations, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately turned to look in this direction with an evil grin. "I found you, boy." Whilst saying that, a portion of his blood chi turned into a large hand that came crashing down on Xueqi. The sky instantly darkened and all the light was quickly obscured as a result. After his palm slammed down on Xueqi, he frowned slightly because Xueqi had made a swift escape and disappeared with a flash of his figure. Black Crow Divine Monarch was filled with hatred. This brat is extremely proficient in the Tao of space. How troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, Xueqi was also feeling extremely annoyed at the moment. I believe I ran far enough. How did Black Crow Divine Monarch find me? Could it be that he left some sort of soul mark on me? Is that why he can track my whereabouts? If that's the case, it would explain how he managed to rush here so quickly. Spreading out his divine sense, Xueqi investigated his knowledge sea and body, but despite checking every corner of himself thoroughly, he did not find anything. Thus, he scowled fiercely. In an attempt to confirm his conjecture, Xueqi escaped to a location that was even further away and secretly hid himself. That was not all. He also summoned the shadowless veil and covered himself with it. The shadowless veil was something that could even fool the perception of a mid-rank open heaven realm master, who was not actively searching for him. Although it had its limits, it was still an amazing treasure. In less than 6 hours though, Xueqi saw a blood cloud rushing through the sky from the distant horizon at high speed. Black Crow Divine Monarch shouted from afar before he even arrived. "Boy, cease your futile resistance. You will never escape from this monarch even if you flee to the ends of the world." Xueqi was furious and was now certain that Black Crow Divine Monarch had placed some sort of mark on him. Otherwise, how could the latter accurately determine his whereabouts twice? It was just that he had no idea what kind of mark it was, so he had no way of removing it. Yang Kai initially planned to avoid the old dog until the blood monster cave heaven closed, as everything would be over after that. Unfortunately, it would seem that he was far too naive. In that case, he could only go all out and fight. This time around, he would not have Chu Huashang or Pei Wenxian with him. It would literally be a one-on-one battle. Yang Kai remained hidden from view. Judging by the first time his whereabouts were exposed, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not determine his precise location despite the mark on his body, and only had a general idea of his location. Otherwise, Black Crow Divine Monarch would not have used those blood snakes to search for him. Yang Kai's conjecture turned out to be correct. It didn't take long for the blood cloud to arrive within 10 kilometers of Yang Kai's vicinity. The large face glanced about the surroundings for a while before its gaze fixed on the spot where Yang Kai was located. The blood cloud trembled slightly as numerous blood snakes emerged and immediately disappeared out of sight after landing on the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch then shouted, "Brat, don't say this monarch did not give you any chance. Although you embarrassed this monarch greatly, it does not change the fact that this monarch appreciates your abilities. I will spare your life if you come forward on your own initiative. Refuse, and it will be difficult for you to survive once this monarch captures you." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to those words. This guy relentlessly chased me for over 10,000 kilometers just to kill me. Who would believe him when he utters such nonsense at this time? Chi chi chi. A series of noises came from Yang Kai's surroundings. It was the slithering sounds of countless blood snakes moving around. Just listening to those sounds made one's scalp tingle in fear. Yang Kai, who was in hiding, could even discern clearly that the countless blood snakes were forming an extremely large net as they swept towards him like a blanket. At this rate, his location would be exposed once they reached his hiding spot. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4261. Desperate Battle. The endless hissing of the blood snakes entered Yang Kai's ears. Their bodies wriggled forward, gradually approaching the place where he was standing. "I'm going to be found." He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to suppress both his heartbeat and his aura to make himself seem as still as a rock, becoming completely motionless. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a gamble. Although he could use space principles to escape, the old dog was as persistent as maggots on rotting bones. He could not escape, which was extremely troublesome. The overwhelming number of blood snakes were creeping closer and closer. 30 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes and raised his hand to grab at something. The Azure Dragon's spear immediately appeared in his grip. Following that, his Dao seal shone brightly as he poured the power of the Golden Crow's true fire into the spear. Lifting his spear, he stepped forward and pointed the spear to the front. Space principles fluctuated as he thrust forward and roared, "Eat this, old dog!" Black Crow Divine Monarch noticed the movement as soon as Yang Kai took action. Thus, the face in the middle of the blood cloud immediately turned to look in his direction. The countless blood snakes in the surroundings leaped forward with their mouths opened wide towards Yang Kai from all directions. The blood snakes attacked in a frenzy and Yang Kai's figure was torn to shreds. However, it was only his afterimage. His actual body had already arrived in front of the blood cloud, his spear stabbing forward like a dragon. Hung. The large face was pierced right through by the spear. A huge hole appeared, causing the face to become so distorted that it was practically incapable of taking shape once more. The pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire spread out in all directions, wantonly burning Salala. The blood cloud evaporated in large patches. Even so, Black Crow Divine Monarch was calm and unaffected as his voice rang out faintly. "Junior, your courage is admirable. It's a pity that your actions are foolhardy." He quickly sliced away the parts of the blood cloud that was being burned by the Golden Crow's true fire. Then, the endless blood cloud rolled and wrapped around Yang Kai. "Let's see where you can run now." He let out a wicked laugh. What troubled him the most was not Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear or the Golden Crow's true fire. Rather, it was his space principles. If Yang Kai was determined to escape, he would not be able to catch up to him. Even if he could use his secret technique to determine Yang Kai's general location, the Yang Kai's instantaneous movement was too difficult to counter. Who could have expected that Yang Kai would stop running and throw himself into the trap instead? That was just what Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted. Xueqi was enveloped by the blood cloud which had heaven-sealing, earth-locking properties. Even if he was proficient in the Tao of space, he could not perform instantaneous movement again. The winner of this battle would be determined once he was trapped to death inside the blood cloud. The blood chi inside the blood cloud contained an extremely strong corrosive property that eroded away at Xueqi's body. It instantly damaged him so badly that he was covered in blood. Despite looking miserable, the look in Xueqi's eyes was as aggressive as ever as he coldly snarled, "Who said I was going to run?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was slightly confused, but before he could react, he heard Xueqi shout something. On this day, the golden crow casts the sun, below the heavens, above the earth, only I am supreme. A great sun suddenly leaped out from within the blood cloud, as though it was a newly born star. Inside the sun, a three-legged golden crow danced playfully and joyously. A faint crowing could be heard coming from within the brilliant light. The majestic radiance caused the world to collapse and the surroundings to tremble. The aura in Xueqi's body soared to incredible heights in an instant. Black Crow Divine Monarch exclaimed in utter disbelief, "A divine manifestation." He was a seventh-order open heaven realm master in the past, so it stood to reason that he was very knowledgeable. He could tell at a glance that the golden crow casts the sun was not just an ordinary divine ability. On the contrary, Xueqi had already condensed his very own divine manifestations. There were two methods by which one could comprehend a divine manifestation. The first was to condense high-rank open heaven element powers. The second condition was to reach the high-rank open heaven realm and comprehend one's own element powers to the extreme. These were, supposedly, the only methods to comprehend a divine manifestation. Nevertheless, those were only the most basic requirements. As far as Black Crow Divine Monarch knew, throughout all of recorded history, all those who had divine manifestations were in the high-rank open heaven realm. He had never heard of anybody in the mid or low rank having comprehended one, much less a mere Emperor Realm Jr. In fact, even many high-rank open heaven realm masters did not possess a divine manifestation. Even he had only managed to barely comprehend a divine manifestation when he was a seventh-order open heaven realm master in the past. This boy is only in the half-step open heaven realm. That's still within the range of the Emperor realm. How does he have his own divine manifestation? Black Crow Divine Monarch could not believe his eyes. Be that as it may, his senses told him that this attack was indeed a divine manifestation. I was tricked again. His heart jumped in fright. This brat might look like he is attacking me out of desperation, but he was waiting for this very moment to strike a decisive blow. Damn it! This boy is too deceptive, hiding his cards like this. Everybody had fought desperately inside the place in the middle of the blood lake and revealed all their best methods in the process. However, Xueqi had kept this biggest card hidden all this while. As a result, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mistakenly assumed that Xueqi's strength was still limited to common sense. Who could have known that he would receive such an unpleasant surprise here? The great sun hung in the sky, almost as though it was an actual sun. It was just a sun that was countless times smaller than normal. The blood cloud that surrounded the great sun was completely powerless to resist and swiftly began evaporating. It didn't take long before a large clean space in the sky was cleared out. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a strange cry and the blood cloud abruptly shrunk and swirled about before it transformed into Xueqi's appearance. Before he could even stabilize his figure though, a bright light filled his vision from the front. He looked up and saw Xueqi's spear piercing straight towards him, the great sun manifesting at its tip. I will die if I fail to block this attack. Panic filled his heart for a moment. Black Crow Divine Monarch had always held the upper hand in the fight earlier, no matter how hard Xueqi, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang fought back. Hence, he had not even panicked. Besides, he had Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Blood Tao inheritance and cultivated the Blood Light scripture. As long as his injuries were not too severe, he would be able to quickly recover. However, this attack was different. Black Crow Divine Monarch was certain that not even his ashes would remain if this attack struck him head-on. He would be completely vaporized, to the point where nothing of him would remain. With death looming right before his eyes, Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately became eerily calm. 2 flashes of blood light rushed out from his body and entered his hands, transforming into his twin butterfly daggers. A raging fighting spirit erupted out of his body as he crossed his twin daggers above his head and shouted furiously. I never imagined that there would come a day when this monarch would be forced to go all out against a mere boy tens of thousands of years in the future. Brat, you have nobody but yourself to blame if you die at this monarch's hands. Xueqi shouted a response upon hearing those words. Divine monarch, I will not mourn your death either if you die. Ha ha ha. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. Good, very good. As they spoke, the distance between them shortened quickly. Xueqi urged the strength in his body to the limits, and even the Tao seal in his body began trembling slightly. Likewise, Black Crow Divine Monarch's vitality surged madly. Hong! An explosion rang out. At the same time, a huge and bright ball of light exploded. Black Crow Divine Monarch's twin daggers blocked the great sun. In that moment, he attacked countless times. The knife shadows covered the entire sky, slashing down with incredible power in each stroke. At the same time, Xueqi wielded his spear techniques to the extreme. They transformed into boundless spear shadows and the dragon roars shook the sky continuously. The spear in his hand practically turned into a true dragon that devoured Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Their figures passed by each other and the light gradually faded. Black Crow Divine Monarch coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and staggered unsteadily. Using his two daggers to steady himself against the ground, he barely managed to stop himself from falling. At this moment, the left side of his body was gone and the wriggling internal organs in his abdomen could clearly be seen. It was just that these injuries were nothing under the profound effects of the bloodlight scripture. He had come back to life even after being sliced in half by the divine ability sealed within Pei Wenxian's identity token. So what were injuries like these in comparison? His flesh squirmed and blood gathered in that spot. The half of his body that he lost was soon regrew in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Xueqi stood motionless with the azure dragon spear in his hand. It was just that the great sun attached to the tip of the spear had vanished. The vicious attack just now had practically drained all the strength out of his body. It was not until this moment that countless blood arrows finally shot out from all over his body. Before his blood could land on the ground though, the golden blood arrows floated towards Black Crow Divine Monarch as though guided by an invisible force and were absorbed by him. That was not all. Xueqi could clearly feel the fresh blood in his wounds being pulled towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. The bloodlight scripture is a wicked art indeed. Xueqi did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly used his strength to seal his wounds. Turning around slowly, he saw Black Crow Divine Monarch watching him quietly with an expression of approval from several thousand meters away. You are the first Emperor Realm Jr. that has ever survived this long after meeting me. Xueqi replied lightly, among the Emperor Realm cultivators, you are also the first person ever to block my golden crow casts the sun. Black Crow Divine Monarch slowly shook his head. It's not the same. He was a high-rank open heaven realm master who possessed somebody else and came back to life. Thus, he had thousands, if not tens of thousands of years more knowledge, experience, and heritage compared to Xueqi. The reason his strength was only that of an Emperor Realm cultivator at the moment was that he had possessed somebody else's body. If he really were an Emperor Realm cultivator, he would not have been able to block the attack just now. What this monarch said earlier still stands. Surrender, and I will spare your life. You will be a pretty decent subordinate. His expression seemed sincere and trusting. Die! Xueqi shouted. Suppressing all sorts of discomfort, he lifted his spear and thrust out. Although the golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation was powerful, the consumption was also unimaginably huge. With his current strength, Xueqi could only activate it once in a short period of time. It was hard to say whether he could successfully activate it a second time by force. Even if he did, it might shatter his Tao seal even if he succeeded. What a pity! Talented people sure have such short lifespans. Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head and lifted his blades. The twin daggers turned into bloodlights that came slashing down on Xueqi from both sides. Xueqi swung his spear to deflect the bloodlights and send them flying away. Afterward, he stabbed at Black Crow Divine Monarch's hearts. Meanwhile, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not budge whatsoever. He allowed the spear to pierce his heart and the golden crow's true fire to burn him. All the while, he simply stared at Xueqi with a cold smile. Chi. The two bloodlights that Xueqi sent flying earlier came hurtling through the air once more. They slashed two large wounds down the length of his body. Despite using his dragon transformation secret technique at the critical moment, his dragon scales were sliced through by the bloodlights. Your strength isn't bad, but your recovery rate is inferior to mine. How will you fight against me now? Black Crow Divine Monarch sneered. He previously devoured the blood water in the blood lake cleanly, so his vitality was extremely abundant at the moment. Unless his vitality was completely exhausted, he was an existence that could not die. That was why he had nothing to fear. On the contrary, although Yang Kai's recovery abilities were indeed countless times stronger than the average cultivator, they paled in comparison to the extraordinary recovery abilities of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The spear shadows danced and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Every attack Yang Kai unleashed struck Black Crow Divine Monarch's vital points without fail. If it were anybody else, they would have been killed countless times by now. However, Black Crow Divine Monarch remained very much alive. He even kept up a steady stream of vicious mockery despite everything. In contrast, Yang Kai's injuries were becoming more and more severe. He had lost too much blood and was feeling dizzy as a result. Martial Peak. Chapter 4262. Don't Run. Aside from those mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters whose strength were on a completely different scale altogether, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who possessed somebody else and came back to life, was definitely the strongest and toughest enemy Yang Kai had ever encountered. Even Great Demon God who he fought back then could not compare. That was because Black Crow Divine Monarch was practically undying and immortal. When Yang Kai fought Great Demon God, the entire star boundary had risen up to fight back together. He had countless companions by his side, supporting each other in adversity. However, he was currently fighting alone. Moreover, Yang Kai was not confident that he could kill Black Crow Divine Monarch. After all, his most powerful attack, Golden Crow Casts the Sun, had been rendered useless by his opponent. It could even be said that he no longer had any cards left to play aside from the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. It was a precarious situation. Yang Kai stabbed forward with his spear again and again as space principles fluctuated wildly. At the same time, his figure leapt about and flickered erratically. Each attack inflicted massive damage to Black Crow Divine Monarch, but the latter simply healed from even the most lethal and deadliest injuries in short order. While Black Crow Divine Monarch continuously received heavy injuries, Yang Kai's injuries were also becoming more and more severe. It had always been Yang Kai who relied on his powerful restorative abilities to put up a desperate fight against the others. Thus, he never imagined that there would come a day where somebody else would use the same method against him. It truly was a case of what went around came around. Fate was truly unpredictable. Yang Kai's vision flickered and went dark from time to time as he desperately drew out his potential to exceed his limits. Even if he failed to kill the old dog today, he had to let the other party know that he was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before he became a lamp running out of oil if Black Crow Divine Monarch continued to hunt him down like this. When the bloodlight struck towards him, Yang Kai lifted his spear to block the attack and deflected Black Crow Divine Monarch's twin butterfly daggers to the side with soft clanging sounds. However, one of the blood knives suddenly turned into a cloud of blood and vanished. Simultaneously, a wave of murderous intent came from behind, locked onto him. Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not realize that he had fallen into a trap? Hurriedly moving his body to dodge, he suddenly felt a slight pain around his waist and abdomen. He looked down only to see a bloodlight pouring into his back and coming out around his waist. The bloodlight had opened a gaping hole in his body that his blood was gushing out of. The bloodlight flew back to Black Crow Divine Monarch's hand, where he raised it in front of him in its dagger form, licked the blade lightly, and nodded in approval. The blood of a divine spirit is delicious indeed. Yang Kai staggered backward by a few steps. Reaching out his hand to clutch at his waist, he circulated his strength to seal the wound as his figure swayed unsteadily. I'm at my limit. Despite giving it his all, Yang Kai had reached the limits that his body could withstand. He might end up dying in this place if he continued fighting, causing him to sigh. Now that things had come to this point, he could only choose to escape and find a place to recuperate from his injuries. Unfortunately, it would not be easy to get rid of Black Crow Divine Monarch's pursuit in his current condition. Junior, if you have any last words, speak them now. Black Crow Divine Monarch held a dagger in each hand.
After saying that, his figure shifted slightly and he rushed forward to come directly in front of Xueqi.
The twin daggers came slashing down from both sides as overwhelming murderous intent surged from him. Xueqi raised his spear to parry, and in the next instant there was a loud explosion. He could sense an overwhelmingly powerful force coming from above him, and even with his half-dragon body, he could not withstand the impact. His entire figure was pressed down by the force, so much so that he was almost kneeling on the ground. His vision went black again, and by the time it recovered, Black Crow Divine Monarch's face was practically right in front of him, grinning as he sneered, "Die!" Xueqi grit his teeth and let out a roar. His spiritual energy erupted violently from within his knowledge sea, turning into a haphazard attack that blasted towards Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Black Crow Divine Monarch's savage grin instantly stiffened in response, and even his eyes seemed to bulge as though he received a huge shock. The terrifying pressure suddenly relaxed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xueqi quickly steadied himself and swung his spear at Black Crow Divine Monarch. His attack sent the latter flying, and before Black Crow Divine Monarch could get further away from him, the Azure Dragon Spear had already thrust out hundreds of times in a row. Every single attack blasted out with heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. Black Crow Divine Monarch was utterly powerless in the face of those attacks, and his body was smashed to pieces as a result. Xueqi was stunned for a moment as he had not expected such a change in the battle. It was out of desperation that he unleashed a soul attack just now. He simply wanted to relieve some of the pressure bearing down on him. But who could have known that he would strike Black Crow Divine Monarch's weakness with that attack? It caused the latter's strength to drop sharply, and even froze him on the spot for a moment. After pondering for a while, realization suddenly struck Xueqi. Black Crow Divine Monarch was just a remnant soul in the first place. Moreover, he was severely injured inside Xueqi's knowledge sea. Not to mention, he had been forced to separate a thread of his consciousness to create a diversion in order to escape. Afterward, he went on to possess Xueqi's body. Although he was successful in his attempt, it was not as simple as it seemed from the surface. Regardless of the circumstances, Xueqi was still an elite disciple of Great Thousand Bloodland, so his aptitude was not bad. Therefore, Black Crow Divine Monarch would definitely need to pay a price in order to possess his body. How strong could Black Crow Divine Monarch's soul be after overcoming all these obstacles? In other words, his spiritual energy was nothing compared to the mighty power he displayed earlier, and it was no wonder a single soul attack from Xueqi was capable of causing such heavy damage to him. He didn't even have the strength to fight back, and this was the reason. Upon understanding this point, Xueqi felt extremely annoyed. He had been fooled by the overwhelming momentum displayed by the other party and forgot about this crucial point. If he had realized it sooner, then this fight would not have been nearly as difficult. Using one's strength to target the opponent's weakness. How could he not understand such a simple truth? Nevertheless, it was not too late for him to realize this now. Black Crow Divine Monarch was blasted to pieces by that attack just now, but he did not die. The pieces of hashed meat swiftly melted into blood that quickly converged together. The blood flowed and vaguely took on a humanoid figure. How could Xueqi simply stand back and watch? He sent out another blast of spiritual energy, causing the blood gathering together to immediately show signs of falling apart again. Swinging his spear, Xueqi scattered the blood into the surroundings once more. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mournful screams rang out. The blood squirmed and flowed, transforming into a blood cloud that quickly fled into the distance. "Where are you trying to run?" Xueqi roared. Lifting his spear, he hurriedly gave chase. However, he had only taken a few steps when his strength left his body and he slumped to the ground. It was fortunate that he had the Azure Dragon Spear to support himself. Otherwise, he would have collapsed on his face then and there. "Junior, I'll spare your life this time. I will definitely take your head the next time we meet." From far away, Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice sounded from the blood cloud. "Don't run. If you're not a coward, come and fight me." Xueqi roared furiously. He wanted to pursue Black Crow Divine Monarch but did not have the strength to do so. Hence, he could only watch helplessly as his enemy fled further and further away until he vanished out of sight. Xueqi smashed his fist heavily onto the ground, his expression full of annoyance. Having missed the perfect opportunity to kill Black Crow Divine Monarch this time, he was not sure if another chance would appear again in the future. An old monster that had been sealed for countless years like Black Crow Divine Monarch was not a common occurrence in the first place. After catching his breath for a while, Kai turned and studied his surroundings. He did not know if Black Crow Divine Monarch had really retreated or if he was only feigning retreat. In any case, he was currently in terrible condition and could not help feeling slightly uneasy as a result. He did not dare to remain in place for long, lest he suffer if the old dog decided to turn around and attack him. Putting the Azure Dragon spear away, Kai stuffed a handful of restorative spirit pills into his mouth before fleeing in a certain direction.
He had not gone further than a few hundred kilometers though when he suddenly collapsed on the ground, lacking the strength to move a single finger.
The fight with Black Crow Divine Monarch had exhausted him completely, and it was a miracle he could escape even this far. Kai was feeling extremely dizzy and his vision turned dark from time to time as he felt as though he could faint at any moment. Nevertheless, he forced himself to stay awake as he did not dare to lose consciousness. That was because there was no saying what would happen to him if he passed out under these circumstances. After all, there were countless monster beast and cultivators in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven at the moment. He barely managed to activate his divine sense and opened the boundaries of the small sealed world to release Chu Huashang from within. In addition, his head was resting crookedly on her shoulder. Due to a matter of angle, his mouth would occasionally come into contact with her delicate cheeks and fair neck.
He never imagined that he would be greeted by this kind of situation as soon as he opened his eyes. Thus, he was stunned for a moment.
Marshall Peak. Chapter 4263, Sharing Life and Death. Kai had barely managed to keep himself awake long enough to release Chu Huashang from the small sealed world at the time. The reason for his actions was so that she could watch over him in case he was attacked by either a cultivator or a monster beast when he was unconscious.
It should have been safer for him that way. However, he had no idea why this woman was running desperately whilst carrying him on her back.
When his body rose and fell with her movements, all the wounds on his body screamed in pain, causing him to grunt in agony. Patting her on the shoulder, he weakly said, "Senior sister, please put me down."
"I can't, junior brother."
She shook her head, her hair brushing against his cheek. Just as he was about to ask why, he suddenly detected a violent attack coming from behind. The attack sliced through the air with a loud rumbling noise, forcing her to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kai was shocked and groaned, "Is that old dog still chasing me?"
He could not tell how long he had been unconscious for. However, judging from the recovery of his injuries, it must have been 2 or 3 days by now.
If they were ordinary wounds, he would already have recovered completely. But the situation this time was different from the usual. It was very difficult for the wounds that he received from his fight with Black Crow Divine Monarch to heal. Therefore, he was still extremely weak and his strength had not recovered by much.
There was a strange and troublesome force festering in his wounds that constantly ate away at them and prevented them from healing.
So much time has passed. Don't tell me Black Crow Divine Monarch is still chasing me? Kai could not imagine how Chu Huashang had persevered for so long. It's not Black Crow Divine Monarch. She shook her head again. While speaking, she stumbled and nearly lost her balance. She herself had yet to recover from her injuries, so she was in dire need of recuperation. Unfortunately, she was currently being chased. Although she was not yet a lamp running out of oil, she wasn't in good condition either.
"Then who is it?"
Kai asked in surprise. At this moment, a person's voice came from a distance behind them. "Junior Sister Chu, this senior brother has no intention to harm you. Put Kai down and you are free to leave on your own. Why do you have to struggle so hard to escape?" The voice sounded rather familiar and Kai vaguely felt like he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking about it, he abruptly became furious. Doesn't this voice belong to that little bastard Xian Zhao from Xueqi Cave Heaven? Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Xueqi Cave Heaven had come to seize their spot. In return, Kai used his mastery of the Tao of Space to steal many of their entrances. He had targeted Xian Zhao in particular and stolen the entrance that was nearest to him. Hence, Kai wrongly assumed that Xian Zhao would not have the chance to step into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Who could have known that they would encounter each other here? Moreover, the other party was relentlessly hunting him down. This guy has pretty good luck.
How did he enter the blood monster cave heaven under those circumstances? Turning back to look, Yang Kai saw Yin Xi and Zhao doggedly chasing Chu Huashang, and he was not alone either. There were 2 helpers beside him, probably disciples of Xian Yuan cave heavens. In terms of strength, Chu Huashang was probably not inferior to Yin Xi and Zhao, and neither of them would lose to each other in a one-on-one fight. It was just that she was still injured and the other side had 2 helpers with him. How could she be their opponent? It was not hard to understand why she was fleeing while being chased. How did you encounter this guy? Yang Kai was livid. If he met Yin Xi and Zhao under normal circumstances, he would not be afraid of him. However, he had yet to recover his strength after his battle against Black Crow Divine Monarch recently. Bad luck. Chu Huashang gave a bitter laugh and briefly explained what happened. After being released from the small sealed world by Yang Kai, she immediately took him away from the battlefield. She originally wanted to find a quiet and remote place to recuperate, but how could she have anticipated running into Yin Xi and Zhao and his group, who came to investigate the situation, before she could find a place to hide? The battle between Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch had created a huge commotion. Yin Xi and Zhao and his 2 fellow brothers had been in the vicinity, so it was only natural that they noticed the commotion. Upon seeing that it was Yang Kai, Yin Xi and Zhao was overjoyed and immediately wanted Chu Huashang to hand him over to them. How could Chu Huashang agree to his demands though? As such, she fled while coyly refusing his request. It had been 2 days since then. Fortunately, Yin Xi and Zhao still had to give face to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, so he did not dare to kill her. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether she could protect Yang Kai. It was just that his patience gradually ran out as time passed, so his attacks were becoming more and more lethal. He was acting as though he was going to kill Yang Kai recklessly. That bastard! Yang Kai gritted his teeth and patted Chu Huashang on the shoulder. Senior Sister Chu, please put me down. Although the feeling of lying on her back was very comfortable, how could he allow a woman to struggle desperately for his sake at a time like this? He couldn't help cursing in his heart. The blood monster cave heaven really isn't a place for people to be in. I just got rid of Black Crow Divine Monarch and now I'm being targeted by Yin Xi and Zhao. Does that mean I will constantly be hunted in this place? It's fine. Junior brother, you should continue resting. Let's talk again once you've regained some of your strength. Chu Huashang could sense that he was in very poor condition, so how could she agree to his request so easily? Junior Sister Chu, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame this senior brother for attacking without mercy. Yin Xi and Zhao's furious roar came from behind. Following his words, a whip-like sword light came slashing in this direction and arrived not far behind them in the blink of an eye. The power of this golden light was extreme, and it could be seen that he had truly lost his temper. His scruples towards Yin Yang Cave Heaven could not stop his resolution to kill Yang Kai. By the time Chu Huashang noticed and wanted to avoid the attack, it was already too late. As a last resort, she could only turn sideways and throw out a palm in the direction of the attack together with Yang Kai Hong. A violent force spread out, and although the 2 of them had managed to block Yin Xi and Zhao's attack together, they were also sent flying by the force of impact. Chu Huashang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Similarly, Yang Kai was in no better condition. He felt an even more intense pain coming from all the wounds on his body. A sweetness filled his throat and he nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he managed to force the feeling down in time. Even in this situation, Chu Huashang continued to carry him on her back and did not throw him off. It made him feel extremely grateful towards her. He had no idea why she was struggling so desperately for his sake. Seeing that Yin Xi and Zhao and the others were approaching, Chu Huashang struggled to get back on her feet, but failed. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already recovered some strength from his rest earlier. Upon seeing this situation, he pulled her into his arms and took a deep breath. Space principles wrapped around them and they vanished from the spots. By the time they reappeared again, they were already several dozen kilometers away. It was just that this forceful method of exerting his strength left Yang Kai feeling extremely uncomfortable. He had only just stabilized his injuries when all the strength left his body and he collapsed to the ground again. Chu Huashang let out a scream of surprise as she tumbled to the ground. Yang Kai coughed lightly but incessantly. Scrambling and crawling on the ground, He hurriedly came to her side and anxiously said, "Senior sister, are you all right?" She looked at him with tears in her eyes. "My butt is bruised from the fall. If you don't believe me, you can touch and see for yourself." Yang Kai nearly spat blood at those words for an entirely different reason than before. What kind of situation are we in right now? How can you still be so flirtatious? There's no helping this woman anymore. Reaching out to grab her arm, Yang Kai carried her on his back and quickly sped off. Although he had used instantaneous movement to put some distance between them and their pursuers, they had yet to escape completely from Xian Zhao's range of perception. The three people from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven were still chasing them relentlessly, and although Yang Kai wanted to use instantaneous movement again, he no longer had the strength to do so. It was Chu Huashang who was carrying Yang Kai earlier as they fled, but the situation was reversed now. She happily climbed on his back, wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist like an octopus. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai noticed something strange. "Why am I wearing a dress?" Chu Huashang exhaled an orchid scent in his ear as she explained. "Your clothes were in tatters, so I tossed them. I couldn't just leave you naked, right?" He had no answer to that. It might be embarrassing to have a dress wrapped around him, but it was still within an acceptable range. It would have been far worse to be carried naked by a woman. His priority at the moment was to escape, so he had no time to complain about the way he was dressed. He secretly regretted his decision. If I had known that this would happen, I would have brought Pu Baixing with me. The grapes on Pu Baixing's head were incredibly restorative divine medicines after all. It would only take a single grape for him to recover completely in a short time. Forget a single Xian Zhao, he would even be able to kill 10 Xian Zhaos if he was at his peak. It was just that he had left Little Mushroom in the illusion array to act as its array core after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was fully set up. The gourd vine had also been left under the care of others in Voidland because of its special role. Out of the 3 divine medicines that Yang Kai brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, 2 had to stay in Voidland, so naturally, Pu Baixing was not willing to leave either. He was adamant about staying behind in Voidland to accompany Little Mushroom and the Bottle Gourd brothers. Therefore, Yang Kai had allowed him to do as he pleased. Who could have known that a divine monarch would possess somebody and come back to life inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Who could have expected the situation would become so dangerous? Yang Kai had assumed that his strength was enough that he could run wild in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At the very least, he would not be in any danger. I was too careless. No matter what, I have to bring a few grapes along with me next time for emergencies. Junior brother, can we consider ourselves lovers after sharing life and death together? Chu Huashang suddenly asked. Lovers, my foot. Yang Kai was rendered speechless by her. He had initially felt nervous being pursued by enemies, but the tense atmosphere vanished after listening to what Chu Huashang said. She pouted in an aggrieved tone, "I've never struggled so desperately for a man in my life." To which Yang Kai nodded. "This junior brother will keep in mind the life-saving grace you have shown me today, senior sister. I will never forget it." Chu Huashang giggled and replied lightly. "Junior brother also saved me back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Besides, I would have lost my life if you had not stopped Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier. Taking all these into account, you helped me more. Things like favors and life-saving graces can never be settled with numbers." "That's true." She leaned her head against his shoulder and nodded lightly. A short moment of silence later she said, "Junior brother, put me down. You should escape on your own." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words. "What about you?" Her voice had weakened considerably as she muttered, "I'm afraid I can't go on any longer. I'm too tired. I think I'll take a little nap." His expression changed drastically. "Hold on, senior sister. You can't fall asleep." It was not until this moment that he noticed his palms were sticky. He lifted his right hand and saw that they were covered in bright red blood. His blood was golden, so this red blood undoubtedly belonged to her. Although they joined forces and managed to block Xian Zhao's attack earlier, it was obvious that she had been injured at the time. Yang Kai swept his divine sense over her and discovered that she had a vicious wound on her waist. Moreover, her blood stained the ground in their wake. While he had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress, Xian Zhao also had his identity token. It was just that one required active stimulation while the other was for passive protection. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had to admit that it was impossible for him to harm Xian Zhao even if he used the divine ability bead. He had witnessed the situation himself when Pei Wenxian's identity token was activated earlier. This was the first time he had such a hard time escaping ever since he began cultivating the Tao of Space. What vexed Yang Kai even more was that his pursuer's strength was inferior to his own. It truly was a case where a dragon could be toyed with by a shrimp in shallow waters while a tiger could be bullied by a dog if it left the mountains. I have to find a way out of this crisis. Otherwise, things will end tragically for me. Just as Yang Kai was studying his surroundings, he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from a certain direction. It was accompanied by extremely violent energy fluctuations. There were masters fighting nearby. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, and it didn't take long before he heard another deafening bout of noise. The sound of explosions was mixed with the howls of a beast. Realization struck Yang Kai immediately. One of the parties involved in the fight was unquestionably a monster beast. Moreover, it could be inferred from the energy fluctuations that the level of this fight had exceeded that of the Emperor realm. There was no world force, but the energy fluctuations indicated strength that was definitely on par with Open Heaven Realm Masters. The fight in the distance felt like two Black Crow Divine Monarchs fighting each other. The strongest monster beast Yang Kai encountered ever since entering the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was only in the 5th order. Based on his estimation, a 5th order monster beast was the equivalent to an ordinary half-step Open Heaven Realm Master. In a desperate battle, a 5th order monster beast might be slightly weaker than the core disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. However, the difference would only be a small margin. If Chu Huashang were to battle a 5th order monster beast alone, she would have to pay a price even if she managed to slay the monster beast in the end. On the contrary, the turmoil of the battle had already exceeded the limits of a 5th order monster beast. It was a 6th order monster beast. Furthermore, it was most likely a fight between two 6th order monster beasts. 6th order monster beasts were not something the cultivators who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could fight alone. After all, they were capable of exerting strength on par with that of a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. As for the 7th order monster beasts, Yang Kai could not make an inference. Looking in the direction of the commotion, Yang Kai grit his teeth and rushed towards it with Chu Huashang in his arms. The current situation could not get any worse. The only way he could survive was to seek life by crossing the gates of death. Xian Zhao clearly realized what Yang Kai was planning, and the look in his eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Stop him!" The other two Shen Yuan Cave Heaven disciples accompanying him were speechless when they heard those words. "You can't even stop him yourself. How are we supposed to stop him?" Even so, they chased after Yang Kai with all their might. On the other hand, Yang Kai forced himself to take a deep breath and used instantaneous movement once more. He opened up the distance between him and his pursuers while steadily approaching the place of the battle. After running for a few hundred kilometers, a bright golden light suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. He looked up and inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. Now that he was here, he could finally see what kind of monster beasts were fighting each other. One of them seemed to be a gorilla while the other was a wolf. Be that as it may, both the gorilla and the wolf had bodies that were several tens of meters tall, making them incredibly huge. Furthermore, both of them were gleaming with a dazzling golden light, and every movement they made revealed great power. These were clearly two 6th order metal element monster beasts. The metal element power was incomparably sharp and radiated in all directions during their battle, riddling the mountain peaks nearby with countless gaping holes. Many of the shorter peaks were even razed to the ground. The two 6th order metal element monster beasts looked evenly matched. Despite struggling hard against each other, it was impossible to tell who was holding the upper hand in the battle. That was not all. Both the monster beasts were also wounded and drenched in blood. Not to mention, their bodies were covered in countless wounds that had long since healed. This fight seemed to have taken place many times before in the past. It would seem that these two monster beasts were incompatible enemies. Thus, they had been continuously fighting each other in this Blood Monster Cave Heaven for countless years. Their fight would not stop until one party was dead. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked when he felt the energy fluctuations from the fight between these two. These two monster beasts are not ordinary sixth-order monster beasts. They are probably at the peak of the sixth order. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to cause such widespread damage. Despite the dangerous situation, Yang Kai carried Chu Huasheng on his back and charged straight into the middle of the battle between these two huge monster beasts. He watched as the wolf came lunging straight at the gorilla's neck while the gorilla lifted one arm to block the wolf's gigantic maw. Meanwhile, the gorilla lifted its other arm, wrapped in dense metal element power, and sliced towards the wolf's abdomen. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Be it the gorilla or the wolf, both parties howled in agony. The wolf backed away, chewing on a piece of the gorilla's flesh in its mouth. Similarly, the sharp metal element power had sliced a bloody gash across its abdomen. The two monster beasts stood thousands of meters apart and glared at each other across the distance. All of a sudden, they turned around in unison and looked in Yang Kai's direction with vigilant expressions. It was obvious that they noticed his presence. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless and hurriedly drew upon the power of his dragon source to reveal his dragon clan Orach. Although these two monster beasts looked like they were unrelated to the dragon clan, they were still monster beasts. As the head of the divine spirits, the dragon clan's aura could act as a deterrent for almost all monster beasts. The gorilla immediately let out a roar. Likewise, the wolf bared its fangs at Yang Kai. The two enormous monster beasts were unhappy that Yang Kai's arrival had interrupted their life and death struggle. Even so, Yang Kai showed no fear and rushed straight at them. He held Chu Huasheng up with one hand and took out the proprietress divine ability bead with his other, holding it up high above his head. Both the gazes of the gorilla and the wolf were immediately drawn towards the divine ability bead. The two enormous monster beasts could instinctively sense that the tiny bead contained terrifying power. Thus, they both took a few steps back while looking extremely grim. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. He was afraid that the two monster beasts would attack him out of rage. If that was the case, then he had no choice but to activate the divine ability bead. That would mean that he was forced to use his final trump card in this place. It was a huge loss that was not worth the benefits. Fortunately, the sentience of the two monster beasts was not that low. They could tell that Yang Kai was a tough opponent, so they only watched him warily and did not do anything else. Atop the mountains, a majestic monster chi permeated the air. The two enormous monster beasts were facing each other as Yang Kai slipped between them to stand right in the middle of their standoff and breathed out heavily. He was in no hurry to leave. Since these two monster beasts were mortal enemies, they would not recklessly attack him as that would only give their opponent an advantage that could be exploited. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing right on the balance point between them. It might look dangerous, but it was actually fairly safe. It was like standing in the eye of the storm. Yang Kai then turned around, his gaze becoming incredibly chilly. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 bursts of noise, like something cutting through the air, rang out before the figures of Yin Xian Zhao and the others appeared and stopped nearby. Yin Xian Zhao furrowed his brow deeply, glancing at the gorilla and the wolf. The depths of his gaze were overflowing with fear. Yang Kai had the courage to stand between these two monster beasts, but he did not. He did not dare to rashly attack Yang Kai either. He was as good as dead if the two monster beasts misunderstood his intentions. Yin Xian Zhao. Yang Kai calmly stared forward. This Yang will not forget what you did today. I will definitely pay you back 100 times over for this. Yin Xian Zhao was silent. Besides, there was no point in saying anything in this situation. He could only hate the fact that he failed to catch Yang Kai in time. Otherwise, how could he tolerate such impertinence? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4265, Blood Monster Natives. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he carried Chu Huasheng on his back once more and took several steps forward without even bothering to turn around. Excuse me. Please continue your fight. Hong hong hong. Earth-shaking noises rang out once more from behind him. It was the gorilla and the wolf continuing their vicious battle. Yin Xian Zhao nearly coughed up blood at the sight because while these two beasts were fighting between themselves, their battlefield was gradually moving towards him. Run! He shouted and hurriedly escaped with his 2 junior brothers in tow. They quickly traveled across hundreds of kilometers before searching for a way around to continue their pursuit. Nevertheless, He knew that it would be difficult for him to trace Yang Kai's whereabouts again after this delay. At this moment, Yang Kai was desperately running with Chu Huashang on his back. Although he had borrowed the two powerful sixth-order monster beasts to temporarily get away from Enexi and Zhao and the others, he was certain the other party would not give up so easily, so he had to continue fleeing for his life. As he ran, he suddenly had the feeling that the terrain in this place was somewhat familiar. It vaguely felt like he had seen it before. After pondering deeply for a bit, the realization struck him all of a sudden. He quickly stopped in his tracks and took out an animal skin map from his space ring. Studying the map carefully and comparing the places he passed by with the places marked on the map, he couldn't help feeling surprised. Isn't this the route marked on the map? This animal skin map was something he obtained from the first cultivator he encountered in this place. The cultivator had tried to ambush him in the swamp when he first entered the blood monster cave heaven, only to be ambushed himself by a toad monster beast. At the time, Yang Kai had studied the map and discovered that it was probably part of a route in the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that he had no idea what was waiting for him at the final destination. Yang Kai originally planned to check out this place as the map looked ancient and might just lead to some hidden treasure. It was just that he met Bu Lianzhong and the others along the way. Afterward, he encountered blood monster divine monarch's Tao of blood inheritance and was delayed as a result. Who could have known that he would arrive at the route marked on the map by accident whilst fleeing for his life? Taking a good look around, he found that the final destination marked on the map was located not far away from here. It would take him another 4 hours at most to arrive, so his eyes flashed in anticipation. Putting the map away, he headed in the indicated direction. He was not going there in search of treasure though. Rather, both he and Chu Huashang were currently in a condition where they were in dire need of a safe place to recuperate from their wounds. Regardless of whether the final destination turned out to be a hidden treasury or something else, it would surely be well hidden. 4 hours later, Yang Kai arrived in front of an enormous lake. He took out the map, checked his location, and confirmed that this was indeed the final destination, but he just stared at the lake with a speechless expression. What am I supposed to do if this is the final destination? The reason he strove so hard to come here was to find a place to hide and recuperate from his injuries. However, the terrain around the lake was completely unobstructed. Forget being chased by Enexi and Zhao and the others. Even encountering a monster beast here would be troublesome. Yang Kai angrily put the map away. At this moment, he could only conceal himself within the sealed world bead and hide the sealed world bead in a secluded place. It was not as if he had not considered hiding inside the sealed world bead earlier. It was just that every corner of the blood monster cave heaven was fraught with danger. It would be perilous if the sealed world bead was discovered by a cultivator or a monster beast. This lake turned out to be a pretty good spot though. He could sink the sealed world bead into the lake, assuming that there were no ferocious monster beasts swimming inside of it. Upon considering all this, Yang Kai felt slightly better. His efforts to travel here were not completely in vain. He walked over to the edge of the lake and swept his divine sense out to investigate the situation. The next moment though, his expression changed drastically. There was something strange about this lake. If he looked with his eyes, the lake was incredibly realistic. Light shimmered on its surface in a perfectly natural manner. However, he noticed something strange about it when using his divine sense to probe it. There's a spirit array here. The lake is actually an extremely brilliant and sophisticated illusion array. The lake does not exist at all. Yang Kai had only just figured this out when a black shadow suddenly came leaping at him from the surface of the lake. The shadow blocked out the sky and loomed over him. He was startled. Just as he was about to flutter backward, a chill ran down his back at that very moment. Caught unguarded, he hurriedly turned around with a roar and viciously smashed his palm forward. There was a loud explosion and his palm seemed to strike a person, drawing a grunt of pain from their lips. Then, a ghostly figure appeared in his field of vision. What he sent flying turned out to be a man with short stature. The man looked like he had seen a ghost. It seemed that he had not expected Yang Kai to be so strong. After all, Yang Kai looked to be severely injured. Who could have expected that he would not be Yang Kai's opponent even when the latter was in such a state? Nevertheless, this short man had achieved his goal. Yang Kai was pushed back by the force of the impact and involuntarily staggered, only to fall headfirst into the black shadow coming from the lake. Immediately after that, he felt a mighty restraining force wrapping around him from all directions, trapping both him and Chu Huashang, who was lying in his arms, together. What came leaping out at him from the surface of the lake turned out to be a large net. At this moment, he and Chu Huashang had clearly fallen into an artifact trap. The large net tightened rapidly, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. That brat is tough. Quick! Use the firm yuan nail. The short man who was sent flying by Yang Kai earlier shouted, "Chi chi chi." Several cold lights came flying over and Yang Kai felt a slight pain in his body when they stabbed into his body. Following that, he stopped struggling against the net with a look of surprise. The so-called firm yuan nail turned out to be a strange artifact that could restrain the qi in a cultivator's body. From what Yang Kai could tell, there was a cold force seeping into his body that sealed his meridians and caused his strength to become obstructed. Yang Kai hurriedly surged the power in his Dao seal to let the golden crow's true fire course through his veins, and the firm yuan nails were immediately burned to ashes, allowing his qi to flow smoothly again. Xiao xiao xiao. More than 10 figures landed from all directions, surrounding him in the middle, but Yang Kai remained calm. Carrying Chu Huashang in his arms, he glared at his surroundings coldly. If these people believe that my strength has been sealed by the firm yuan nail, then they are in for a rude surprise. Nevertheless, what piqued his curiosity was that these people seemed to have no intention of killing him. Be it the restraining net or the firm yuan nails, they were both only meant to subdue their enemies. Even the short man who attacked him from behind was only attempting to force him into the large net. These people had not displayed any murderous intent from the start. Who are these people? Yang Kai initially assumed that they were the disciples of some random sect. However, it did not seem likely now that he had taken a good look at them. That was because they were dressed strangely, slightly differently from everything he had seen before. The young man in the lead was charismatic and handsome with a jade-like face. As he turned to glance at the short man, he asked, "Are you okay?" The short man shook his head. "His paltry strength is not enough to harm me." The young man coldly snorted. "That guy is severely injured. Did you think you'd be safe otherwise?" The short man looked unconvinced. "I didn't use my full strength either." The young man ignored the short man and swept his gaze over Yang Kai, an outer world visitor. "Ha!" Yang Kai frowned, not quite understanding the question. The young man pointed at the sky. "Are you from the outside world?" Yang Kai asked curiously, "Aren't you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly recalled something. The proprietress once mentioned that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven not only contained monster beasts but also some natives. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had placed these people into his small universe so that they could thrive and reproduce in order to strengthen the vitality of his small universe. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master would transform from ethereal to corporeal and become essentially no different from a genuine universe world, so it was capable of sustaining living creatures. For that reason, the small universes of many high-rank open heaven realm masters would contain living creatures in them. It was just that these living creatures were bound by certain restraints and could never advance into the open heaven realm, not unless they could somehow escape the small universe they lived in. Could it be that these people in front of me are the natives of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? That must be it. No wonder they are dressed differently from those of us from the outside. Upon realizing this, Yang Kai immediately nodded in response. "That's right. My companion and I both came from the outside world." The other party did not seem to be malicious, so he had no reason to make things difficult for himself. Besides, he had only just escaped from the clutches of 2 different enemies, so he truly could not afford to fight another battle at the moment. What he needed was a good rest to heal from his injuries. "Has it been 200 years already?" The young man muttered under his breath and looked up at Yang Kai. "Don't be scared. We won't kill you, but you will need to come with us." Yang Kai retorted in his heart. "I'm not scared." In any case, the other party did not seem to be malicious, so it wouldn't hurt to follow them. He could also take the chance to go to where these people were located to have a good rest. It was not difficult for him to recover, but the main issue was Chu Huashang. Her injuries this time were rather severe. While the young man was speaking, he raised his hand and retrieved the large net. However, he said nothing about the firm yuan nails inside Yang Kai's body. In his opinion, Yang Kai couldn't even think about escaping as long as the firm yuan nails were there. The group of 10 or so people immediately escorted Yang Kai towards the lake. The The young man waved the token in his hand and a burst of light flashed across the surface of the lake. Following that, ripples spread across the space in front of them and a city came into view. Xueqi was slightly taken aback by the sight. Although he had discerned that the lake was an illusion array, he never imagined that an entire city was hidden behind it. I brought Chu Huashang right to the gates of their city. No wonder they discovered my presence. At this point he finally understood something. The place marked on the animal skin map that he obtained from somebody else's space ring was this city. It was not some sort of hidden treasure trove. The person in question probably obtained the map from somewhere else and had no idea about the mysteries behind this place. If that person had found his way here, he would definitely be facing the same situation as what Xueqi was experiencing right now. Upon walking into the city, Xueqi discovered that it was not very large, probably capable of accommodating a few thousand people at most. Great walls surrounded the entire city, all of them equipped with various large-scale ballista-like artifacts. There were also a few artifacts somewhat similar to the cannons of a starship. Furthermore, the sturdy city walls were covered in bloodstains that had turned black with time. Parts of the city walls had collapsed and people were working on repairing them. This place was clearly not some sort of paradise as there were various signs that it was constantly under attack. It was no wonder that they placed an illusion array on the outside to confuse one's sight. Martial Peak. Chapter 4266. Heartless Tao. When they walked through the city gates, one of the cultivators on guard noticed the young man and hurriedly cupped his fists in greeting. Big Brother Xueqi. One of the younger cultivators laughed. Big Brother Xueqi, you truly are amazing. You capture them so easily. Are these two people from Emerald Thunder City? The young man shook his head. No. They are Outer World visitors. Outer World visitors. Everybody looked stunned to hear those words and curiously studied Xueqi with a measuring gaze. Although they lived in the blood monster cave heaven, they had all heard their elders talking about the Outer World visitors. It was said that every few hundred years, a group of people would enter this world from the outside before disappearing after some time. Nevertheless, it was not until today that many of them saw what an Outer World visitor looked like for the first time. They discovered that the Outer World visitors were not much different from themselves. Moreover, this man was covered in wounds, so it was obvious that he had fought recently. On the other hand, the woman was unconscious. Her complexion was pale and her aura was weak. That's enough. Guard this place carefully. The young man waved his hands to dismiss the others before leading the group into the city. The streets in the city were very spacious with row upon row of houses located in the surroundings. Xueqi looked around while walking but did not notice anything special about this place. It looked no different from the cities that could be found everywhere in the outside world. Under the guidance of the young man, they headed straight towards the building in the middle of the city. This place was most likely the city lord's mansion. The young man contacted somebody once they arrived and gave a brief report about the situation before requesting that this matter be reported to the city lord so that they could decide on how to deal with Xueqi. That person immediately entered the city lord's mansion. However, he soon came back out with a frown on his face. Senior Brother Fan, the city lord is currently in retreat. She previously ordered that she was not to be disturbed unless it was for an important matter. What would you? Similarly, Fan Xueqi frowned upon hearing those words and only spoke up after pondering in silence for a bit. In that case, please place these two in custody for now. We can discuss this matter again once the city lord comes out of retreat. Many thanks, Senior Brother Fan. That person cupped his fists. It didn't take long for Fan Xueqi to bring Xueqi to an underground prison where he gestured with his head, "Get in." Xueqi glanced at Fan Xueqi and said nothing. Carrying Chu Huashang in his arms, he squeezed into the prison. He had no intention of arguing with the other party as he was currently a prisoner. Besides, the prison might be on the smaller side, but there were no strange odors. It was also very clean and even had a small bed inside. Fan Xueqi stood at the door of the prison cell and said, "Please make do with this place for a few days. The city lord will meet you after she comes out of retreat." Xueqi did not respond. His most pressing concern was treating his wounds. Once he had recovered, nobody in this small city would be able to lift a finger against him. Therefore, there was nothing to be worried about. More importantly, the other party believed that he was helpless after being restrained by the firm Yuan nail. not realizing that he was not affected in the slightest. Fan Wu Xian was about to turn and leave when the look in his eyes suddenly changed. He lowered his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai's waist. Then he reached out his hand and grabbed the wooden token hanging there. Yang Kai shook his head and chided lightly. Since you're awake, senior sister, then don't get distracted. Your top priority should be to treat your injuries. Nodding weakly, she closed her eyes and began circulating some kind of secret art. She could clearly sense a powerful and energetic force flowing into her body through Yang Kai's palm. Wherever that energy flowed, her injuries healed at an unimaginable speed. She initially thought that it would take her 1 or 2 months just to recover. However, judging by the current situation, it would not take longer than a few days at most. Hence, she was secretly amazed at how high the order of the wood element power Yang Kai must have condensed was. She might not have condensed a 7th-order element herself, but she was certain that what she was experiencing was not something a 7th-order power could accomplish. A 7th-order wood element would simply not have such astonishing regenerative properties. Is it an 8th order? Or even a 9th order? Just what did junior brother condense for him to obtain such a horrifyingly powerful wood element power? Another half a day passed and her cheeks were now much rosier than before while her aura had stabilized somewhat. It was not until this moment that she realized she had been sleeping on Yang Kai's lap all this while. Moreover, they were even sharing a small bed inside a tiny stone room. "Junior brother, what is this place?" she asked curiously. He answered, "Inside a city." "A city?" He nodded. "There are many natives inside the blood monster cave heaven, and this place is one of the cities where a group of natives reside. We were captured and brought back here." "Then, aren't we prisoners?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Just what happened after I fell unconscious? How did we get captured by the natives?" "I guess." Yang Kai chuckled. "What do we do now?" Her expression changed. "Who knows whether these natives have any malicious intentions towards us? Since we're already here, then we might as well see how things play out. Let's just focus on recovering for now. What can they do to us once we are fully healed?" She frowned and anxiously said, "I'm worried that they might do something to us before we recover completely. No, we can't just do nothing and wait for death. Junior brother, please cultivate with me." Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared at her, feeling speechless. "Senior sister, you're becoming delirious again." She immediately retorted, "Don't you dare knock me out again." The last time she had mentioned something similar, Yang Kai had knocked her unconscious without any hesitation. Therefore, she immediately became vigilant upon hearing those words. Yang Kai was truly exasperated as he grumbled, "What does our current situation have to do with cultivating together? As a yin-yang cave heaven disciple, I have been cultivating a yin-yang secret technique since I was young. If we engage in yin-yang union cultivation, then we can recover even faster. Even without doing that, our recovery is not slow." Yang Kai chuckled. "But time is of the essence right now, junior brother." Yang Kai fell silent for a moment before he sternly replied, "Senior sister, yin-yang union cultivation should only be done between people who are deeply in love with one another. This is a major life event. You should think this over carefully." "Of course I know that. Junior brother, you are a great candidate." She stared at him with clear eyes. It was just that her charming beauty in addition to her weakened state made her even more alluring than ever. He was stared at so intently that he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Thus, he shifted his gaze away and muttered, "Including meeting here in the blood monster cave heaven, you and I have only met each other twice, senior sister. You don't know what kind of man I am." Marshall Peak. Chapter 4267, Elder Tan. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although he did not know anything about the Heartless Tao, the name itself made one uncomfortable. Chu Huashang explained, "Those who cultivate the heartfelt Tao have to fall in love to enter the Tao, while those who cultivate the heartless Tao have to cut off their affections to enter the Tao. But both the heartfelt Tao and the heartless Tao will eventually end up at the same destination. In the end, we will achieve the Grand Tao and receive recognition as an open heaven realm master. I still don't understand how that is related to why you want to cultivate together with me, senior sister. Stupid. She rolled her eyes at him. I have to cut off my affections in order to create my own Tao. But I currently have no love to speak of. How am I supposed to cut off my affections and advance into the open heaven realm? He understood. So, you want to fall in love with me and then cut off your affections for me? That's right. She readily admitted and looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Junior brother, just think of it as doing me a favor. Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can there be such strange things in the world? Such a mesmerizing woman wants to cultivate together with me. But it turns out that I'm just doing her a favor? Be that as it may, it was exactly as she said before. Regardless of which Tao Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples cultivated, they first had to fall in love with someone. Those who cultivated the heartfelt Tao did not need to go through the trouble of cutting off their affections. On the other hand, the heartless Tao could only be cultivated by those with great perseverance. Otherwise, they would experience dissonance in their cultivation if they failed to cut off their emotions. The consequences would be unimaginable. Senior sister, do you love me? Xueqi asked. She considered the question seriously before making a pinching gesture with her fingers. A little bit? But it's not enough. It doesn't matter. I'm certain that I will fall in love with you once I cultivate together with you, junior brother. Xueqi burst out laughing. Love between a man and woman is not quite as simple as how you put it, senior sister. She blinked. Junior brother, you seem very experienced in this field. His face flushed bright red and he quickly changed the topic. Please don't mention cultivating together again. I'm sure you will eventually find the right person for you, senior sister. It's just, that person is not me. Fine. Seeing his firm attitude, she immediately stopped talking about this matter. There were times when it was enough that she had expressed her intentions. It would have the opposite effect if she pressed too hard. Junior brother, are you willing to join Yin Yang Cave Heaven? She abruptly changed the topic. I'll be honest with you. I actually came to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven with another task from the Master Sect. What task? Xueqi asked curiously. Find you and ask you to join Yin Yang Cave Heaven. She explained. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you what kind of situation you're in right now, junior brother. Although you intend to advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly, you've stepped on too many toes in the process. The cave heavens and paradises only have two attitudes towards an existence like yours. They either want to take the cautious approach and kill you in advance or they want to win you over into their camp. Yin Yang Cave Heaven is part of the latter. Xueqi understood that she must have contributed a lot for Yin Yang Cave Heaven to willingly try to win him over to their side. All of a sudden, what Pei Wenxian mentioned in the past echoed in his ears once more. Pei Wenxian had claimed that he was not the only person in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven who wanted Xueqi dead. It would now seem that many of the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were tracking Xueqi's whereabouts in order to kill him. Although I believe that you would enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, I never imagined that I would encounter you so quickly. It looks like you and I are destined for each other, junior brother. Chu Huashang laughed lightly. Xueqi asked curiously, Senior sister, you mentioned that Yin Yang Cave Heaven wished for me to join them. If I join Yin Yang Cave Heaven, will they guarantee that I can advance into the high-rank open heaven realm? If he remembered correctly, the proprietress had clearly mentioned that the cave heavens and paradises would not be able to accept somebody like him with peace of mind. That was because they had no way to guarantee his loyalty. Only those cultivators who were nurtured from birth could safely advance into the high-rank open heaven realm directly. It was just that cultivators like these were incredibly rare throughout the ages. Hence, the appearance of anyone who could directly break through to the high-rank open heaven realm was bound to create a huge uproar in the 3000 world. It was not just because the high-rank materials were difficult to find and refine, it was also because forcefully cultivating them when one's Tao seal was not firm enough would only result in death. Even if somebody were to condense high-rank open heaven realm powers, they would face great danger when trying to split heaven and earth apart inside their body to create a small universe. Many talented cultivators who condensed high-rank elements would fail at the last moment and extinguish their souls as a result. No. She shook her head. If you join Yin Yang Cave Heaven, you will have to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Xueqi was stunned. He thought that Enyang Cave Heaven would be able to guarantee that he broke through to the high-rank open heaven realm. Who could have known that their offer came with such a condition? It was just a casual remark in the first place, but what he learned immediately made him lose all interest in Enyang Cave Heaven. The 6th and 7th order might only be one order apart, but they were fundamentally different. Nevertheless, Yang Kai finally understood why Chu Huashang was acting so forward and kept making those kinds of requests when he met her again this time. If he cultivated together with her, then he would undoubtedly carry Enyang Cave Heaven's mark. Not only would she be able to complete the task given to her by the master sect, but she would also find a partner to fall in love with. It was killing two birds with one stone. Many thanks, senior sister, for being so frank with me. No matter what her original intentions towards him were, the fact that she could tell him everything without hiding anything indicated that she did not wish to harm him. "Junior brother, are you unwilling?" she asked. His answer was resolute. "I will go forward bravely on the road beneath my feet. I have already seen the path to the high-rank open heaven realm. Even if it is narrow, muddy, and full of thorns, I will not retreat. My Tao heart will become clouded if I choose the easier road instead." Chu Huashang sighed softly. "Junior brother, you are still a long way from advancing into the open heaven realm. Many people might have taken notice of you, but they have no intention of making a move against you yet. That is because they are people who must consider their own status. They cannot abuse their strength to crush you. Otherwise, it will harm their reputation if word gets out. At the moment, they are only using their juniors to cause trouble for and suppress you. But if they perceive you as a threat one day, they will neither hold back nor be merciful. Senior sister, can you tell me why the cave heavens and paradises are so sensitive to advancing directly into the high-rank open heaven realm?" Yang Kai asked. He could not understand this point no matter how hard he thought about it. He was simply cultivating his own Tao. It was not as if he was harming other people, so why did he end up in this situation for no apparent reason? Chu Huashang explained. "I don't know if this is true as it is something I only heard about in rumors. A certain paradise once recruited a talented and promising disciple like you, junior brother. That disciple certainly lived up to expectations and advanced directly into the 7th order open heaven realm and was granted an important position as a result. Subsequently, the cave heaven exhausted all its resources and spent thousands of years helping him advance into the 9th order open heaven realm. In the open heaven realm, the 1st order is the weakest while the 9th order is the strongest. Once he reached the 9th order open heaven realm, there was practically nobody in the 3,000 worlds who was his equal. Afterward, nobody knew the reason why he suddenly had a drastic change of heart, but he went on to slaughter the entire paradise in a single day. Not only did everybody from that paradise lose their lives, but the paradise itself was destroyed." She paused for a moment and highlighted, "Following those events, the masters of the various cave heavens and paradises who were allies of the previous paradise joined together to hunt him down. Unfortunately, the force sent to subdue him was also wiped out. Moreover, it would seem that this incident caused that person to greatly despise the various cave heavens and paradises. He deliberately went on to wreak havoc for the cave heavens and paradises. For a time, the entire 3,000 worlds was plunged into a reign of terror. All 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were swept up in this incident. This matter lasted for several hundreds of years. Only then was that person besieged to death. Unfortunately, all the cave heavens and paradises took severe damage as a result. Having learned from the lessons of the past, the current cave heavens and paradises tend to pay great attention to those who advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, lest the tragedy repeat itself. She carried on, "At present, there exists a desolate territory where the space is shattered and the vitality is gone. That is where the final battle took place in the past. It is said that several hundred high-rank open heaven realm masters alone died in that battle. It is impossible to calculate how many mid-rank open heaven realm masters and low-rank open heaven realm masters died as well. Even though so many years have passed, that great territory is still fraught with dangers. The power of all sorts of divine abilities remains. No matter how powerful you are, nobody who enters that place has returned alive. The desolate territory was a battlefield in the past? Yang Kai was astonished. In order to locate the star boundary, he once scoured the entire universe chart. Needless to say, he had noticed the existence of the desolate territory. He had not given much thought to this matter at the time, and only felt curious as to why there was nothing marked within that desolate territory.
Only now did he learn that the desolate territory had such history behind it. Nevertheless, he couldn't help looking down on the cave heavens and paradises that were so sensitive and stressed about something that occurred in the distant past. Instead of guarding against others, why don't they strengthen themselves instead?
Junior brother, won't you reconsider?
Chu Huashang glanced at him pitifully, but her expression was filled with anticipation. He reached out and flicked her on the forehead. Focus on healing. Stop talking so much. She clutched at her forehead and rolled her eyes in frustration. As time passed, their injuries gradually healed and they were no longer as weak as before. Inside the city lord's mansion, Fan Wu Xian took out the wooden token that he obtained from Yang Kai and played with it. He was extremely curious as the pattern on the wooden token was very familiar to him.
It was none other than the insignia of Abundant City.
But, why does a wooden token brought in by an outer world visitor have Abundant City's insignia on it? Not to mention, the appearance of this wooden token indicates that it is from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Unable to solve this puzzling question, Fan Wu Xian asked several others about this wooden token. Unfortunately, nobody knew anything either.
Perhaps, I will only learn the truth once the city lord comes out of retreat.
Just as he was about to put the wooden token away, he suddenly felt a gust of wind brushing against him. Immediately after that, a beardless middle-aged man with a fair face appeared in front of him. Fan Wu Xian hurriedly straightened up and cupped his fist. Elder Tan.
The person who just arrived was none other than Tan Luo Xing, one of the 5 great elders of the Abundant City.
He was very powerful and held great authority. Like Tan Luo Xing, Fan Wu Xian had also condensed the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm elements. However, the other party was older than him by several thousands of years. If it really came down to a fight, Fan Wu Xian was certain that Tan Luo Xing could take his life within 100 moves. Deacon Fan. Tan Luo Xing nodded in acknowledgement. I heard you were asking about the origins of a wooden token. Indeed. Fan Wu Xian nodded. Is that it? Can I have a look? Tan Luo Xing cast his gaze in the direction of Fan Wu Xian's hands. Please have a look, Elder Tan. Fan Wu Xian immediately handed the wooden token over. While Tan Luo Xing was investigating the wooden token, Fan Wu Xian briefly recounted the story about how he had captured Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. Tan Luo Xing's eyes flashed and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are they really outer world visitors? Yes, they are outer world visitors. Fan Wu Xian nodded in confirmation. Elder Tan, do you recognize this wooden token? Do you know what it is? Why does it have Abundant City's insignia? Marshall Peak. Chapter 4268. What did you come back here for?
I know a little bit, but I will only know whether or not it's as I believe once I meet the person in question.
Tan Luo Xing clenched the wooden token in his hand and looked up. Where are those two right now? Fan Wu Xian said, the woman is unconscious due to severe injuries while the man is sealed by the firm Yuan nails. They are currently being imprisoned in the dungeon. I'll go and take a look. After saying that, Tan Luo Xing turned around and left. In the end, he didn't say anything about the wooden token. Although Fan Wu Xian was annoyed, he could not inquire further into the matter. After ruminating over something for a bit, he got up and followed Tan Luo Xing. Inside the dungeon, Yang Kai was adjusting his breathing when he abruptly opened his eyes and sent a transmission to Chu Huashang. Be careful, senior sister. Someone is coming. Chu Huashang hurriedly sat up at those words, her bright eyes watching the door of the prison vigilantly. All of a sudden, she felt Yang Kai's aura weaken considerably.
She immediately understood his intentions and restrained her own energy, pretending that she was still seriously injured and on the verge of death, her complexion as pale as could be. The two of them had only just finished preparing their ruse when a voice rang out from outside the door. Greetings, Elder Tan. Another person grunted faintly in response. Are the two people that Deacon Fan captured inside? Yes. Open the door. I'm going in to take a look. Yes. Soon, The door of the prison cell opened and a beardless middle-aged man with a fair face walked in. His expression was gloomy and slightly anxious. When he looked up and saw Yang Kai, he immediately paused at the door of the cell and a hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes before he blurted out, "It's you?" "Ha!" Yang Kai stared at the man suspiciously.
What is he talking about? Do we know each other?
So many years have passed. What did you come back here for? The middle-aged man shouted again. Yang Kai was utterly confused. He had no idea what the middle-aged man was talking about. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire about the situation, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned savage and he gave a low laugh. "It doesn't matter. Since you came back, die." Whilst saying so, he raised a hand and pushed his palm towards Yang Kai as the power of the 5 elements swirled around him. From the strength of his attack, he had obviously condensed 5th-order open heaven realm elements. Moreover, he must have been immersed in this realm for many years because his control over his 5-element powers was incredibly refined and potent. Among all the other half-step open heaven realm masters that Yang Kai had met so far, none of them could surpass this man in this regard. Moreover, this attack was very aggressive and overflowing with murderous intent. It was obvious that the middle-aged man intended to take Yang Kai's life. Yang Kai immediately lost his temper. He had never met this man before, so why was he trying to kill him at their first meeting? If he had not neutralized the firm yuan nails that were placed on him earlier, Yang Kai would have been helpless in the face of this attack. Fortunately, he was no longer bound by such restraints. Lifting his hand, Yang Kai threw his own palm forward while drawing the powers of his Dao seal. His clothes flapped about wildly, making rustling noises even though there was no wind hong. Yang Kai's figure swayed slightly and the small bed under him immediately shattered into dust. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. He had willingly let himself be captured in this place because he had urgently needed to find a quiet spot to recuperate from his injuries. Who could have known that he would be accused of being a spy and attacked before he had the chance to recover completely? It was only natural that he was in a foul mood. Although he had yet to recover fully at the moment, he was no longer as weak as he was before. It was true that he could not exert his complete strength, but it was not a problem for him to fight at 80% of his maximum. For that reason, he was not scared in the slightest even though a lot of people were gathering around. It was just that this place was the enemy's territory, so it would be rather troublesome if it came down to a fight. Therefore, he turned to look at the middle-aged man coldly and asked, Are you misunderstanding something?" "Misunderstanding?" Tan Luo Xing snarled. "Even if you turned into ashes, I would still be able to recognize you."
"What do you mean by misunderstanding? What are you all doing?"
"Kill him." Following his command, more than 10 figures lunged at Yang Kai from all directions. Every one of them used killing moves as their energy swirled wildly around them. Seeing that, Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate them. He lifted his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. A bright light flashed, seemingly shocking the entire world as spear shadows flew in all directions. Numerous cries of agony rang out as the people who threw themselves at Yang Kai were all thrown backwards. Each one of them collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. The others in the surroundings were shocked by the sight. Just who the hell is this guy? How is he so fierce? Is he really a spy from Emerald Thunder City? It was only a short moment of hesitation, but Yang Kai had already broken out of the encirclement during that time. Everywhere he passed, a reign of terror was left in his wake. Fan Wu Xian was completely dumbfounded as a chill ran down from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. He had not realized just how powerful this man was when he first led his men to capture these 2 people. If this man had revealed such ability at that time, he and his men would not have been able to return alive. It was obvious that the other party had been terribly injured earlier but had recovered somewhat now. "Watch out, Deacon Fan." A shout broke Fan Wu Xian out of his daze. He looked up and felt fear flooding his heart. The outer world visitor was charging straight in his direction, sending numerous figures flying along the way. Fresh blood splattered across the skies and screams reverberated through the air. Fan Wu Xian quickly focused himself. With death looming right before his eyes, he slashed his sword wildly,
sending out a torrent of sword waves towards the enemy. There seemed to be no end to the sounds of the sword waves slicing through the air, completely obscuring the figure of the outer world visitor. Did I get him? Fan Wu Xian frowned, still feeling extremely uneasy. Hong. It was as if a giant ominous beast had rushed out from ancient history. When the sword wave shattered, Fan Wu Xian saw a spear rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Oh no! He wanted to avoid the attack, but that spear seemed to block out all the light in front of him. There was no way for him to dodge. I'm going to die! The moment that thought appeared, Fan Wu Xian felt an intense pain coming from somewhere in his body and immediately collapsed to the ground. A short while later, though, he was stunned to discover that he was still breathing. Looking down, he saw that he was covered in blood and there was a wound at his waist area that had penetrated right through his body. Nevertheless, considering his half-step open heaven realm cultivation, such an injury could be considered neither light nor serious because his vitals had not been destroyed. I can't believe I'm not dead. Did he miss? All of a sudden, a series of groaning sounds entered Fan Wu Xian's ears. Looking up, he was stunned by the sight before him. All the people who were defeated by the outer world visitor earlier were injured and bleeding, but not one of them had died. After witnessing this scene, how could Fan Wu Xian not understand? The other party had not missed. Rather, he had held back. He had no intention of killing anybody and was simply fighting back and defending himself. Fan Wu Xian looked around once more and saw countless cultivators of Abundant City continuing to besiege the outer world visitor. However, none of them could even slow him down. Yang Kai left a path of destruction everywhere he went, mowing down his opponents as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. On the other hand, the cultivators of Abundant City were cut down like wheat in a storm, collapsing to the ground one after another. Is he really human? Fan Wu Xian looked dumbstruck. Kill him! Tan Luo Xing roared furiously with a savage expression as he, too, charged in the direction where Yang Kai was located. Fan Wu Xian hurriedly followed suit after circulating his strength to staunch his bleeding. There was no other choice. He was the one who captured these people in the first place, so he could not just leave them be. Although the other party was still showing mercy, Fan Wu Xian could not just sit around and watch as he caused such a huge commotion in Abundant City. Meanwhile, Yang Kai charged forward with his spear in hand, fighting his way through the city. He was extremely annoyed by now. It was not a pleasant experience to be besieged for no reason. Although he believed that there was a misunderstanding, he had no idea who to approach to resolve the situation. Thus, he could only fight while running. He initially wanted to find a way to leave the city, but he couldn't find the exit at all. This city was guarded by a powerful spirit array and there seemed to be no way out unless it was deactivated or opened. He had not killed any of the native cultivators here, so as not to create an irresolvable grudge between the two sides. There was still room for resolving this misunderstanding as long as he did not kill anybody. On the contrary, he would have no choice but to fight to the end if he launched a slaughter. Fortunately, all the cultivators in this city were now aware of Yang Kai's strength after his astonishing display just now. Nobody dared to approach him carelessly, but there was still a large group of people surrounding him from afar no matter where he went. Even though they had him surrounded though, they were the ones gulping nervously as terror and panic filled their faces. Yang Kai held his spear in hand while Chu Huashang followed behind him at a leisurely pace. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4269, Recognizing the Wrong Person. Abundant City was a complete mess. Countless cultivators were gathered around in all directions with Yang Kai at their center. Most of these cultivators looked terrified and were nervously gulping. They moved quickly with Yang Kai's every movement, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters from him at all times. Meanwhile, Yang Kai scurried around the city with Chu Huashang in tow. He had failed to locate the exit of the city's grand array despite searching for over an incense stick worth of time. Thus, his patience was wearing thin. He reached out a hand and space principles fluctuated before a young man appeared in his grasp. That young man had originally been standing 50 meters away from Yang Kai, but before he could realize what was going on, he felt something tightening around his neck.
He looked up and saw Yang Kai staring at him with a dark expression. Screaming in fear, he instinctively tried to fight back. However, a mighty force filled the other party's palm and flooded his body, making him unable to exert any strength at all. "Where's the exit?" Yang Kai asked sullenly. Pale with fright, the young man swallowed nervously. A look of hesitation and struggle flashed across his face, but he soon closed his eyes and grit his teeth with a look that indicated he was resigned to his fate. "How brave!" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Increasing the strength in his hands slightly, he threatened the young man, "I'll ask you one last time. Where is the exit? I'll kill you if you don't talk." The young man gritted his teeth tightly together. Even though he looked extremely frightened, he refused to say a single word. Yang Kai turned to look at his surroundings. Countless pairs of eyes stared back at him, flickering with fright and anger as though he was some kind of wicked villain. He was so furious that he wanted to laugh. Lifting the young man in his hand high into the air, he snarled savagely, "Release the city's grand array and let me out. Otherwise, I will raze this entire city to the ground and leave no man alive." Nobody responded, but his words made everybody's expression change drastically. Nobody answered his demand either. It could be seen that although this city and population was not very large, they were incredibly united. Thinking about it, it was not that strange. Every corner of the Blood Monster Cave heaven was filled with danger, so if natives were not unified, it would be difficult for them to survive in this harsh environment. "Junior brother, are we really going to kill them?" Chu Huashang asked in a whisper. "Senior sister, please don't be impatient. Just follow me closely." "N." She nodded and snuggled tightly against him. Afterward, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the middle-aged man who attacked him earlier. The people here called him Elder Tan. He probably holds some sway in this city. I might be able to discover the location of the Grand Array's portal from this man. When Tan Luoxing noticed Yang Kai looking in his direction, his expression changed considerably and he subconsciously took several steps back. He had exchanged blows with Yang Kai back at the prison, which nearly resulted in his death. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of the latter's strength. This man was not somebody he could defeat. In fact, they could not stop him even after all the forces within Abundant City were mobilized. At this point, he seriously doubted that anybody in Abundant City could prevent Yang Kai from wiping out this city if so chose to. At this moment, a shadow rushed over and landed not far away from Yang Kai. It transformed into a girl that looked quite young. She was dressed like a maidservant and in addition, she had a playful and pure appearance. Upon seeing the situation within the city, the young girl revealed an expression of astonishment. Then, her beautiful eyes landed on Yang Kai. She swept a measuring gaze over his body as though trying to assess him. "Be careful, Lady Jing. This person," Fan Wu Xian shouted. After mulling for a long while, he finally added, "He is unfathomable." Lady Jing nodded lightly. Giving Yang Kai an elegant bow, she gently said, "This maid greets you, sir." "What do you want?" Yang Kai glanced sideways at her. She said, "I wouldn't dare. The city lord wishes to speak with you." "The city lord?" Yang Kai squinted at the location in the middle of the city. Fan Wu Xian had brought him there once, but the city lord had been in retreat at the time. That was why he and Chu Huashang were eventually thrown into the dungeons. "It seems that all the commotion I caused here has roused the city lord from her retreat. Nevertheless, this city lord is certainly quite an interesting woman." Even though he had made such a huge fuss in Abundant City, this person was still inviting him over for a chat. It went to show that the other party was either very generous, or was as timid as a mouse. Judging by the maid-servant's attitude, the former was more probable. Just as Yang Kai was about to nod in agreement, Tan Luoxing suddenly shouted, "You can't. This person is a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City. Furthermore, he is very strong. If we recklessly allow him to approach the city lord, the consequences will be dire. Everybody, please work with me to kill this man to prevent any further troubles." Yang Kai was furious. Just what is wrong with this Tan Luoxing? Why does he keep accusing me of being a spy from Emerald Thunder City? Listening to those accusations caused his murderous intent to rise, tempting him to kill this person on the spot with his spear. Lady Jing, however, smiled and refuted, "Elder Tan, Please watch what you say. The city lord has made her decision. What's more, if this man is as strong as you say, were he a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City, the city would be flowing with rivers of blood by this point. Nobody in Abundant City can stop him after all. However, that is not the case. While it is true that many of our people have been injured, not a single of them lost their life. It can be seen that this man has held back. I'm sure there's a misunderstanding somewhere. At least the city lord is sensible. Yong Kai nodded to himself, the rage in his heart subsiding slightly. Sir, madam, please come this way. After saying that, she turned sideways and gestured with her hand to show them the way. Chu Huashang blushed. I'm not a madam. It was her first time being addressed in that manner, so it felt strange to her ears. Lead the way. Yong Kai put away the azure dragon spear, released the young man in his grasp, and nodded in acknowledgement. Lady Jing looked to the side. Deacon Fan, please come with us. I heard that you are the one who brought this sir and lady back. Yes. Fan Wu Xian responded as he clutched at his waist with one hand, his complexion pale. That spot was where Yong Kai had stabbed him with his spear earlier. Even now, the bleeding has not stopped completely. Everyone, please disperse. Those who are injured should receive proper treatment for your wounds. Lady Jing waved her hands to dismiss the others before stepping forward to lead the way. On the other hand, Tan Luoxing could only watch helplessly as Yong Kai and the others departed. He was anxious and furious, but unfortunately, it was impossible to stop them with his current strength alone. He clenched his fists and ground his teeth, knowing that he was finished the moment that person entered the city lord's mansion. He would no longer have a place in Abundant City. Staring in the direction of the city lord's mansion that held so many of his memories, he immediately flew towards his residence. The city lord's mansion was probably the largest building in Abundant City. Yong Kai and Chu Huashang had been here before, but they had not been able to enter at the time. Now though, they had a smooth journey under Lady Jing's guidance and soon arrived at the main hall. Lady Jing stopped outside the doors and announced, City Lord, I've brought them here. Since you're here, then please come in. A gentle voice came from within. Sir, please come this way. Lady Jing gestured forward. Yong Kai nodded and strode inside with Chu Huashang. Upon entering the main hall, he immediately felt a dozen or so divine senses shrouding him. He looked up and saw 4 people sitting at the head of the hall. There were 2 on each side, including both men and women. The others were hidden in the shadows, remaining alert and vigilant against him. He was not bothered by their attitudes. After all, he had caused a huge commotion in the city earlier. Even if they invited him here, it was only natural that they took some precautions. Meanwhile, the 4 people sitting in the main hall were on par with Elder Tan in terms of strength. They were probably the highest-level elders in Abundant City. Besides them, a woman dressed in imperial dress sat demurely on the head seat located at the central platform. When their gazes met, Yong Kai discovered that this woman looked to be in her 30s. Time had not left any traces on her face and her appearance was dignified, looking like a true young lady of the house. What surprised him even more was that the city lord abruptly stood up from her chair the moment their gazes met. She was not the only one to do so, as the other people sitting around them had the same reaction. All of them stood up abruptly and stared at him in shock. In addition, the city lord's eyes reddened, her breathing quickened, and her body trembled lightly. She covered her red lips with one hand. It's you? An elderly man on the left shouted. Yong Kai turned to look in that direction and studied the man, having no clue who he was. He had heard these words twice now. The first time was when Elder Tan met him, and the second was in this place. That was not all. The people here had reacted strangely when they saw him, so much so that the city lord even lost all her composure for some reason. Yong Kai frowned as various thoughts ran through his head. Have you mistaken me for somebody else? If they did not mistake him for somebody else, then how could they have these kinds of reactions? As soon as those words left his mouth, everybody stiffened in surprise. Then, they all turned to look at the city lord in unison. The city lord's eyes were red as she called out, Ting Yu, is that you? Her voice trembled slightly, sounding weak and desolate, like a woman calling out to her lover after waiting for many years. Yang Kai turned to look at Jin Yuanlang with a slight frown. Based on what he heard from these people and what he understood from their actions, it was likely that Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and Yuhi had come to Abundant City together and obtained that wooden token. Furthermore, City Lord Mo may seem to have fallen deeply in love with Lan Tingyu here. Unfortunately, this was the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Outsiders would be forced to leave once the time limit was up, so there was no way for them to send word of what happened later to Abundant City. In other words, these people had no idea that Lan Tingyu had died a long time ago. Worried about how City Lord Mo May would react, Yang Kai was not sure whether he should tell them the truth. He pondered in silence for a time before deciding that honesty would be best here and explained, "You might not be aware, but Lan Tingyu died a long time ago." As soon as the statement came out, Mo May's body shook violently. Her emotions that had just stabilized became disordered again. Pang Duo and the others glanced at her worriedly while Mu Qianxian quickly said, "Our condolences, City Lord. Please restrain your grief." Mo May lowered her head so that her hair obscured her eyes and cast a dense shadow over her face. They could not read her expression. Nevertheless, she slowly raised her hand and said, "It's fine. I had a feeling that was the case. Why else would he fail to return after so long, unless something had happened to him? He promised to bring us out of this place back then after all." Seeing how she forced herself to remain strong and endured the pain even though it felt like thousands of blades were slicing her heart, the elders felt sad too. However, they did not know how to comfort her. It was not just Mo May, of course. The rest of them had also speculated that something had happened to Lan Tingyu. It was just that they never received any news from the outside world, so they continued to hold on to that glimmer of hope. Now that they knew the truth, even that glimmer no longer existed. "Were you all very close to Lan Tingyu?" Yang Kai asked after observing them. Pang Duo replied, "To tell you the truth, little brother, Abundant City was founded with the help of Brother Lan. If not for Brother Lan, we all would have perished long ago under the claws of the monster beasts. It can be said that Brother Lan is our savior." "Is that how it is?" Yang Kai was astonished. No wonder the proprietress claimed that the wooden token was a favor. It turned out to be a favor indeed. Abundant City was only established with Lan Tingyu's help. That's one heck of a favor. Yang Kai secretly guessed that Lan Tingyu and the proprietress encountered these people from Abundant City when they entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then and forged bonds of affection and friendship with each other. They later helped the people here to establish Abundant City, and promised to find an opportunity to bring them out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that fate had other plans. After Lan Tingyu left the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the heaven-defying opportunities he obtained made him the target of various cave heavens and paradises. These opportunities eventually cost him his life. Needless to say, he never returned to this place again. Over 1,000 years had passed since then. That was why these people had mistaken Yang Kai for Lan Tingyu when he first came here. It was also why Tan Luoxing was so shocked and blurted out, "Why did you come back here after so many years?" Upon considering all this, Yang Kai suddenly felt as though things were not adding up, so he hurriedly asked, "Has Elder Tan Luoxing ever met Lan Tingyu in the past?" Jin Yuanlang nodded, "Of course. Elder Tan and the rest of us here can be considered the earliest residents of Abundant City. When we first arrived at this place, there were only a few dozen of us. It was only after so many years of progress that we reached our current scale." Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. "That's strange. If Elder Tan is acquainted with Lan Tingyu and mistook me for him, why did he insist on slandering and accusing me of being a spy from Emerald Thunder City? He tried to kill me as soon as he saw me. If not for the fact that I have some skill, I would be nothing more than a corpse by now. I don't even know where Emerald Thunder City is located." "Something like that happened?" Pang Duo was surprised. Mu Qianxian pondered in silence, but a moment later, she glanced in Mo May's direction and heaved a heavy sigh without saying anything. Similarly, the others seemed to understand something and their expressions became ugly. Chu Huashang suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai, "Junior brother, it seems that Elder Tan regarded you as a love rival." Realization dawned on Yang Kai after listening to her words. Everything made sense if that was truly the case. Tan Luoxing was in love with City Lord Mo May, but Mo May only had eyes for Lan Tingyu. It was just that Lan Tingyu failed to appear after so many years. leading Tan Luoxing to believe that he still had a chance with her. Unfortunately, Yang Kai happened to arrive at this place at this time and had his wooden token taken away by Fan Wu Xin. Only one such wooden token had been issued by Abundant City throughout history. It was something that Lan Tingyu took with him when he left. Only a dozen or so people knew about the existence of this wooden token, and out of all the people who knew about the situation, many had died over the years. Mo Mei and the 5 elders were the only ones left who knew about the origins of this wooden token. When Tan Luoxing saw the wooden token, he naturally sought to investigate the situation thoroughly. In the end, he saw Yang Kai and mistakenly assumed that Lan Tingyu had returned, sparking a murderous impulse in his heart. He immediately tried to kill Yang Kai while the latter was bound by the restraints of the firm Yuan nail. Who would have learned the truth if he destroyed the corpse and removed all evidence? It was Tan Luoxing's bad luck that Yang Kai was not bound by the restraints of the firm Yuan nail at all. Yang Kai wounded him with a single palm strike. Afterward, things spiraled out of control until there was no turning back. Jinger, summon Elder Tan here at once. I have something to ask him. Mo Mei's expression was filled with rage. Jinger bowed yes. Immediately afterward, she flew out of the city lord's mansion to search for Tan Luoxing. Pang Duo glanced at Fan Wu Xian, who had followed along. Deacon Fan, I heard that you were the one to bring Brother Yang and his companion back. Fan Wu Xian quickly replied, that's right. A few days ago, my men and I were guarding the Grand Array portal when we suddenly noticed a figure approaching, as though searching for something. Worried that it might be a spy sent by Emerald Thunder City to collect intelligence, I led my men to attack and capture the senior brother and senior sister. I can now see that it was all just a misunderstanding. While speaking, he cupped his fist at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang to express his apology, secretly afraid. It was fortunate that Yang Kai had been injured at the time and lost most of his combat capabilities. Fan Wu Xian could not have brought his men back safe and sound otherwise. What happened afterward? Pang Duo asked again. Fan Wu Xian immediately recounted what happened in detail. When he saw the pattern on the wooden token, he felt that it was very similar to the symbol of Abundant City. Thus, he took possession of it and went around asking about it. To his surprise, nobody knew about the wooden token. Tan Luoxing came looking for him after hearing the news and later took the wooden token and headed straight for the dungeon. What followed was a huge commotion. Tan Luoxing had issued an order for all the cultivators in Abundant City to besiege Yang Kai, in the name of killing a spy. Consequently, many people were wounded by Yang Kai. Upon hearing that Tan Luoxing had repeatedly accused Yang Kai of being Emerald Thunder City's spy, the expressions of the elders became rather ugly. Even if they ignored the fact that the city lord and Lan Tingyu were deeply in love with one another, Abundant City was first established with the help of Lan Tingyu and the others. Therefore, everyone in Abundant City essentially owed their lives to Lan Tingyu. Tan Luoxing had been blinded by jealousy and acted foolishly. As one of the 5 great elders of Abundant City, his actions undoubtedly repaid kindness with enmity and brought shame to them all. Where is the wooden token now? Mu Qianxian asked. Fan Wu Xian replied, with Elder Tan. Mo Mei interjected, the wooden token is not important. We only gave Tingyu a faith token back then because he and the others helped to establish Abundant City at the beginning. Abundant City owes the bearer of the wooden token a great favor. Yang Kai, you are the one who brought the wooden token here. If there is anything you need, please speak freely. Abundant City will not refuse as long as it can satisfy your demands. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4271. Golden Gorilla King. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words and he quickly asked, does Abundant City have any 7th order Yin or metal element monster cores? Pang Duo laughed bitterly at those words. Little brother Yang, do you think we have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast? If a 7th order monster beast were to appear here, Abundant City would have been razed to the ground a long time ago. We don't have any 6th order monster cores in stock in Abundant City either. If you need any 5th order monster cores, then we might be able to share some with you. What use are 5th order monster cores to me? Abundant City had existed for thousands of years, so Yang Kai originally thought that it would have accumulated some monster cores over the years. There was a possibility that they had what he needed. Only now did he learn that Abundant City was not as wealthy as he imagined. It made sense when he thought about it though. He estimated that a 7th-order monster beast could exert strength equivalent to a mid-rank open heaven realm master. How could they win against a 7th-order monster beast with their strength? Since there were no 7th-order monster cores available, then he had nothing else to ask for. In any case, he only came here to treat his wounds. Now that he was almost fully recovered, it was time for him to leave. A blanket of silence fell over the scene. Xueqi, why don't you take your leave? You should get your wounds treated properly. A short while later, Pang Duo dismissed Fan Xueqi with a wave of his hand. Fan Xueqi left immediately. At this moment, Jing'er returned. It was just that she was alone. Moreover, she had a strange expression on her face. The generally taciturn Gong Yang she was puzzled and asked, "Where is Elder Tan?" She replied, "I couldn't find Elder Tan. His residence is empty." How can that be? Pang Duo was astonished. Have you searched the city? Is Elder Tan treating his wounds somewhere else? Before she could respond, they heard a rush of footsteps coming from outside. Immediately after that, a person urgently shouted, reporting, "Golden Gorilla King is here." What? Jin Yuan Lang shouted. He was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. Why is he here again? Didn't he come here just a few days ago? Likewise, the others also looked solemn. It was as though something major was about to happen. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exchanged glances with each other. They did not know who this Golden Gorilla King was, that he could make the people of Abundant City react like they were about to engage a formidable enemy. Reporting. Another shout entered their ears. That shout was followed by a figure landing in the city lord's main hall. Speak. Mo Mei shouted with great majesty. That person cupped his fists. City Lord, Elder Tan forcibly opened the Grand Array barrier and fled on his own just now. At this moment, the Grand Array is not functioning and the entrance to the city is wide open. Bastard! Mo Mei leapt to her feet with a furious roar while the expression of the others also changed greatly. This truly was a case where when it rained, it poured. Golden Gorilla King's sudden arrival was bad enough, but they could have dealt with the situation no matter how dangerous and critical it was so long as the Grand Array remained intact. However, Tan Luoxing had forced open the Grand Array barrier and caused problems with its operation. It was like throwing Abundant City into the fire and roasting them on a stake. If they failed to handle this matter properly, there was a high chance that Abundant City would be reduced to ashes today. Pang Duo was stunned. Why did Elder Tan forcibly open the Grand Array? Why did he leave? Chu Huashang said, "Are you stupid? It's obvious that bastard surnamed Tan ran away." Ran away? He sounded like he couldn't believe it. He was just about to ask why Tan Luoxing would flee when he suddenly realized something. Tan Luoxing clearly knew that he had been exposed for slandering Yang Kai. He was afraid of being punished by the city lord and felt too humiliated to remain in Abundant City. That was why he hurriedly fled. After all, the commotion earlier was quite large. Although nobody died, it was only because Yang Kai had held back. Nevertheless, countless people were injured as a result. If it wasn't for Tan Luoxing's slanderous words, those incidents would not have occurred. As an elder of Abundant City, he allowed jealousy to blind him, not only causing him to repay kindness with enmity and bring shame to Abundant City, but also resulting in great losses to Abundant City. Therefore, he simply had no face to stab. Leave aside the matters involving Elder Tan for now. Our priority at the moment is dealing with Golden Gorilla King. Mo Mei walked down from the city lord's throne. Her voice was steady and her appearance was imposing as she began issuing orders. Since he came here, he must want a tribute. He will leave as long as we can fulfill his requirements. Elder Mu, how many offerings does Abundant City have left? Mu Qianxian replied, "There's not much left. Only 4 or 5 monster cores at most. Golden Gorilla King usually only comes once or twice a year, so we have enough time to hunt monster beasts and gather the necessary tribute. It has only been a month since he last came here though. We emptied out our inventory at the time. Moreover, the team we sent out to hunt monster beasts has yet to return. What tributes could we possibly have?" Despite knowing that this was a possible outcome, Emma still felt her heart sinking in despair after listening to Mu Qianxian's report. Without enough tribute, they could not send Golden Gorilla King away peacefully. That could mean annihilation for Abundant City. City Lord, elders, Golden Gorilla King seems to be heavily injured, the cultivator who reported this news earlier added. Golden Gorilla King is injured? A light flashed in Gong Yongxi's eyes and he nodded. That explains why he came back so soon. It's obvious he wants the tributes to treat his wounds. Jin Yuanlang smiled bitterly, but we don't have any offerings for him. I wonder if he will become enraged. Emma sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, we should go out and meet him. Let's hope it's a blessing, not a curse. Even if it is a curse though, it can't be avoided. It's best if he can retreat peacefully. Otherwise, we can only draw upon the strength of the entire city to fight him. After saying that, she turned to look at Yong Kai and added, Sir Yong, Abundant City has wronged you regarding the matter with Elder Tan. Once this queen finishes dealing with Golden Gorilla King, I will discuss the finer details with you. Yong Kai nonchalantly replied, Please don't worry about that, City Lord. As you've said, all this was caused by Elder Tan. What happened previously was just a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, I injured many of your people and should be asking for your forgiveness, City Lord Mo. As for this Golden Gorilla King, please allow us to come along if you don't mind. Mo glanced at him and gently nodded with a grateful expression on her face. Many thanks, Sir Yong. Yong Kai had the strength to throw Abundant City into chaos, which clearly showed that he was very powerful. He could provide extra protection if he came along. Nevertheless, Mo couldn't help feeling ashamed. Abundant City was supposed to return Yong Kai a favor, but instead a huge misunderstanding had caused him to suffer. Now, even after all that, he was voluntarily offering them his assistance. Sir Yong not only looks very similar to Tingyu, but he also has the same old-fashioned compassion. If Lan Tingyu had not rescued us back then, we would not have survived this long. We would have long been eaten by monster beasts. From Yong Kai's point of view, Abundant City was jointly established with the help of the proprietress and Yu He, so now that it was in trouble, he could not just sit back and ignore them. Although his injuries had yet to recover fully and he could not exert his complete strength, it would not be a problem for him to bring out 80% of his maximum. While speeding forward, Yong Kai was just about to ask about Golden Gorilla King when he suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar coming from not far away. This sound was a beast's howl which clearly came from a monster beast moreover. It also sounded very familiar, like he had heard this roar somewhere before. When he followed Mo and the others to the Grand Array portal, Yong Kai looked out and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a coincidence! At this moment, the barrier of Abundant City's Grand Array had been damaged after being forcibly opened by Tan Luo Xing during his escape and could not close properly as a result. A gorilla glowing with golden light was standing in front of the wide-open portal with his hands on the ground and his head held high. He was several tens of meters tall. Not to mention, he was looking down on the crowd with a contemptuous gaze as though he was looking at a group of ants. Moreover, his expression seemed impatient. A while ago, Yong Kai had witnessed this gorilla fighting a life-or-death battle with a wolf. Their fight had shaken the very world itself. Yong Kai previously used the gorilla and the wolf as a deterrent to escape Xian Zhao and his lackeys before he later arrived at Abundant City. When Mo and the others mentioned a Golden Gorilla King, Yong Kai mistakenly assumed that they were referring to some powerful cultivator. Only now did he realize that the other party was actually a sixth-order monster beast. Yong Kai did not know what the outcome of the fight between the gorilla and the wolf was. However, he had the feeling that the gorilla did not win. That was because Golden Gorilla King was covered in wounds and dripping with blood. It was obvious that the wolf had bitten him and torn large chunks of flesh from his body. Even the golden light covering him seemed a little dim and his aura was rather weak. Mo and the others came to a stop several hundred meters away from Golden Gorilla King, each of them wearing a solemn expression. They bowed to him before Mo spoke. Golden Gorilla King, why have you returned to Abundant City so quickly? Golden Gorilla King lowered his head and growled something. The meaning was unclear, but the way he behaved indicated that he understood what they were saying. It could be seen that his sentience was quite high. Mo shook her head. We've handed all the tributes we gathered to you earlier. Abundant City does not have any offerings left. We are powerless to help you even if you come here. Ho. Star. Golden Gorilla King flew into a rage. He lowered his head and let out a fierce howl, baring his fangs at them. A violent wind blew in their direction, causing Mo's hair to fly out in the wind. Even so, she remained motionless. Her expression did not change even when she stood in front of a furious sixth-order monster beast, showing her strong spiritual cultivation. Mo continued once the noise faded. Abundant City will support you if you wish to treat your wounds. It's just that we don't have what you need. Nothing will change even if you lose your temper. Ho. Star. Golden Gorilla King let out another furious roar. Not only did he roar louder than before, but he also ran around and smashed several houses with his fists. Afterward, he waved his enormous fist at Mo and the others as though saying, "Are you scared?" Many of the cultivators who had gathered around couldn't help taking several steps back. On the other hand, Mo did not move. She simply called out calmly, "You are injured right now. It's best not to get angry so easily. Otherwise, it will be harder for you to recover." Golden Gorilla King ignored her completely, like a child throwing a temper tantrum. He was enraged because he could not get what he wanted. Clenching his fists tightly, he punched the ground repeatedly. Violent monster chi spread out in all directions, causing many to look terrified. Yang Kai quietly asked Jin Yuanlang, who was standing next to him, "What does Golden Gorilla King want?" Jin Yuanlang answered with a bitter smile, "Metal element monster beast cores." Both sides were on even ground and nobody held the advantage, a fact made obvious by the exchange of blows just now. "He's fine even after taking that?" Pang Duo and the others were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that anybody could survive after being smashed into the ground by Golden Gorilla King. They all thought that Yang Kai would definitely die from that attack. Puh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stabbed the Azure Dragon spear into the ground. He glared fiercely at Golden Gorilla King, who was also getting back up, and grinned savagely. "Do you think you can do whatever you please just because you're bigger? Today, I'll show you just what it means to be big." With a guttural roar, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A high-pitched dragon roar exploded from his mouth, echoing across the sky. An enormous golden dragon appeared behind Yang Kai's back, looking extremely lifelike. The dragon eyes were filled with a majesty that stood above all other living beings. The golden dragon phantom plunged into his body and vanished out of sight in the next instant before a crackling sound rang out. Under everybody's stunned gazes, Yang Kai's figure suddenly swelled and transformed into a 500-meter-tall half-dragon in the blink of an eye. With the continued development of his golden divine dragon source and the purification of his dragon vein, Yang Kai was starting to gain better control over his dragon transformation secret technique. His current 500-meter form should be enough to crush Golden Gorilla King, who was only several dozen meters tall, and if that wasn't enough, he could always transform into a behemoth more than 3,000 meters tall. Yang Kai's entire body was covered with dragon scales. His hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon horns grew out of his head, a dragon tail swished about behind his back, and a dragon beard flew about wildly below his jaw. He was the very picture of majesty and invincibility. Chu Huashang lifted a hand to cover her red lips, staring up at him with shock in her beautiful eyes. It was her first time witnessing his transformation. She initially thought that she understood him to an extent after the life-or-death experiences they went through together. It was not until this moment that she realized something. What she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Inside Abundant City, thousands of people raised their heads and stared up at Yang Kai. All of them felt as insignificant as ants in front of this enormous figure. It was one thing if it was just their height, but the majesty Yang Kai radiated was what truly made them shudder. They instinctively felt the urge to bow down and worship him. The cultivators of Abundant City were not the only ones frozen in shock. Golden Gorilla King was also stunned for a moment. As a monster beast, he could sense the dragon pressure that Xueqi was releasing much more acutely than humans ever could. So his eyes narrowed slightly and he instinctively took a few steps back. However, he soon directed a furious roar at Xueqi. It was almost as though he felt ashamed for backing away just now, so he could only strengthen his momentum through this roar. Similarly, Xueqi roared back at Golden Gorilla King. The dragon roar resounded throughout the skies, making the wind and clouds pale in comparison. Then, he took a step forward and charged at Golden Gorilla King. Golden Gorilla King did not shrink back in fear either, rushing forward instead. The two enormous figures quickly collided with each other with a deafening explosion that shook the entire world. Xueqi looked over and saw a golden dot fleeing desperately into the distance. Golden Gorilla King was already more than a dozen kilometers away by now. He clearly understood that nothing good would come out of the battle even if he fought on. Therefore, he decided to retreat. It was a wise decision. It was just that Xueqi was not prepared to let Golden Gorilla King flee. He raised his spear and laughed. "Want to run now? Do you think you can?" Before he could take more than 2 steps though, Emome shouted at the top of her voice, "Sir Yang, please show mercy." Xueqi stopped and lowered his head to look in her direction. Seeing that she had his attention, Emome spoke in a rather sad tone, "Sir, please don't give chase. Please spare his life." "Why?" Xueqi questioned. To which Emome replied, "Golden Gorilla King might have benefited greatly from Abundant City, but it is also true that he has helped us to survive through numerous crises over the years. It can be said that he is our benefactor. This time, it might be that he is in urgent need to recuperate, which was why he acted so rashly." Upon hearing those words, Xueqi couldn't help giving a word of advice. "Save a thief from the gallows and he will help hang you in the future. City Lord Mo, please think this through." But Emome insisted, "Sir, please spare his life." Xueqi pondered for a moment before he released his dragon transformation secret art and he returned to his human form. Since Emome had already said so much, he couldn't be bothered to chase after Golden Gorilla King anymore. Not to mention, Golden Gorilla King was not an opponent to be trifled with. Although Xueqi was confident he could hunt down and kill Golden Gorilla King with his current strength, there was no denying that he would have to pay a certain price to do so. Emome thanked him while the other elders were staring at him in shock and awe. It was the first time they had ever seen anyone fighting Golden Gorilla King on equal terms. This guy seems to be even stronger and more aggressive than Lan Tingyu. Many things had happened in Abundant City today. First, Xueqi had caused a huge commotion, then one of the 5 great elders, Tan Luo Xing, forced open the Grand Array and escaped the city. Before the dust had settled on these shocking events, Golden Gorilla King appeared. Xueqi and Golden Gorilla King then fought a fierce battle, which practically leveled half of Abundant City. Looking around at the ruined buildings and wailing residents, Emome couldn't help furrowing her brow deeply. All the elders were injured. In particular, Jin Yuanlang's legs had been broken. Many others in the city had been injured as well. It could be said that Abundant City had suffered severe damage to its very foundation. Soon, those who were not injured began to rescue those who were under Emome's command. Another group of people was sent to do emergency repairs on the defensive Grand Array. Thus, the entire Abundant City was swept up in a flurry of activity. Xueqi found a quiet place and rested for a bit. After that, he came out again to check on the situation in Abundant City. He said to Emome, who stood next to him, "City Lord Mo, I'm afraid you can't stay here for much longer. You spared Golden Gorilla King's life today, but the thoughts of monster beasts are very difficult to predict. It is hard to say whether he will or will not come to take revenge on the city after he recovers from his injuries. How will Abundant City protect itself at the time?" Emome sighed. "I'm aware of that. It's just, how could it be so easy to migrate to a different place?" Back then, they only managed to build and establish the city thanks to the help of Lan Tingyu, the proprietress, and a few others. They finally reached their current scale following the gradual development of the city over thousands of years. Even if they wanted to migrate elsewhere, they needed to have a safe place to act as their stronghold at the very least. It was just that there were no such safe places in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, Abundant City had their own enemies, such as Emerald Thunder City, which had been mentioned several times before. If Emerald Thunder City learned about what happened to Abundant City, they would not hold back. They would definitely gather an army to swallow up Abundant City, bones and alls. Have you never considered leaving the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Xueqi was puzzled. Emome laughed bitterly. Why would we stay here if we could leave this place? Sir Yang, you may not be aware of this, but my ancestors were kidnapped by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and forced to live here. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was proficient in the Tao of Blood, so he placed a Blood Principles restriction on them. This restriction is passed down from generation to generation. If the Blood Principles restriction does not constantly receive the aura of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, we will immediately suffer a backlash and die on the spot. That is why we must first remove the restriction before we can leave this place. Otherwise, we will only be walking to our deaths. Blood Principles restriction? Xueqi raised his brow at those words. City Lord Mo, may I have a look? She looked at him in surprise. Sir Yang, do you understand the Tao of Blood? Xueqi calmly remarked, I didn't at first, but now I know a little bit. He had never touched upon the Tao of Blood in the past, but he had now comprehended several chapters of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture that were inscribed on steels at the Blood Lake in order to enter its central palace. Although the final inscriptions had been fudged by Black Crow Divine Monarch, what Xueqi learned previously was undoubtedly part of the true Bloodlight scripture. In other words, most of the cultivators present at the time had received some exposure to the Tao of Blood and Blood Principles. It was just that everybody was the same. They only understood some of the Bloodlight scripture's secret techniques, but not the actual secret arts. Please go ahead, Sir Yang. Emome did not have the attitude of a shy young maiden, and instead generously stretched out her hand towards him. Xueqi apologized for his discourtesy and placed 2 fingers on her wrist. His divine sense surged, probing into her bloodline where he soon discovered a mysterious restriction. It was closely connected to her bloodline and could not be separated by force. Not to mention, this restriction could be passed on continuously through reproduction. No wonder she mentioned that Lan Ting you wanted to find a way to bring them out of here. It now seems that they cannot leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven at will. Under the effects of this restriction, they have no choice but to live in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. A short while later, Xueqi withdrew his chi and slowly shook his head. She asked, how is it? Xueqi sighed. I can sense the restriction, but I don't have the ability to remove it. Emome felt slightly hopeful when she heard his first sentence, only to quickly become disappointed with his next. In the end, she laughed bitterly. You are being too humble, Sir Yang. After all, he was able to force Golden Gorilla King back. That was by no means a small feat. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4274, Into the Depths. Xueqi felt a slight sense of pity. He had been planning to use the sealed world bead to bring Emome and the others out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven if they were willing. They were old acquaintances with the proprietress. It was nothing for him to help them out while he was at it. More importantly, he believed that the people in Abundant City were extremely rare talents. Judging from their battle with the Golden Gorilla King earlier, these Emperor Realm cultivators had a much stronger foundation than average emperors in the outside world. That was especially true for Emome and the Great Elders. They were no different from core disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises like Chu Huashang and Pei Wenxian. Emome had condensed 6th-order element powers while the rest of the elders had condensed the 5th-order elements. Thanks to their precipitation over the years, they would surely have a greater chance of breaking through to the open heaven realm compared to others if they could obtain the opportunity. If that happened, they would form a whole batch of 5th-order and 6th-order open heaven realm masters. What did Voidland lack the most right now? Wasn't there a shortage of open heaven realm masters? Xueqi believed that it would not be a problem for him to invite them into Voidland if he could bring them out, After all, they had lived their entire lives in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so they had no place to go in the outside world. Void Land was just right for them. Unfortunately, the Blood Principle's restriction that Blood Monster Divine Monarch placed upon their ancestors had crushed all his hopes. If he placed them into the small sealed world, they would immediately die without the nourishment from the aura of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Mo sighed. This place has become more and more unstable recently. I'm afraid our fate is to live and die together with this world. Many thanks for your kindness though, Sir Yang. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was showing signs of collapse. That was something Yang Kai also knew. The most obvious manifestation of this phenomenon was the continuous increase in the number of entrances to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. That was a sign that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was merging with the Blood Monster territory. If these signs were appearing in the outside world, then there was bound to be more obvious signs inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It would be particularly obvious to Mo Mei and the others who lived here. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. City Lord Mo, you don't need to abandon all hope just yet. I know somebody who can lift the Blood Principle's restriction in your bodies. Who? Mo Mei asked in pleasant surprise. He grimaced, a guy named Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch had stolen the Tao of Blood inheritance left behind by Blood Monster Divine Monarch and cultivated the complete version of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. It would be a simple matter if he were willing to lend a hand to help remove the Blood Principle's restriction. The main issue was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was wicked by nature. Moreover, he had a deep grudge against Yang Kai. It could be considered a miracle if they neither fought nor tried to kill each other when they encountered each other next. So how could Yang Kai convince him to help? Black Crow Divine Monarch? Mo Mei looked astonished. Although she lived her entire life in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, even she knew what the title Divine Monarch signified. Only a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was worthy of taking such a title. Why would a person standing so far above them be willing to help them remove the Blood Principle's restriction for no reason? Black Crow Divine Monarch is currently inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If I encounter him by chance, I will ask him to help. It's just that there are some misunderstandings between us, so I cannot guarantee whether he will agree. I can only say that I will do my best. Mo Mei bowed and exclaimed gratefully, "Many thanks, Sir Yang." Yang Kai raised a hand to stop her. It's not a big deal. Abundant City has deep ties with Madame Lan. Since that's the case, it also relates to me. I can't just sit back and watch now that I've met you. City Lord Mo, you should arrange for your subordinates to patch up the Grand Array. I cannot stay in this place for long, so I'll be leaving soon. Mo Mei nodded and hurriedly relayed the order to her people. It took 3 days and 3 nights for the repairs to Abundant City's Grand Array to be completed. Nevertheless, the ruined buildings in the city caused by the battle between Yang Kai and Golden Gorilla King also needed to be repaired. In addition, the countless wounded needed time to recuperate from their injuries. The events over the past few days had severely damaged Abundant City's foundation, so it would take a long time to recover completely. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang took a good rest for a few days. 3 days later, the two of them took their leave. Mo Mei and the others did not stop them from departing, as they knew that outer world visitors like Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to search for their own respective opportunities. It was impossible for these two to remain in Abundant City, as once the time limit was up, they would be forced to leave even if they didn't want to. The Grand Array was reactivated, and with Mo Mei in the lead, many of the elders and deacons of Abundant City saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang off from afar. Thus, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang exited the Grand Array. When they looked back, all they saw was a sparkling lake behind them. Who could have known that a city was hidden behind such a calm scenery? "Let's go," Yang Kai called out. Chu Huashang asked, "Junior brother, where are we heading?" "The depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He took out a jade slip and checked the contents briefly. Blood Monster Divine Monarch had left behind 2 main inheritances. Even though the Tao of Blood inheritance had been stolen by Black Crow Divine Monarch, there was still the Beast Taming inheritance. Yang Kai did not know where it was concealed, but the rumors claimed that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the deepest depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Yang Kai even entered this place was to search for high-rank metal and element materials. Who could say? The Blood Monster Divine Palace might contain exactly what he needed. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it. It would also be very interesting if he encountered Xi and Zhao again. It was just that the rumors had remained as nothing more than rumors after so many years. Nobody had ever confirmed the rumors because nobody had ever arrived at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven or found the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Even so, the current situation seemed to indicate that there was a high possibility the Blood Monster Divine Palace truly existed. If one were to say who had the greatest understanding of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, it would not be Yang Kai or the proprietress. Rather, it would be Black Crow Divine Monarch. Although he had been sealed away by Blood Monster Divine Monarch for countless years, he had obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. How could he not have some understanding of the secrets in this place? If he was heading in this direction, then it could only mean that there was something in this direction that was attracting him. The only thing that could move a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master could only be the inheritance of another high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. After figuring out this point, Yang Kai increased his speed and pursued Black Crow Divine Monarch. They continued forward for a while before he suddenly halted. Chu Huashang followed suit and stopped to look at him. "What's wrong, junior brother?" Yang Kai turned to look in a certain direction. "There are sounds of battle," he paused for a moment and added, "It's heading our way." When he spread out his divine sense, he could detect the sounds of battle coming from a certain direction. The other party probably detected him through their perception as a result and immediately rushed towards him. He did not know whether the other party intended to seek help or foist the enemy off on them instead. He initially planned to ignore the other party, but before he could leave, he noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. Following that, he pushed his divine sense strongly and probed the situation in that direction. A short while later he became overjoyed and called out, "Senior sister, follow me." While saying so, he immediately rushed to meet the other party. Chu Huashang did not know why he was so elated, but she did not question him. It didn't take long before two figures that were fleeing desperately appeared in their field of vision. It was a man and a woman. Moreover, this man and woman were being pursued closely by 6 others. They unleashed a continuous barrage of secret techniques and the power of artifacts, blasting those 2 fleeing figures until they became increasingly desperate. A dazzlingly bright light burst out. It was a killing move summoned by one of the pursuers that shot straight at the backs of the fleeing duo. The woman seemed to perceive that danger and hurriedly turned around to mount a defense. On the other hand, the man focused on escaping and ignored what was happening behind him. The long sword in the woman's hand slashed downward and a sword light flashed out, colliding with the attack coming from behind. Following the commotion, the woman's body flew into the air like a paper kite. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in mid-air, and her complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Who could have known that the young man was actually only pretending to leave? His real purpose was to distract Yang Kai. The words had only left Yang Kai's mouth when he suddenly shouted, "Die!" Shill! The ground beneath Yang Kai shuddered and a green vine shot out without any prior warning. The vine was like a snake that wrapped around Yang Kai so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. That was not all. The vine was covered in incredibly sharp thorns that stabbed into his skin and released a powerful poison. He never intended to retreat in the first place. The fact that he had tried to kill Zhang Ruoxi and the other man could not be leaked out to the world. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble even if he managed to walk out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive. Heavenly Sword Union could be considered among the top second-class great forces with a number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command. Nevertheless, it was vastly inferior compared to Langya Paradise. That was because Langya Paradise had high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Blinded by wealth just now, he had planned to kill and rob Zhang Ruoxi and the other Langya Paradise disciple when he saw that they were not very powerful. Who could have known that they would encounter Yang Kai and Chu Huashang here? When he saw Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, he immediately decided to silence all witnesses to his crimes. If word about this incident were to spread, forget about Langya Paradise's reaction. Heavenly Sword Union would be the first to capture him and offer his head up as an apology. The only way to ensure his safety was to kill them all. At the same time the green vine shot out of the ground, he charged towards Yang Kai. His sword flashed briefly and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. The others also quickly unleashed their killing moves. Every one of those attacks was extraordinarily powerful and they seemed intent on killing Yang Kai on the spot. How dare dead men like you come out to cause trouble? Yang Kai roared. With a whooshing sound, Golden Crow's true fire covered his entire body and began burning down everything around him. The vine curled around his body was an extraordinary treasure. Nevertheless, it was powerless before the raging Golden Crow's true fire. Twitching like a living thing, it hurriedly shrank back and tried to plunge into the ground again. Yang Kai grinned madly, reached out a hand and caught the vine, all the while ignoring the thorns that dug into his flesh and secreted poison which was making him slightly dizzy. With his Dragon Clan heritage, Yang Kai had incredibly strong resistance to poison. Most poisons were completely ineffective against him, but this vine managed to affect him slightly. It could be seen how powerful the poison was. Even if ordinary cultivators did not die from the effects of this poison, they would lose most of their combat power once afflicted with it. The realization struck Yang Kai suddenly. No wonder the auras of Zhang Ruoxi and that fleeing man seem so weak. It looks like they have been poisoned by the vine. Yang Kai held the vine in his grip, and under the heat of the Golden Crow's true fire, it kept twisting and struggling about. He then flicked the vine as though he was wielding a whip and sent it lashing towards the attackers. Their expressions changed drastically. They never imagined that this man could break free so quickly. After all, they had used this very trick to kill many people before. Many of those victims had even been stronger than them. Before they could understand what was going on, the vine sent them flying backwards. Every one of them coughed up blood in mid-air. They looked terrified when they hit the ground. If Yang Kai had unleashed world force, they would have understood why they were defeated in one move. However, the aura radiating from him was still within the bounds of the Emperor realm. Martial Peak. Chapter 4276. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. It started with one of the young man's arms being crushed. Then, it was his second arm, followed by both his legs. The continuous sound of bones breaking was extremely disturbing. The fear and despair in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, but his screams slowly grew weaker and weaker. He became breathless instead. The entire process took no more than a half cup of tea's time. In that time, all the bones in his body had been crushed to pieces and all the meridians in his body were destroyed. This kind of pain was not something ordinary people could withstand. The most important point was that he could clearly feel the traces and movements of each bone when they were broken. What horrified him even more was Yang Kai's expression, which remained completely calm and indifferent, almost cold and meticulous, making him look like he was handling something very serious. "Please kill me," the young man murmured with lifeless eyes. "Kill me." It didn't matter if all his bones were broken. With his cultivation, he only needed to recuperate for 3 to 5 years and consume some spirit pills to recover from even such major injuries. However, there was no way to recover once his meridians had been destroyed. Even if he could heal all the broken bones in his body, he would only be a cripple in the future. He could never cultivate again. For a cultivator, it was a fate worse than death. There was no crueler fate than that. "Won't killing you be going too easy on you?" Yang Kai stood up and looked down on this person contemptuously, his expression still as calm as ever. "I'm a man who means what he says. I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you." After that, he took off the young man's space ring and retrieved the space rings from the others. Turning around, he walked back to Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang was in shock. It was her first time seeing Yang Kai acting so cruel. He had always given her the impression of a mild-tempered man. At the very least, he was warm and gentle with her. Be that as it may, his current actions could only be described as cruel and ruthless. It was true that he had not killed the young man from Heavenly Sword Union, but this fate was more despairing than death. Just who is this woman? She lowered her head to look at Zhang Ruoxi, who she was carrying in her arms. I can't believe seeing her hurt made Yang Kai so furious. Although she did not know the answer to her question, Chu Huashang could be certain that he had a close relationship with this young woman. How is Ruoxi? Yang Kai came to Chu Huashang and placed 2 fingers on the young woman's wrist to probe her condition while asking. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. She was heavily injured, but her injuries had not damaged her foundation. Hence, she would recover fully after recuperating for some time. Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior brother. A voice came from the side suddenly. It was the man who had been fleeing alongside Zhang Ruoxi earlier. Seeing that his pursuers were gone, he returned and thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned to look in that direction, and his originally gentle gaze instantly turned frosty. What happened earlier had not escaped his notice. Both this person and Zhang Ruoxi were being pursued just now. It was bad enough that he had not protected her. When an attack came from behind, it was only she who turned around to defend. On the other hand, he had taken the opportunity to flee even faster. He didn't even bother to look back to see what had happened to her. It was one thing if they did not know each other. However, they had been escaping together, so how could they be unrelated to one another? How could Yang Kai have any good impression towards a person like that? Even Chu Huashang looked at this man with an expression of disgust. If Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su had not met Yang Kai here, they would certainly be facing a bleak future. What Zhang Ruoxi never expected was that Du Su would be so unreliable. He had been very eager to flirt with her and constantly displayed his affection when they were at Langya Paradise. His usual demeanor was also rather upright. Although she had explicitly rejected him on numerous occasions, he had continued to persevere. Afterwards, they happened to encounter each other in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Considering the dangers of this place, she decided to travel together with him. It had made him very happy. So he had been extremely diligent in every way. Even so, he turned out to be as timid as a mouse when faced with a crisis. With their strength, they would not have been able to kill those people from Heavenly Sword Union even if they fought back with everything they had, but their enemies would also have suffered greatly as a result. The best chance at surviving would have been if they could scare their opponents off. However, Du Su chose to escape without even trying to fight, leaving Zhang Ruoxi no choice but to escape with him. In the end, it turned into the situation Yang Kai had witnessed earlier. Ruoxi, the top priority is treating your wounds. We can talk about the rest later, Yang Kai said. Zhang Ruoxi gave a non-committal grunt in response. He took her from Chu Huashang's arms and placed her into the small sealed world without another word. Then he called out to Chu Huashang, "Let's go, senior sister." The two of them continued on their journey while the cries of the young man from Heavenly Sword Union came from behind them as he begged in despair. "Please kill me." There were no traces of other cultivators along their journey, and they did not see many traces of monster beast activity either. Many of the cultivators were in possession of a map sold by Red Cloud's auction house. Naturally, they moved forward by relying on the directions of the map. It was not surprising that their journey was calm since they were traveling the path that others had traveled earlier. This only happened because Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had encountered too many hardships along their way, which delayed their travels. Otherwise, they would not have fallen behind the others. After traveling for 2 days, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he immersed his mind into the small sealed world. He might have been traveling all this while, but he had always kept an eye on Zhang Ruoxi's condition inside the small sealed world. Just now she had called for him. Sending his soul avatar inside, Yang Kai stood in front of Zhang Ruoxi. She smiled slightly and said delightedly, "I knew you would come to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, sir." Yang Kai was surprised and asked, "Did you come here just to look for me?" Blinking, she continued, "Hasn't Su been looking for me all this while as well? Senior sister Gu told me everything. She said that you once sought her out in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to ask about me. Gu Pan came to look for you?" Upon further consideration, Yang Kai understood the situation. He had asked Gu Pan for information on Zhang Ruoxi back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. At the time, she said she had never heard of the name Zhang Ruoxi before. It was not until she returned to Langya Paradise that she deliberately went around inquiring for information. That was how she found Zhang Ruoxi. Senior Sister Gu has taken great care of me. I would not have been able to become an inner disciple if not for her. Then, I'll have to thank her properly next time. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The image of a petite young girl with a paintbrush in hand, eating dried fish with her head lowered slightly involuntarily flashed through his mind. Sitting cross-legged opposite Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai looked at her and grinned. I'm glad. Although it has been years since we've last met, you've not gotten thinner. Good, very good. She blushed beet red. Sir, are you calling me fat? Of course not. You're perfect the way you are right now. You're neither fat nor thin. Yang Kai chuckled. By the way, did you go straight to Langya Paradise after we parted ways back then? She nodded. That's right. I couldn't find Sir. However, I knew you knew that my ancestor came from Langya Paradise. I believed that you would surely look for me there, so I went there. Zhang Ruoxi had not been very strong at the time. Moreover, she had to wander the 3,000 worlds alone. How difficult had it been for her to go to Langya Paradise? It was fortunate that she had some of her ancestors' memories and knew quite a lot about the outer universe. Otherwise, a lone girl like her would have been devoured cleanly by others. Even so, the journey had taken her more than 10 years. It was not until several years ago that she finally arrived at Langya Paradise. Joining Langya Paradise was not difficult. Her ancestor had been a Langya Paradise disciple after all, so she received some preferential treatment. Besides, her own aptitude was not poor. Langya Paradise was also happy to accept a disciple like her. It was just that it had not been easy to survive in Langya Paradise. That place was one of the 72 paradises, so although it had a grand reputation, it was still a large sect. It was not easy to stand out among the countless disciples. Zhang Ruoxi had crawled her way through the lower levels and finally borrowed Gu Pan's help before she successfully became an inner disciple. Be that as it may, she did not tell Yang Kai about these matters. The hardships she went through in the past were not worth mentioning. Meeting her Sir once more in this vast universe was the greatest gift from the heavens she could ask for. Yang Kai nodded. I guessed as much. I wanted to head to Langya Paradise, but I was held up by some other things. After he came out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had wanted to go to Langya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi. It was just that he later obtained Void Land and the root from the World Tree, so he had to hurriedly return to the Star Boundary instead. They also encountered the occasional fleeing monster beasts and even found several battlefields. Yang Kai knew that they had finally caught up to the others after rushing to get here. Be that as it may, the gains he received inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven were practically negligible. It was extremely depressing. Chu Huashang had obtained a 7th Order Monster Beast Core at the Blood Lake, while he only obtained a 5th Order Monster Beast Core. By contrast, he had acquired so many treasures back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that he nearly couldn't carry them. Just as Yang Kai was wondering whether he had used up all his luck back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he suddenly noticed a large group of people gathering at a spot not too far ahead. Thus, he couldn't help feeling surprised. It had to be said that this place was located quite deep in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It had far exceeded the range of the areas marked on the map. Throughout history, nobody had ever gotten this far since the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was first opened. It was rumored that the deeper one ventured into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, the greater the dangers became. However, their journey here had been completely unimpeded, without the slightest hint of danger. It was not just Yang Kai's group who managed to get this far. There were also many others who had gotten there before them. Hence, it was strange why these people were gathering in that direction. Curious, Yang Kai led Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi over. It didn't take long before they arrived atop a crowded mountain. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw several acquaintances whom he once met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. These people were bearers chosen by the divine spirits. In the end, It was only thanks to his help that they could leave the grand ancient ruins boundary safely. When they parted ways, these people had left their respective faith tokens with Yang Kai so that he could visit them at their sect when he had the time. They promised to provide him with the best hospitality they could offer. For that reason, many eyes immediately lit up upon seeing Yang Kai again. They quickly came forward and cupped their fists at him in greeting. Yang Kai returned the greeting, but before they could exchange pleasantries, he heard a furious roar. Yang Kai, I can't believe you actually have the guts to come here. For some reason, listening to this voice enraged Yang Kai greatly. He looked in the direction of the voice only to see a group of people flying over from another mountain with great fanfare. It was clear that this group of people had been resting over there but came over after spotting him. The person in the lead was none other than Xian Zhao of Shen Yuan Cave Heaven. Xian Zhao and Yang Kai had a feud between them. Before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Yang Kai had stolen his entrance and almost caused him to lose out on this opportunity. Xian Zhao later led a pair of his junior brothers to hunt Yang Kai down. There was no saying what would have happened if Yang Kai had not borrowed the strength of Golden Gorilla King and a monster beast wolf to escape their pursuit. It was only natural for these two sworn enemies to blaze with hatred now that they came face to face with each other. Xian Zhao was surrounded by many people. However, what surprised Yang Kai slightly was that Pei Wenxian of Myriad Demons Heaven was among them. This guy didn't die. Yang Kai glanced at Pei Wenxian in astonishment. He recalled Black Crow Divine Monarch shooting a blood arrow at him, and Pei Wenxian no longer had an identity token to protect him. How did he survive? As expected of a disciple from a major sect, his heritage was indeed extraordinary. The sight of these two together caused Yang Kai's teeth to grind slightly. Is he Yang Kai? A handsome young man swept his eyes over him and asked. Xian Zhao said, That's right. He is Yang Kai. The young man arrogantly said, I heard you defeated my junior sister Yu Luo Sha in one move in the Azura Arena. Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. Yu Luo Sha is your junior sister? Who are you? If Yu Luo Sha is his junior sister, then he must also be from Azura Heaven. The young man replied, My name is Bal Yang. Remember it well, for I will be the one to kill you. While saying so, he grinned at Yang Kai, revealing a set of white teeth. Another young man stepped forward. Brother Ba, where does your confidence come from? Yang Kai's head is mine. And you are? Yang Kai was so furious that he laughed. He had heard from Chu Huashang that many people wanted to kill him. The cave heavens and paradises had taken notice of him already, but it was inconvenient for the renowned open heaven realm masters to take direct action against him because they had their reputation and their sect's reputations to maintain. For that reason, they left this matter to their juniors. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was undoubtedly the best place to resolve this issue. Nobody would say anything if Yang Kai was killed in this place. Nevertheless, rumors were simply rumors. He never imagined that so many people would actually want to kill him as soon as he arrived at this place. It was one thing if Pei Wenxian and Xian Zhao wanted him dead. They had personal grudges against him after all. It was also reasonable for Bal Yang of Azura Heaven to come looking for trouble. Bal Yang had a justifiable reason to avenge his junior sister and recover Azura Heaven's face. On the other hand, the last person who popped up out of nowhere was completely unfamiliar to Yang Kai. Clear Mind Heaven, Qiukong Xian. Clear Mind Heaven. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that the name sounded familiar. After thinking carefully about it, he suddenly recalled where he heard the name before. He had met a Clear Mind Heaven disciple with the name Young Master Haim during his first time in Thousand Bird Star City. That person had been harassing Luo Hai Yi, so Yang Kai taught him a little lesson. As a result, he was captured and punished by the law enforcement team of Thousand Bird Star City. The incident had enraged the proprietress so badly that she silently pursued and killed young Master Hai in the void outside the Star City. Due to this incident, Hai Ping Lu of Clear Mind Heaven joined forces with Qin Ji and the others to besiege the proprietress during Old Bai's breakthrough to the open heaven realm. Another person stepped forward and politely cupped his fist at Yang Kai. Azure Nether Paradise, Yi Cheng. Here for your head, Brother Yang. If he were killed by these people, his sect would not dare to seek revenge either. His death would be in vain. With such a bright and promising future ahead of him, why would he willingly choose to die in this place? With the retreat of one person, the others also quickly followed suit, each of them apologizing in shame as they did.
Chu Huashang, why aren't you leaving?
Bal Yang of Azura Heaven looked at Chu Huashang and questioned. Why would I leave?
The world is so vast so I can go anywhere I want.
Can you stop me? Chu Huashang snorted. Bal Yang snorted. It looks like Yin Yang Cave Heaven is standing on the side of this bastard.
She replied. All of you should stop speaking in the name of your sex.
You can only represent yourselves. Bal Yang gently nodded. There's nothing I can say to refute your words, Junior Sister Chu. I just hope you won't blame me for being ruthless when the fight begins later. To which she chuckled softly, you can try. Junior Sister Zhang, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come here. Somebody shouted through gritted teeth from among the crowd.
Zhang Ruoxi looked up and saw that it was the man who had previously been her travel companion, Du Su. He had arrived at some point and was looking at her sternly from amongst the crowd at this moment. She glanced at him and slowly shook her head. I'm not going.
Du Su's expression changed slightly as he snarled. Junior Sister, do you know what you are doing? Do you know who he is? Du Su and Zhang Ruoxi were both inner disciples of Langya Paradise. They had yet to reach the level of core disciples or legacy disciples, so they had not heard about Yang Kai before. Nevertheless, that did not stop Du Su from assessing the current situation. With so many elite disciples of various cave heavens and paradises seeking Yang Kai's life, it was only natural that he did not wish to bring trouble upon himself. When he saw Zhang Ruoxi standing beside Yang Kai, he immediately tried to call her over so as not to implicate him. Of course I know who he is. He is my life's savior and benefactor. If anybody wishes to kill him, they will have to go through me first. Zhang Ruoxi raised her hand and summoned the Heaven's Order Sword, displaying a heroic demeanor. Yin Xian Zhao turned to look at Du Su. Junior brother Du, is that your junior sister? Then you better persuade her well. Weapons have no eyes. It will be bad if she were injured once the battle begins. Du Su cupped his fist in horror. Please forgive me, senior brother Yin. Junior sister Zhang might be part of Langya Paradise, but she only joined the sect a few years ago and is not very sensible. However, her attitude does not represent Langya Paradise. Senior brothers, senior sisters, please do what you need to. If she were injured in the fight, then I'm afraid that is her fate. Not bad, brat.
He then turned to the side and shouted impatiently. Lin Feng, you're already here.
Why are you hesitating like a little girl? Hurry up and get out here. A handsome man with a face like a jade crown coldly snorted from among the crowd in the distance and walked in this direction, snarling while walking. Wei Bouquet, if you dare to utter just a single rude word again, I will knock out all your teeth. Wei Bouquet laughed heartily. You'll get the chance. We should find a time to spar together next time. We'll see who knocks out whose teeth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and came to stand beside Yang Kai in a few steps. Yang Kai's heart warmed slightly and cupped his fist. Yang Kai greets senior brothers and senior sisters. Many thanks for your help. Various cave heavens and paradises had joined hands to work against him. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling extremely grateful that there were people willing to stand up for him at this moment. Their willingness to side with him undoubtedly sent out a glaring signal that their respective sects wanted to win him over to their side. Be that as it may, the reason their sects made this decision was definitely related to their persuasion and efforts. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Kai and spat in disdain. Even women are capable of protecting you. It makes no sense for men to do any less than them. What do you mean by women? Chu Huashang immediately became unhappy. Lin Feng, you better watch your words. Lin Feng turned his head to the side and feigned ignorance. On the opposite side, the expressions of Yin Xian Zhao and the others turned ugly. At first, there were only Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, but now there was also Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, and Lin Feng. Although there was a huge contrast in numbers still, it would be troublesome to actually attack them. Aside from Zhang Ruoxi, who they considered insignificant, the others would be very difficult to deal with. Brother Ding! Young Kai exclaimed in astonishment. The person who popped up out of nowhere turned out to be Ding Yi. Young Kai had a deep impression of this person. Back in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Ding Yi had established an organization known as Emperor Heaven and took in a large batch of subordinates. He traveled extensively across the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and made a name for himself. When the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary closed, most of Emperor Heaven dispersed and scattered around. Only a small number of people remained united around Ding Yi. It was not surprising to meet Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, and the others here. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was an important event after all. It was a given that the cave heavens and paradises would let their disciples enter as well. That being said, it was rather shocking for Ding Yi to enter this place. He is only in the half-step open heaven realm. How did he manage to snatch an entrance? Not to mention, there are so many people following behind him. It's been many years since we last met, Brother Yang. Have you been well? Ding Yi roared with laughter. His posture was arrogant, almost as if he was not bothered by all the disciples from the major sects on the opposite side. Yang Kai smiled. Brother Ding, your bearing is as imposing as usual. Yin Xian Zhao was furious as he roared. Where did these wastes come from? How dare they jump out and embarrass themselves? Get lost! He had been incredibly upset by the sudden appearance of Gu Pan, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bouquet, and the others in support of Yang Kai. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do as their strengths and statuses were all similar. On the other hand, he could tell at a glance that Ding Yi did not have much of a background. How dare he meddle in this affair? He does not know his place. While snapping, Yin Xian Zhao raised a hand and shot a stream of light in Ding Yi's direction. Although it was a casual blow, his strength was extraordinary. The power behind this stream of light was absolutely shocking, and all the people gathered around the mountain peaks in the vicinity were horrified by the sight, secretly thinking to themselves, as expected of a core disciple from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, they would find it difficult to defend themselves even though it was just a casual blow. Out of all the cultivators present, 90% would be killed within 10 moves if they fought Yin Xian Zhao one-on-one. His attack was also intended as a warning to the others, lest more and more people popped up again, creating an unending cycle. Ding Yi, however, burst out laughing. Raising his hand into the air, he summoned a blade. I was just wondering about the abilities of a cave heaven disciple. His blade came slashing down. The flames wrapped around the blade swept upward and transformed into a stream of light that easily cut down Yin Xian Zhao's attack. The disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were shocked by the sight. They initially assumed that Yin Xian Zhao's attack would cause Ding Yi to panic, even if it could not kill the latter. Who could have known that the other party was so powerful? Ding Yi easily stopped Yin Xian Zhao's attack, but that was not all. After destroying that stream of light, Ding Yi's flame blade did not stop swinging and he shouted loudly. Receiving without returning is impolite. Hey you! Take this! A blade light mixed with flames came slashing down towards Yin Xian Zhao's. Yin Xian Zhao coldly snorted. Summoning a long sword, he flicked out countless sword shadows to meet the attack. The flames flashed though and the sword shadows were annihilated. Yin Xian Zhao abruptly turned pale as he shouted out. 7th order fire element power? Just from this exchange of blows, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. This guy can unleash a 7th order fire element power? No wonder he was able to block my attack. In desperation, Yin Xian Zhao immediately drew on the powers in his Dao seal. A dense wave of water vapor spread out and enveloped his entire body. He had not condensed a 7th order element, so all he could do at the moment was use water to suppress fire, Hong. The moment water and fire collided, Yin Xian Zhao groaned and a cloud of steam exploded in all directions. By the time the mist dispersed, everybody gasped in surprise. Although Yin Xian Zhao was perfectly fine and unhurt, his appearance was disheveled and messy. Everybody stared at Ding Yi in shock, wondering where this freak came from. They couldn't believe he bested Yin Xi and Zhao. Only Yang Kai was aware that Ding Yi could unleash the 7th Order fire element power because he was chosen by Bai Feng to become a bearer in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Bai Feng had forced him to condense 7th Order fire element power in order to increase his strength. This approach had heavily impacted Ding Yi's future as he would be forced to withstand the 7th Order fire element power when he advanced into the open heaven realm in the future. If he could not survive the impact, then his future would be bleak. Even now, Ding Yi's face was flushed red after using Bai Feng's fire and his entire body was steaming with heat. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness, resting his blade on his shoulder as he loudly proclaimed, "Cave Heaven disciples are nothing special after all." Yin Xi and Zhao was rendered speechless. If it really came down to a fight, Ding Yi would not be his opponent. Ding Yi could clearly not use Bai Feng's fire many times, so he only needed to block the 7th Order fire element power once or twice to stand in an invincible position. It would be an easy victory once Ding Yi could not use that power. It was just that he did not know anything about Ding Yi. Is he the disciple of some unknown old monster? Otherwise, how could he be capable of unleashing a 7th Order fire element power? He asked through gritted teeth, "What is your name, Your Excellency?" Ding Yi burst out laughing. "Do you take me for a fool? You are a Cave Heaven disciple. If I tell you my name, won't you remember my name and come after me for revenge in the future? I'm not telling you. I won't tell you even if you beat me to death." What he didn't seem to realize was that Yin Xi and Zhao would remember his appearance even if he did not know his name. Ding Yi had brought his men as reinforcements, and counting Lang Qingshan and the others, the numbers on Yang Kai's side were almost equal to the opposing side now. However, only their numbers were equal. There was a huge disparity in terms of quality. Core disciples and legacy disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises were abundant among the opposing side, and even the weakest among them were inner disciples who had condensed 5th Order elements. On the contrary, aside from Gu Pan, Ning Dao Ran, Wei Bukei, Lin Feng, Chu Huashang, Ding Yi, chef, and accountant, there were not many who had condensed 5th Order or higher elements on Yang Kai's side. The people from Emperor Heaven were even more of a mixed bunch. Yang Kai was not afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but there was a problem now. As long as Yin Xi and Zhao and the others had their identity tokens on them, he could not kill them unless he was willing to die with them. At present, he could only injure them at most. But what was the point of doing that? That was why it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose if it actually came down to a fight. The scene was tense. Ding Yi's attack had greatly frightened Yin Xi and Zhao and the others. If they did not attack, then Yang Kai and the others naturally would not attack either. Thus, the situation fell into a stalemate. "Are you done making a fuss? If you're done, then shut up. Everyone keeps shouting at each other. It's so noisy." All of a sudden, somebody leisurely walked over from the foot of the hill with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Reacting as though he was facing a great nemesis, he prepared all the strength in his body to attack at any time and directed all his focus at this newcomer solemnly. There was only one person in the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven whom he considered a formidable enemy, Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had returned to life through possession. Yang Kai had never thought much of anybody else, no matter which cave heaven or paradise they belonged to. Similarly, Chu Huashang's expression became grave. On the opposite side, Pei Wenxian narrowed his eyes and inconspicuously took a few steps back. He had suffered badly at the hands of Black Crow Divine Monarch previously. In addition, his identity token had been destroyed. If Black Crow Divine Monarch attacked him once more, he would be powerless to resist, so upon hearing Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice, he immediately began to consider whether he should flee. "Now who the hell are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Yin Xi and Zhao had nowhere to vent the rage in his heart. Just as he was about to deal with Yang Kai, various people had popped up one after another to get in his way. Ding Yi's sudden appearance had also caused him to fall into such a disheveled state, losing a great deal of face. And now, another unknown nobody had emerged. This series of happenings made him incredibly angry. It felt as though the entire world was looking down on him.
Marshall Peak. Chapter 4280, Blood Monster Divine Palace. Xian Zhao had never been to the Blood Lake, so he did not know about Black Crow Divine Monarch or the latter's strength. Although Pei Wenxian was aware, he did not think to warn Xian Zhao for some reason. Most likely, he was racking his brains and single-mindedly thinking of ways to protect himself. A cultivator approached Xian Zhao and whispered something in his ear, causing the murderous intent in Xian Zhao's eyes to flare brightly. A great thousand bloodland disciple? How dare a disciple of a trivial second-class great force utter such arrogant words in this place? Scram. Black Crow Divine Monarch had possessed the body of Xueqi from Great Thousand Bloodland. It was obvious that the person who whispered in Xian Zhao's ear earlier had recognized the former's appearance. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look in that direction and grinned meaningfully. "What did you say, boy? I dare you to repeat those words again." Xian Zhao was further enraged and snapped, "If you dare act disrespectful again, I'll take your dog life." Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. "It has been many years since this monarch appeared in the world. I was not aware that young people were so bold nowadays." While chuckling to himself, he raised a hand and pointed in Xian Zhao's direction. Xian Zhao originally did not think much of Black Crow Divine Monarch as, in his eyes, the other party was just a disciple from a second-class great force. There was no need for him to take notice of the other party. Even if he killed the other party here for irritating him, Great Thousand Bloodland would not dare to make a single complaint. However, Xian Zhao suddenly felt that something was wrong when Black Crow Divine Monarch pointed at him and a suffocating aura of death suddenly enveloped him. A small crimson point of light appeared in Xian Zhao's vision, and rapidly magnified in front of him. It obscured his vision and flooded his other senses. Before he could realize what was happening, he suddenly heard the sound of something shattering coming from his waist. The identity token hanging on his belt suddenly crumbled to dust. Amidst the cloud of dust, a stream of light burst out and slashed towards the crimson light. The crimson light broke apart, but the stream of light did not lose its momentum and crashed towards Black Crow Divine Monarchs. Black Crow Divine Monarch had suffered badly due to a similar incident before. Back at the palace in the middle of the lake, he had been sliced in two by Pei Wenxian's identity token, so how could he be unprepared now? After unleashing his attack, Black Crow Divine Monarch kicked off slightly and floated backwards. At the same time, he left a blood shadow that looked exactly like him in the place where he was standing before. The blood shadow was almost like a soul clone. Its aura was no different from his. That stream of light slashed down upon the blood shadow and it collapsed with a loud splash, transforming into a crimson pool. The stench of blood permeated the air. After slashing down this blood shadow, the stream of light dissipated. The entire place went dead silent. Only Yang Kai, Pei Wenxian, and Chu Huashang were mentally prepared for this situation. All the remaining people stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch in shock, regardless of which sect they came from. Their eyes were filled with horror. Xian Zhao was also as pale as a piece of paper. Even now, he was completely clueless about the situation. All he knew was that the identity token his master had painstakingly created for him had been activated and his protective charm had been up. The identity token he carried would only activate automatically at times where his life was in danger. In other words, he would be a corpse by now if not for the protection of that stream of light. What just happened? His thoughts were all over the place. Are all the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples so shameless nowadays? How boring. Black Crow Divine Monarch shook his head. He had tried to kill Pei Wenxian before but failed, and now, he once again failed to kill Xian Zhao. It was all because his attacks were blocked by the divine ability released by their identity tokens. He turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. These kids are so much weaker than Yule. There were so many talented young people present, but the only person that interested him was Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai was capable of actually fighting him and surviving despite being pursued over 10,000 kilometers. Yang Kai coldly snorted in response. Who are you? Xian Zhao no longer dared to underestimate Black Crow Divine Monarch. Somebody who could nearly kill him in a single move could not have been nurtured by Great Thousand Bloodland. Although Ding Yi's display had surprised him, it was nowhere near as terrifying and shocking as what he experienced just moments ago. He originally thought that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be where he could display his talents and rise to fame.
Who could have known that each person he met in this place would be stronger than the last? Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at Pei Wenxian and grinned. Who is this monarch? Why don't you ask your companion? If it was someone else speaking such words, they wouldn't hold much weight, but after his little display, Black Crow Divine Monarch certainly had such capital. Everyone save for a few glanced towards Pei Wenxian. Pei Wenxian was standing very far away by now, with all the energy in his body prepared to attack at any time. He had the posture of escaping at the first sign of something going wrong. When Black Crow Divine Monarch looked in his direction, his heart tightened in fear and he nearly fled. To his surprise, Black Crow Divine Monarch smilingly assured him, "Don't worry. I won't attack you since you're capable of reaching this place." Pei Wenxian did not know whether to believe those words or not. However, he realized that he would not be able to escape if Black Crow Divine Monarch had appeared here with the intention of actually killing him. Upon arriving at this conclusion, he relaxed considerably and quickly said, "This is Black Crow Divine Monarch." Divine Monarch? Everybody was so astonished that they could barely believe their ears. Since ancient times, the only ones with the qualifications to call themselves Divine Monarch were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Open Heaven Realm Masters were unable to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so how could there be a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master in this place? Besides, they had never heard of the name Black Crow Divine Monarch before. Pei Wenxian explained, the Divine Monarch was trapped in this place by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, but his soul did not perish. He recently possessed Xueqi of Great Thousand Bloodland and came back to life. Everybody felt their scalps going numb with fear as Bal Yang exclaimed in horror, "Is that the truth?" Pei Wenxian nodded solemnly in response. Nobody doubted his words. After all, they witnessed what happened just now with their own eyes. Aside from a divine monarch possessing somebody and coming back to life, nobody else could have the strength to nearly kill Xueqi and Zhao in one move. In an instant, it wasn't just the Cave Heaven and Paradise disciples who looked at Black Crow Divine Monarch warily. Even the people standing around Yang Kai became anxious and uneasy. From the actions of Black Crow Divine Monarch earlier, it was obvious that he was not a compassionate man. There was a high possibility that he was subject to shifting moods and killed others casually. If a person like him were consumed by bloodlust, nobody in this place could stop him. Don't be so nervous. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch was smiling cheerfully. This monarch did not spend so much effort to gather all of you in this place just to kill you. You gathered all of us in this place? Yang Kai furrowed his eyebrows. Of course. Black Crow Divine Monarch tilted his head to the side. If not for this monarch, do you think all of you could have arrived here safely? I was the one who removed all the dangers and barriers along the way for you. Yang Kai did not doubt those words. His journey here had certainly been very smooth. Logically speaking, that should not have been possible. It was not until this moment that he learned Black Crow Divine Monarch had removed all the dangers and obstacles along the way. No wonder so many people arrived here even though nobody had ever managed to arrive at the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven after so many years. This junior has a question. Dingy suddenly spoke up. Speak. Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to him. Sir Divine Monarch, you could have quietly cultivated after possessing somebody and coming back to life. Why did you have to gather all of us here? What are your intentions, Sir Divine Monarch? This question hit the nail on the head. Everybody wanted to know the answer. Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly, making him seem rather insidious. Of course, it's for the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Why else would this monarch spend so much effort to gather you all here? The Blood Monster Divine Palace? A series of exclamations rang out. Everybody's eyes blazed with excitement. It had long been said that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was located in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, wherein the inheritance and legacy of Blood Monster Divine Monarch were hidden. Anybody who could locate the Blood Monster Divine Palace and pass Blood Monster Divine Monarch's various tests would be able to inherit everything within the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, rumors were just rumors. Nobody had ever confirmed these rumors. After all, nobody had ever found the Blood Monster Divine Palace throughout the years, so how could these rumors be verified? Be that as it may, Black Crow Divine Monarch had mentioned the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Does the Blood Monster Divine Palace really exist? You're not trying to deceive us, right? Yongkai stared at Black Crow Divine Monarch suspiciously. Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed. Of course the Blood Monster Divine Palace exists. I don't mind telling you. The Blood Monster Divine Palace is right in front of you. In this very mountain valley. While speaking, he reached out and pointed downward. They looked down but did not see the Blood Monster Divine Palace anywhere. The mountain valley might be green and lush with beautiful scenery, but there was no sign of a palace at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch calmly explained, as long as the barrier is not broken, the palace will not show itself. If you want to find the Blood Monster Divine Palace, you have to destroy the barrier first. Yongkai quickly asked, what does that have to do with you gathering all of us in this place? Black Crow Divine Monarch snickered. If this monarch had his full strength. No, with just 10% of the strength I possessed before, it would have not been a problem destroying that barrier. Unfortunately, you have also seen this monarch's current situation. The strength I can wield currently is very limited. Although I know the secrets behind the barrier, my strength is not enough for me to break it alone. I need the help of many people. Upon hearing those words, everybody understood the situation. They finally knew why Black Crow Divine Monarch had gathered so many people in this place. It was not rare to see barriers like this which required the joint efforts of many people to destroy. Therefore, there was nothing strange about his words. There's one more thing. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression became a little solemn. There is probably a monster beast protecting the palace, and if this monarch's guess is correct, it is a 7th Order monster beast. 7th Order? Everybody exclaimed in surprise. All of them had killed some monster beasts during their travels, so they each had a rough idea of the strength of these monster beasts. A 5th Order monster beast was roughly equivalent to a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, a 6th Order monster beast was as strong as a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master at the very least. Wouldn't that mean that a 7th Order monster beast could exert the strength of a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master? Who among all the people present could resist such a monster beast? Even Black Crow Divine Monarch himself could not win against it in his current state. You are unable to detect the existence of the monster beast because it is sleeping at the moment. However, it will awaken once we begin breaking the barrier. That's why this monarch doesn't just need some people to help him break the barrier. I also need some people to help fend off the 7th Order monster beast. Are you insane? Yongkai jokingly asked. He had already been at a serious disadvantage during his previous battle with Golden Gorilla King at Abundant City. Golden Gorilla King was only at the peak of the 6th Order, not to mention that he was heavily injured at the time. If Golden Gorilla King was already so powerful, how much stronger would a 7th Order monster beast be? With their current strength, meeting a 7th Order monster beast was no different from courting death. Grunting softly, he staggered backwards and turned a few shades paler. Upon seeing that, everybody looked at each other in shock. The fact that Black Crow Divine Monarch would decisively swear a blood oath on his Dao seal was something nobody expected. Moreover, this oath sounded rather sincere. As long as they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, he would not attack anyone who did not provoke him. Those words essentially guaranteed their safety. Of course, they could guess that the more sincere he seemed, the more it meant that he desperately wanted something from within the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Even so, there was no denying that many people became interested after Black Crow Divine Monarch made the blood oath. The main reason for their hesitation previously was their fear of his strength. He could force Xian Zhao's identity token to activate with a single move, which meant if he really wanted to kill them, nobody could stop him. However, things were different now that their safety was guaranteed. In any case, his actions had clearly shown his sincerity. Xian Zhao and the others looked at each other and saw the interest in each other's eyes. They were the first batch of people to arrive in this place since ancient times, so there was no saying what kind of treasures they could find if they managed to open the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Qiu Kongxian of Clear Mind Heaven asked, Divine Monarch, can you tell us what kind of treasures can be found inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Black Crow Divine Monarch chuckled softly. How would this monarch know? I've never entered the blood monster divine palace before. Nevertheless, that old ghost Xueqi was an 8th order open heaven realm master. There must be some treasures inside. Who knows? There might be some 7th order or 8th order cultivation resources within. Those words made Xueqi and the others breathe a little quicker in excitement. Even Yang Kai's eyes flickered slightly. Although he could not let his guard down around Black Crow Divine Monarch, he desperately needed 7th order metal and Een element resources. If there really were 7th order or 8th order resources inside, then he had to try his luck no matter what. Even though those thoughts swirled in his heart, Yang Kai revealed nothing on the surface. Bal Yang considered for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. How can this Ba back down after coming here? Sir Divine Monarch, this Bal Yang is willing to lend you a hand no matter what the others may choose." "Good. Very good. Boy, you're not bad." Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at Bal Yang approvingly. Xueqi said, "There's no reason for me to refuse if Brother Ba agrees." Yi Chung of Azure Nether Paradise smilingly chimed in. "This Yi will lend a hand too." As soon as these people expressed their stance, more people immediately expressed their willingness to help Blood Monster Divine Monarch break the barriers. Even so, there were also some cultivators who realized that their strength was inferior to others present. After hesitating for some time, one of them cupped his fist and said, "Sir Divine Monarch, please forgive us. Our strength is lacking and I'm afraid we won't be of much help even if we joined you. We will take our leave now." That person quickly led several of his fellow brothers and retreated down the mountain after saying that. Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop them. He simply watched their departing backs with a faint smile. Those people had not walked further than several tens of meters away when a layer of crimson-red blood mist emerged from the ground and enveloped them. Their screams of agony immediately rang out, followed by several energy fluctuations. The blood mist disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It didn't take more than several breaths of time before the crimson-red mist vanished out of sight. What entered their sights made them gasp in horror. The cultivators that were preparing to leave just now had been turned into mummified corpses that collapsed to the ground without a shred of vitality. Black Crow Divine Monarch grinned. This monarch even went so far as to swear a blood oath. "Who else dares not give me face?" He turned and looked around. "Who else wishes to leave? Reveal yourselves to this monarch. Who else would dare to step forward with such a precedent?" Even though those people died a horrible death right in front of them, nobody had noticed when Black Crow Divine Monarch made his move. It was only natural that nobody wanted to follow their footsteps. As such, he sneered, "I don't mind telling you. This monarch has already arranged a grand array in this area. Nobody can leave without this monarch's approval." Yang Kai calmly said, "Don't wag your tongue so wildly, Divine Monarch, you might bite it." Yang Kai had tried to activate his space principles just now and discovered that he was not bound by any restrictions. In other words, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not stop him if he wanted to leave. Black Crow Divine Monarch glanced sideways at Yang Kai, murderous intent overflowing from his eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and snickered, "You're quite capable, brat. It's true that this monarch cannot stop you if you wish to leave. You can escape, but can the people by your side do the same?" Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened. There was really nothing he could do if Black Crow Divine Monarch threatened the people around him. While he might be able to place everybody into the small sealed world and leave with them, Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely act before he could finish. Ignoring Yang Kai, Black Crow Divine Monarch looked at the others and asked, "Does anybody else wish to leave?" "Leave, my ass. Those who tried to leave died right in front of us. Who would dare try to leave?" Regardless of whether they were willing or unwilling, they had no choice but to follow Black Crow Divine Monarch now. Pleased with the situation, Black Crow Divine Monarch nodded repeatedly. Then he turned to look at Yang Kai. "What about you? Are you coming or not?" Only the people around Yang Kai had yet to express their stance, which meant as long as Yang Kai agreed, then all the pieces were in place. "Do you agree to let me leave, Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai asked. "You can try." Black Crow Divine Monarch smiled brightly in response. However, his gaze swept across Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others with malicious intent. Xueqi was so furious that his teeth hurt. After a brief consideration he quickly said, "Divine Monarch, I can assist you, but I have a condition." The entire process took no more than an hour before the grand array was ready. Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in front of Xueqi and solemnly said, "Brat, it will be great if the 7th Order monster beast does not appear later, but if it does, then I can only rely on you and the people around you to distract it. The others will be part of the grand array, so they will be unable to move. Don't disappoint this monarch." Xueqi said, "I'll do my best. I have no idea how much strength a 7th Order monster beast can exert. If I can't win, then I'll definitely make my escape. How can I just stay here and wait for death to come?" Black Crow Divine Monarch clearly read between the lines and understood the thoughts that Xueqi did not express. Thus, he glared at Xueqi deeply. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do except try to entice Xueqi with the benefits. "Didn't you want metal element and een element high-rank materials? If you help this monarch distract the monster beast, I will surely bring you what you need if I find them in the Blood Monster Divine Palace." Xueqi nodded, "That can be discussed later." Needless to say, Black Crow Divine Monarch could not be trusted. He might be showing a kind and friendly facade at the moment, but that was only because he needed him right now. Once Xueqi's value vanished, why would Black Crow Divine Monarch bother playing nice? But Xueqi was a little excited. "I wonder what element the monster beast sleeping in this place is. If it happens to be the metal or een element, I'll definitely kill it. I haven't used the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress yet. If I do, there's a high chance I can kill the monster beast in one blow." Black Crow Divine Monarch transformed into a bloodlight and departed. By the time he reappeared, he was standing in the middle of the mountain valley. He formed a set of hand seals and shouted, "Get ready! Our success or failure depends on this. Start the array." As he spoke, he reached his hand into the void and pulled out a large banner from somewhere. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist. The large banner absorbed the blood chi and immediately seemed to come alive. Xueqi was both disappointed and relieved, an earth element monster beast. He was disappointed that this monster beast was not of the metal element or een element like what he desperately needed, but rather the earth element. He had already condensed an earth element power. Moreover, he had used the dragon bead of a great dragon. There was nothing much to gain even if he killed this star turtle. At the same time, he was relieved that it was an earth element monster beast. The earth element was mainly about defense, so although it would be difficult to kill, the posture of this star turtle indicated it had poor offensive abilities, so the risk of facing it was minimized to a great extent. Furthermore, the star turtle had been sleeping for many millennia, so at this moment, it was still a little dazed and sluggish from having just woken up. It blankly rolled its eyes around, looking very drowsy. The cultivators forming the array nodes nearest to the turtle trembled uncontrollably. They had witnessed with their own eyes as the star turtle gulped up an entire batch of cultivators as soon as it appeared. Therefore, they were scared that it might turn around and eat them too. One should not be fooled by its dazed appearance. Nobody present was its opponent if it decided to attack. After all, its strength lay in its defense. The possibility was high that nobody could put a scratch on it. One of the cultivators from a second-class great force gulped nervously and subconsciously took a few steps back. He wanted to hide behind the others to seek a sense of security, But who could have known that his retreat would cause him to fall into the blood mist? There was a series of sizzling sounds and that person screamed in pain. The blood mist crawled up his body like snakes, enveloping him completely. By the time the blood mist dissipated, the man had become a mummified corpse. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted while waving the control banner. "Stand where you are. Whoever dares to move about rashly will die." Everybody felt a bitter taste in their mouths. It was not until this moment that they realized they were stuck in this situation with no way out. Out of all the areas covered by the Grand Array, only the areas around the array nodes were safe. Everywhere else was flooded with the blood mist. In other words, they could only stand at their respective array nodes once Black Crow Divine Monarch activated the Grand Array. Otherwise, they would have to bear the risk of death. Xueqi was delighted when he saw this situation. He initially thought that he and the others had taken on a laborious task while the others had it easy. But it would now seem that fighting the Star Turtle was undoubtedly better than having no say about one's own life. He couldn't help looking in Xueqi Zhao's direction, secretly hoping that the Star Turtle would kill the latter. Coincidentally, Xueqi Zhao also happened to be looking this way. Their gazes met for a moment and Xueqi Zhao immediately figured out what Xueqi was thinking. Thus he angrily shouted, "Xueqi, why aren't you moving yet?" The array node he was managing was not that far from where the Star Turtle was located, so he had reason to be uneasy. Xueqi calmly called out, "There's no rush." Xueqi Zhao nearly spat blood at those words. "You might be in no rush, but I'm about to die from anxiety." Xueqi Zhao never imagined that the situation would turn out this way after the Grand Array was activated. If he had known earlier, he would have volunteered to trade places with Xueqi. At the very least, he would have some control over his own life or death. At this moment, he was unable to move a single step from this spot. Whether he lived or died was completely up to fate. It was a horrible feeling. You should act now before it's too late. Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice rang out. "This monster beast has been sleeping for eons, and now that it's just woken up, its strength has yet to recover. This is the best time to take it down. If you delay, it will be even harder to handle." How difficult would it be to inflict heavy damage upon such a defense-oriented 7th-order monster beast? Xueqi was not sure if they could put a scratch on it, even if everybody on his side used their full strength. Nevertheless, Black Crow Divine Monarch was right about one thing. This was indeed the time when the Star Turtle was at its weakest. At that thought, Xueqi nodded. Since Divine Monarch has said so, then this junior will comply. Then he shouted, "Kill!" Swinging his arm widely, Space Principles surged to form a huge moon blade that broke the void and slashed towards the Star Turtle. Everybody around Xueqi swiftly unleashed their secret techniques one after another. Colorful lights swept towards the Star Turtle, showering down on its huge figure in an instant. The people gathered around Xueqi were a mix of both the strong and weak. For example, many from Emperor Heaven were rather weak. However, there was no shortage of elites like Gu Pan, Chu Huashang, and Ning Dao Ran either. The attacks of these core disciples from the various cave heavens and paradises were extraordinarily deadly. Hong hong hong. Explosion after explosion rang out deafeningly as numerous halos of light from these explosions spread out in all directions. When the lights dissipated, everybody looked over and felt a headache. Although they had known that the Star Turtle would have high defensive strength, they never imagined that it would be so outrageous. Their previous barrage had not even broken through the yellow layer of light surrounding its body, let alone cause any form of damage. Wei Bouquet grinned. "This bastard sure is tough." Xueqi shouted again. Another round of attacks was launched and nobody dared to hold back. The best method to deal with the earth element was to counter with the wood element. Among the 5 elements, wood suppressed earth. Unfortunately, the wood element was generally focused on restoration and healing. Few people could comprehend offensive divine abilities from their wood element. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.